prices go down and go up and all that. But I tell you, promises to be interesting. Spain, like Victor mentioned earlier, there are rumors that Ronaldo de Lima Nazario promised every Valladolid player 50,000 euros if they beat Atletico Madrid. That's good news for Real Madrid fans, but I tell you, it doesn't mean anything because Atletico Madrid, they need to do is beat Valladolid silly. Valladolid is not Sevilla, it is Valladolid. Beat them silly, and you'll
beat them 1-0.
1-0 is enough.
They beat them shyly
to get the trophy. All right, in Italy, it's not over yet. The assassin and his Napoli side, Victor Osimhen, they would be up against Hellas Verona. AC Milan will take on Atalanta. Juventus will be up against Bologna. Juventus will travel to face Bologna. These three teams have got chances to qualify for the Champions League. Only two would go. The other team would drop because Atalanta and champions Inter Milan are already through to the continent. Who would be qualifying for the Champions League? Who would stay back in the Europa League? I've always said it that I want the Europa League to be. I'm a very good football person. I want the Europa League to be interesting, But who would be staying? I don't want, as I still said yesterday, I don't want a Nigerian to play I don't want the assassin to be in the Europa League. Any other person can be anywhere, but the assassin must be in the Champions League. Talking about Victor Osimhen. We look at Germany also. Teams fighting for their lives. Who goes down? Who stays up? Right there in the German Bundesliga. And as the guys mentioned, the French Ligue 1. Who wins the French Ligue 1? 1 point separating Lille and PSG. And Lille are the ones on top of the table at the moment.
They win their last game.
They win the title, and it would be. It's not trophyless, but it looks like it would be a trophy. It looks like a trophyless season, but it's not trophyless for PSG. The transfers, it will be heavily on the menu. You find out who Arsenal are going for. Manchester United. Where is Harry Kane going to? What is happening with Jadon Sancho? What is happening with Sergio Aguero? Who is Barcelona going for? A lot of that will be on the menu when we get to the rumor mills, the newspapers are right there in Europe to see what they're talking about. For now, you can be part of the conversation. Text message portal is up. It's at 0701-9339-962. I'll take that again. 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. On Twitter, we are Today FM 951. That is at Today FM 951. Do well to copy. My handle is at wisdom_OB. Victor is here. His handle is at Victor Oriahi. And Osas is here. His handle is at Osas_the demigod. And he'll be reading your tweets every time here on the show.
I just got rich like my money just come. And them back to where they come from. For talking like the product of a torn condom. Southside me come from, me not care, my brother. One side sit down for one chair, my brother. Me will make you disappear, my brother. It takes to reach here, my brother. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas.
Alright, quickly, let's now go into the big stories. The phone lines will be open in due time. Chill. The phone lines will be open in due time for you to air your opinions on the show. Let's start off with CAF. I told you earlier, that many always say for African footballers, age, of whatever, just add 10 years to that figure to get his real age. Now, Gabonese player Guelo Kanga is currently under investigation by Confederation of African Football for an alleged identity fraud after discovering that Guelo Kanga, who claimed he was born in 1990, that is 31 years ago, reportedly lost his mother in 1985, 36 years ago. Guelo Kanga is a professional footballer who plays as an attacking midfielder for Red Star Belgrade and the Gabonese national team. Guelo, who is originally from Congo, was petitioned by CAF after the Congolese Football Federation, FECOFA, launched a complaint against Gabon for fielding in a player who frauded his identity. FECOFA believes that Guelo Kanga, whose current passport shows he was born on September 1st, 1990 in Oyem, is in fact Kiaku Kiangana, who was born in October 5 or 5th, 1985 in Kinshasa, DRC. That's DR Congo. Now, the Congolese are convinced the Belgrade Red Star forged his identity when he arrived at the Gabonese Second Division club GBI. According to them, there is no way the player would have been born in 1990 if his mother died in 1985, unless she resurrected and gave birth to him, which is clearly not possible. Now, here are the sanctions. If the player is found guilty, the Gabonese Football Federation could be charged with forgery concerning the administrative documents presented by its player and non-compliance with the FIFA procedure relating to his change of sporting nationality when he moved from Congo to Gabon. These irregularities could possibly lead to a disqualification of the country from the African Cup of Nations 2022, which is scheduled to hold in Cameroon, and a suspension for the next 2 editions of the same AFCON. We'll get to the sanctions in a bit, but let me start with your SAS. For an African, this is not surprising. Yeah. But what is surprising is that the lie that resurrected his own mother. I mean, the mother died. You know, so there are some lies that, okay, no lie is good, but that, how do you even give an age that, you know, that does not even cover your own mother? And the mother is dead.
You know, there's one thing about Africans. Whenever you want to do stuff, especially if it's at the wrong part of it, if it's not at the positive end of it, you don't actually take your time to check all of this. I'm not actually saying that doing something wrong is actually good, but this is Africa. A lot of things happen. You have players who cheat to get to where they are. You have players who falsify their ages. Now, even if you dig deep in this situation, you find out that the reason why all of this is even happening is because of a tussle between Gabon and Congo. Yes, maybe a struggle for the player. Who is he going to play for? One person is paying, and the other person is now saying, okay, back at the end of it, let us scatter everything. That is exactly what I'm seeing here. Because if it were to be to the advantage of Congo, maybe they wouldn't have said anything. But it is actually an abysmal act by the young man himself. This is him going to another country and actually forgot that he needs to, even if he's going to falsify his age, he needs to clean the slate. And whatever you do, definitely in this particular age of a surge in technology, it's going to come back to you. It's going to come back haunting you, and that is exactly what we are seeing here. Now, it's not going to haunt the man alone. It's going to haunt the entire FA. And you know what it is. If sanctions are given or meted out on Gabon, they may not participate in some of the competitions that they ought to participate in. It's actually a pitiable situation here in Africa, because it has rubbed off on every African player. It has actually rubbed off on every African player. You see an African player move from the shores of Africa abroad, and the very first sight from these guys right here in Europe is like, is it truly 23? If you're being asked how old are you, and you say you're 23, you can see that it has actually. You know,
there was a case when Buffy Martins was to go to Arsenal.
Yeah.
We heard that what probably rumors that what stopped that move was that he was 24.
Yeah.
But actually, he's 48.
We've had a lot of even Tai
that was outrageous.
Tai at a particular time had his twin celebrating 40, and yeah, the rest is history.
Okay, recently, JJ Okocha's younger brother celebrated, I think, 58 or 48 years. Younger brother, 48. And JJ, they're saying is about 40-something, 45 or thereabout.
Anyways,
within that range. I saw it on social media.
Alleged.
Alleged. Like,
Allegedly.
so I'm like, even during the period where they this guy
There is no coherence. Stanley Okoro. And I think Ajoki Amiesimaka was also the one who came out to talk about Fortune Chukwudi. That he was it Fortune Chukwudi who had a 13-year-old son? Then Fortune Chukwudi played for. I think he played for Professor Sharks at then in 2000.
Players who at 17 had already played 2-3 seasons in
There's one right now in the
MPFL, and before he came into the MPFL, he had already played for the police.
We're talking about a 22-year-old player currently in the MPFL that has played for over
7 clubs.
And he spent a minimum of a year in every single club. I think he's 22.
But the pain here is
Is it Adetunji?
I'm trying to remember.
Adetunji is 23 and he has played for
I think so.
lots of
I think
clubs.
it's Adetunji.
You know, but you never can tell. Maybe he's special talent.
No, please, let's not
like this
justify
boy now.
that.
Samuel Noshiri. Noshiri is 19 years of age now.
Wisdom, let's bring it back to Golokanga. First of all, for those who don't know him, he's a key player in the Gabonese national team.
And also for Red Star Belgrade.
And also for Red Star
Jersey
Belgrade.
number 9, yeah.
This guy has played in the UEFA Champions League. He has played in the UEFA Europa League. He has almost, I think, like 39 appearances for the Gabonese national team. He is a very key player for their team. Now, there's another report that has come out to say, what if the mother faked her death right there in DR Congo? Because DRC is saying they know when his mother died. His mother died in 1985. He was born so year in Kinshasa. But another report came out saying his mom actually faked her death so she could escape from DR Congo to Gabon. So right now it's a really dicey situation. It might be true, it might be false. You know, the mother might still be alive, or maybe she died later. But according to several reports, or this particular report that I saw, talked about how the mom faked her death while in Congo, and eventually was able to
Why did she
do
fake
the
her death?
relocation to.
Why did she fake her death?
Why did she fake her death?
Yeah.
Because she wanted to leave the country.
Why?
Why they stopping her from leaving?
Okay,
Were they
you never
threatening
know.
her life?
At least her death should have been recorded. So when did she die?
Finally, when
The new death date.
Yeah, when
when
is
is the new death date?
Well,
So you take
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, but you know, it's a tough one, because not only are they talking about the age, they're talking about fake identity, the name.
Yeah, he
itself.
changed his name.
He changed his name, you know, and there was also speculations that the mom also went under a false name to Gabon. So now, what needs to be found out is, were the documents real or were the documents fake?
Okay.
I think that's just
The other side of it are saying maybe the mom died, faked
her death,
yeah,
and eventually
changed her name
left
to
the
get a
country
new
and
name.
moved from DR Congo to Gabon under a different name,
and then gave birth to him
and then gave birth to him in Gabon.
in Gabon. So how
So
then
where is
did
Kiaku? Where is Kiaku Kangana? The name Kiaku Kangana.
Kiaku Kangana was allegedly born in Kinshasa.
By who? Then?
Is it? No, I don't know. But
I'm trying to be devil's advocate here, but not working.
Can we ever move on from the negative image this actually presents?
I'm telling you, I don't know. The only way we can move on is if we collectively come together and decide to.
I know they like this English. See, no, wait.
the truth is,
Every time I used to hear, we need to go back to the drawing board. Nobody is going anywhere.
Nobody.
All of us are sitting
The
here.
truth is,
We're
you don't
actually
bring
not
these
ready.
people.
We're actually not ready to go back to it. We need to go back to the drawing board. Now it's holistically, not just in football. Both your database system needs to be profound. It needs to be top notch. Every path, because if you have a proper database, you should know when someone was born and when someone died. There's something called the death certificate. So you should know when someone was born
How
and
many
when
people
someone
go through all
died.
that?
Someone cannot just start existing from nowhere. He had a change of name and there was no investigation to where he's actually coming from. Who are his parents? He didn't change his parents. Definitely.
Who would have done that?
Who would have done
investigation?
that?
Okay.
In this
Then
continent.
in this part of this part of the world right now, what do you expect? Like see players at the age of 15. First off, there is no database, like you said. a woman can just stay in her room and give birth to her child. Nobody takes record of when that child is born. There's no birth certificate. Probably after 15 years and the child is grown and discovers that I need a birth certificate to.
Wants to gain admission into university. Now goes
to do affidavit and maybe say,
naira.
I am 5 years old.
And funny enough, this is 70 to 80% of the cases.
Of course. So
Most
what?
times.
So what do you expect?
At least from the last 30, 40 years.
Yes, the pain is
Not currently. Currently things have improved.
The pain is that it's rubbing off on every African player. Players now go out and their age are being put in doubt, and that brings about an unfair treatment to them at all times they go out. It's not working for our football. We need to change this.
But no, let me just take a statement made by the man.
Okay.
He said while he was interviewed and asked about this, and he was so calm. And he said, I have no birth certificate. I have no identity card or passport issued by the Democratic Republic of Congo. I remain calm in the face of these FECOFA complaints. Now, the big question is, why is it coming now? If FECOFA has always known from the statement that they released that his mom died in 1985, why is it actually coming now? Why this moment? He's saying that there was sort of a backlash between him not playing for DR Congo and Gabon, and that's the only reason why they are trying to dent his image.
No, but I actually said it at first that it's a tussle between the both countries. But why we are now watching our dirty linen in public? This is Europe now sitting back and trying to see how the
Red Star Belgrade wondering who their player is. Are you Kanga or Kiagani? What's his name again?
No, but the truth is people don't bring out the dirty things they know until it will shock you now that there are some funny things about Osas. All right, you will not find out until Osas says I'm running for president today, and they find out that Osas has got majority votes somehow. They will now come out and tell you that Osas did not do NYSC. Then Osas will then say, okay, I'm going to use my SSC now, no problem, rule out my certificate. Then they'll now come back and tell you that Osas's WAEC, he did not actually.
He was not
and the truth is, some of those things are not lies. I mean, we have a reported case here in this country where they said somebody does not have WAEC. I said, I will not call the name. I will try not to go there, so we won't turn to a political show. So they went to register for WAEC that year. The person was running for a governor. In short, he was a favorite to actually win the election because he had the people behind him. So, but he did not finish secondary school in reality. He has no certificate from secondary school. So it doesn't determine your wealth. So he then went to register for WAEC. He's as deputy affairs register for WAEC. His secretary registered in the same center. And they carried those their mature face. And they brought people to come and write there and start dirty stuff. It was right there in one of the western in southwest states. But it is what it is. The truth is, I'm not even looking at Kamga or Kangana or something, because I know for sure that there is no smoke of this sort without there is no fire of this sort without some how do they put it? There is no smoke of this sort without fire. Somehow something has, it's either it's actually from DR Congo and something happened. But that the mom faked his own. Why would the mother, if you want to run away,
of course,
why would the mother want to fake his own death?
I think that's just
or her own death
story that was put up maybe to
bring a view to it. I think so, because this is not something. 5 years is even small, we know. But anyway, guys, what does this mean for Kelechi Iheanacho, Victor Osimhen, who said they are 21, Terry Murphy because Terry Murphy is banging goals, but nobody's talking about him. But Jadon Sancho scores the same number of goals, and you hear £100 million. Manchester United wants to buy him.
That's what I.
And Terry Murphy has scored even more than what Osimhen did last season in the Ligue 1.
And how old is
and
Terry
he's
Murphy?
21.
That's
Where
exactly,
was he born?
That's exactly what.
He was born in Nigeria.
That's
the
exactly
point.
what I'm talking about.
Played for the under 17s.
When you get these players out there and they find out where you're coming from, they try to find out where you're coming from. You're coming from Africa. They begin to look at you with 4 eyes. Definitely.
Well, have we actually changed? I want to ask, guys, have we changed?
No.
No.
Let me just answer. We've not.
We've not.
We had a Today FM under 20 soccer fiesta sometime. Was it last year or 2019?
2 years ago.
2019. Today FM under 20 soccer fiesta. Under 20 soccer fiesta. An MPFL player was registered in one of these teams.
Should we call his name?
No, let's not call the name of the MPFL.
Okay.
An MPFL player
He's playing now.
That he's still
For
playing
Aqua-
till today.
For Aqua United.
For Aqua
And
United.
it's Aqua United that likes no, man, I'm
An
just
Aqua
joking.
United player registered for an
under
under
20
20 team
No,
to
no,
participate
no.
in Today FM under 20 soccer fiesta. And,
Victor.
I mean,
Age is
we know you now.
Victor.
Why you there?
Age is-
Why bother? We know you.
No, Victor, hold on.
Victor,
Age is
Victor.
18 of the mind.
No.
Leave that thing.
No.
Let me age
Victor,
the
you
the
see,
mind.
most times you don't
See.
even blame these people. I have a brother.
You don't blame
I don't blame these players sometimes.
Why don't
For
you
lying.
blame
Now
them?
let me tell you, it's not like they're lying. Now let me tell you why I say I don't blame them. I have a brother.
Okay.
He actually plays football.
Mm-hmm.
Now he went for a screening for. He was he's older than me. Now you know me.
I will get the idea.
He's older than me.
Yes.
Now he went for a screening for under 20. His coach looked at him, told him to go to under 13.
Samuel Omainekun, it was the same story. Omainekun went for
coach
a
looked at him
discipline,
and
told
said-
him to go down
But
to under
that's
13.
not actually the fault.
Go
I
to
don't- I
under
don't see-
13.
I don't see.
And they actually offered to do the papers for him to cover up that he's 13 years.
I don't see it as I actually don't see it as
I'm telling you, ask Samuel, he will tell you.
I don't see it as, how would I put it right now, an excuse for
But
these
Victor
guys
Goose will
to-
upgrade his own to under 25.
I actually don't see it as
Oh,
an
that
excuse
30.
for these guys to actually falsify their ages, because what is worth doing is worth doing right. If you falsify your age, one day it will catch up with you somewhere. There's this Nigerian player who went abroad, falsified age, and when he got there, the club started feeding him.
Philip Osondu.
Yes, and
Yes,
he started-
in Belgium.
Yes, instead of growing upwards, he started growing.
Although that's the report we got. Bro.
So now it will definitely catch up with you somewhere, somehow. True. So I think for us right now, if we are looking for a way out, proper record keeping and going back to the academy days where you see these players grow through. What I mean is proper academies should be set up. Then also, when you want to select players, if it's for under 17, if it's for under 15, go through the academies, because in the academies you have these players that are true to their age. Then thirdly, corruption should.
But I think that's why under 17 is now basically a thing of academy. Nobody picks under 17 from MPFL again. It's even rare you see what are these Crown FC of Ogbomosho. They used to produce lots of under 17 players. If you go through the list, I think they are one of the 2 sites or maybe 3 you would see from maybe non-league NNL, national NLO sides. But usually they'll pick from FC Ebiede, which is it's a non-league side. What's the name of those ones? They might manage box to box FC, but the rest are usually, Chukwueze, the academy in Muahia, something like that. So, but in reality, I don't want to believe that the foreign community would be able to see us for what we're trying to project, because I think we've improved. Macaulay Crisantus, if you saw Macaulay Crisantus and Lukman Haruna, please, if you watch the under 17 2007, wave your hand, we are together. You would know Macaulay Crisantus, you know Lukman Haruna. You moved on, you see Rabi Ibrahim was number 10 in that team.
John Obi Mikel.
No, Mikel was not there in
Mikel was
2007.
That was after.
No, Mikel was
Mikel was
2004.
2005. This was 2007.
This was 2007.
But it started from
2007
Mikel
is
era.
still,
No, it did not start
2007 is
there.
still Okoro now.
No.
No.
2000. Okay,
Okoro on that.
2007 was
Okoro on that.
no, that was 2009.
And 9.
2009 was one hosted in Nigeria,
Yeah.
where you had Stanley Okoro,
Yeah.
Usman Sani Emmanuel. What's his name now? There's this fine defender that comes in from the back, and the others. I think Kenneth Omeru too was actually part of that. But for 2007, it was Lukman Haruna. I can't find anybody from that set. Lukman Haruna. Ederson Echejile. I think that's the only person I can remember. But Lukman Haruna, Rabi Ibrahim. I think those were the major names. Rabi Ibrahim, Macaulay Crisantus. Crisantus was Gani Oseni. Yes, Gani Oseni was the new Yak. He was looking like Yakubu in size and all that. He was a front man. But Crisantus, all of us do say yes. You don't predict people's age. At least I know one person that that helps me change that thought. But you don't predict people's age by looking at their face. But guy, Chrysanthus was Chrysanthus, and they didn't stay long. They got to nowhere. So I think one thing we Africans, I think we need to restructure everything. The mind, the physical, everything needs to be restructured. Because ordinarily, look at the system. You want to become a footballer, you don't even get a chance to play till you reach 17. Your parents, you even be going to school. It's when you now finish secondary school.
Yeah.
You then start taking it seriously. Then before you know, you now go for trials. I have a friend who is a graduate and he's still going for trials.
Imagine.
And if I call him a friend, you would understand, what his age might mean. I'm older than him, but I mean, the difference is not exactly too much.
Yeah.
And he's a graduate and he's still going for trials. So he any day they pick him, that's the day he's 16, 17, starts reading. All right. I don't want to talk about Ahmed Musa because Ahmed Musa was the top scorer in 2010, 2011. And he was to move. That's when he was 17. So it is well. But guys, this is a negative image for Africa. I've said that. Terry Murphy can be scoring as much as he wants. He will never get any move bigger than Nimier. Mark it somewhere. We heard Borussia Dortmund are interested in getting him over if Haaland leaves. I don't think that will see the light of day. The man will just probably be hovering around. It's not a bad wish. It is because the foreigners do their due diligence. They have people who, so they know everything we know. So when you think they don't know that they can investigate. By the time they find out that you were in primary school in 2003,
and it took you 2 years.
You were in primary 6 in 2003. For example, you were in primary 6 in 2003.
Yeah.
And in 2017, you are under 17. It doesn't align.
Yeah.
Because if you were in primary 6 in 2003, it means 6 years later, 2009, you should have left secondary school.
Yeah.
Of course.
So you should definitely, there's no how you tell me with the Nigerian system. It's simple, common sense. Nursery, primary or kindergarten, whatever you do, by 16, latest by 16, 17, except you started late, some very strange places. But these days, with the way things are, in the last 10, 20 years, you should probably be 17 or 16 or something. Then you now wait from 2009 to 2017, you're now under 17. It doesn't make sense. So they always do their due diligence, and that's one mistake we make. We think we are smart, and we don't. They just look at you and they laugh, and they just be smiling. Okay, that's true. You're 17. They do their due diligence. It's business for them. Getting players is like raw gold.
Yes.
Anyway, guys, how do we solve this problem before we move on?
I think it's a difficult one. I mean, we all have encountered someone or some set of persons who have hammered deep into this. I just realized that recently I came across a picture of the Rivers Hoopers team, and it was more of a bio data of the players. And I saw a certain player. I was like, hey, I know this name. Then I started thinking, when I saw the picture, I was like, yeah, I know this guy. When I was in JS1, it was in SS3. Now, going by the age written in that bio data, I'm older than the guy now. I mean, he plays for Rivers Hoopers right now. But I couldn't hold it. I mean, not a joke, really serious. He plays for Rivers Hoopers right now. When I was in JS1, was in SS3. And
now you're older than him.
I'm older than him now. I think
It is what it is.
First of all, I think it's a very terrible system. Even down to it, not only in football, not only in sports. Even down to our
offices, our parents, your parents would only tell you, see, come, why would you put that you were born 1997 there? Why would you put you were born 1988? No, put 1992. So they shift they tell you you will not understand what we are doing for you until you get to age.
Of course. You know why?
Age 5 years.
You know
5
why?
years forward.
Now look at it. At age 25, in fact, 25 is even early. At age 32, some persons are still in the university.
No, It's not supposed to be so.
It's not supposed to be so.
See, it is our fault, and we must change it.
Yeah,
There is nothing that there's no why. There's no why for this.
Because of the system.
No.
Now, when you finish
the example you're giving now, if you tell me football, I understand is the system. You giving birth to a child and falsifying his age, it's not the system. It's not the system. You going to university at 32, it's not the system.
It is.
No, wait, I'm coming. That you're going to university at the age of 32, probably your parents did not probably.
Yes, we're not,
I finished secondary school. I went to work for 4 years before picking jam from again. All right. So if you probably your parents are not buoyant enough, you hustle to go to school. It's even a testimony. Don't come and shift your age back because you hustle. That's not it.
It's not
you as a parent, if you're not able to provide university education, not everybody will go university. The Virgin Airlines we're talking about, the great people who are doing businesses globally, some of them did not even do your school. So you did not have opportunity to go doesn't mean any day you start school, start the university, that's when your age should start reaching. Your age go pause until you get admission. No. It is wrong.
It's wrong.
Well, wisdom, I think bottom line, it's a big issue, and it has to start from the families. They say the family is the basic unit of socialization. It's got to start from the families. When family members start putting, I don't know how best to say it. Then on our part as a country, we have so much work to do as regards verification, because every single time we go to you look at the under 17, we go to the MRI and our hearts are in our mouth. We don't know what to expect anymore. We've been shamed and overshamed, and you can't even expect what to know. You don't even know what to expect. And I wonder the guts these people have. You're going to undergo MRI, but you still bring someone he's way above this age. You still bring him to undergo that same MRI, and I begin to wonder, what guts do you have? Maybe the machine will not work when it's my turn, or they try to find a way to beat the scan. I feel like there's probably a way that they do it.
They try to beat the scan.
They try to find a way to beat the scan and all, but it's a really terrible one. I must say. I know why it's terrible, because it also makes people who are actually young
to not get the opportunity.
Who are actually young makes a lot of persons not believe their age. For example, if I say my age to a lot of persons, they're like, "Hey, is it lie? But then it's because of the number of age falsifications they've had.
Of course,
I've actually been denied a very huge opportunity. Because when I said how old I was, they were like, okay, they were asking me that, what's the point of cheating? What's the point of lying? And look at me defending my age. I am actually so years old. And we were going back and forth. This guy was probably, the person interviewing me he was so certain that that's not how old I am. Because of this, we're now having people who are genuinely so
doubting themselves. Yes. Yes.
It's a really terrible one. I think it's also going to affect, right now, I think it affects our football, whether we know it or not.
Yeah,
it's already affecting our football. There's a perception that the world has about African footballers. There's a perception that big clubs have about African footballers. We buy you. What's the guarantee that you are actually 23? 5 years from now, can you still deliver at this particular at this peak? Can you still be as fast as you're running now? We say 25, 26, 27 is the peak of a footballer's age. You buy a player that's 23, that is actually supposedly 23. 2 years later, you're seeing him play like a 33. Now you begin to wonder what exactly is the problem. A lot of persons are no longer focusing more when bringing it to sports. There's a gradual shift, and we don't even realize it. There's a gradual shift from the number of African exports that we're having into big teams. How many Africans can you really mention are being bought into big teams on the regular? You see how
many Africans are in Real Madrid?
You see how
Barcelona.
The British media would always overhype their young stars. Phil Foden, 21 years old. Kylian Mbappe, just 22, won the World Cup, done this. Everybody is talking about the age. The age is actually selling them. The moment it comes to an African and they talk about there was a particular media outlet that put something on Twitter about Kelechi Iheanacho and was like, he's just 23, and it was Nigerians that were in the comment section saying Naso, maybe only 23. Really, really terrible. And some foreigners were also comment, because I actually went through the comment section and I was like, wow, this is terrible. So foreigners were also commenting like, oh, okay, are you sure it's really 23, but plays like a 30-year-old? I saw quite a lot of awful comments. And all I could say was, this is where we've gotten to. And I think it's going to be worse if we don't sort it out now. especially when it comes to the under 17. I mean, Queen just talked about her brother. It doesn't make sense to me. Someone who is going for under 20 and you take him
And
from
they tell
under
him
13.
no, they tell him to go to under because they feel
That means she should be
with
like
the
12 years old.
They use the size to judge and not the age.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say.
That's what they
again.
do most times.
Just move on.
Anyway, before we move on once again, maybe let's cap it off now. There will be sanctions, Queen, starting with you. It means Gabon, if they found Kamga guilty, Gabon will not go to the Nations Cup. And for another 2 editions, please, is it Gabon's fault that because the system has problems? Like you mentioned now, you mentioned it that age declaration is the way people just go to get their things right, at times.
Yeah.
So what in concern Gabon? We ask you your age, you bring age. We thank God the court agree, no problem. Get into. So should we blame Gabon for fielding Guelo Kanga, who is a Gabonese player? Should we blame them because probably they didn't do?
Part of the blame is on them because if you're going to employ a person, you should do proper verifications. You should do your investigation and get your things right. This person tells you, I'm 25. Oh, yeah, okay, you're 25. Let's go. You
I don't
didn't
think,
even bother.
I'm so sorry. I don't think it's on Gabon in any way. I think it's pretty terrible that Gabon as a country is going to be taking the blame for this, or is going to be getting a sanction. I mean, you look at this player and how he has risen through the ranks. He played in the Gabonese league.
League 2, Division
in
2.
The Gabonese Division 2.
Before, that's where it started.
So, no one is
why
going to
they
go. Now, he played not in the national team. Now, this is the national team getting the sanction. He wasn't playing for the national team yet. He was playing for the Division 2. Now, for example, we're talking about Raw. Bring in MPFL players. He goes and he sees an MPFL player that is doing so well. He asks the division, how old is this player? They say, oh, he's 17 years old. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? He's 17. He brings him in. Now, probably years later, the coach who brought him in integrated him because his very first game for the national team was in 2012. Yes, 2012. The coach who brought him in for that very first game so that he performed, maybe they sacked the coach. Other coaches just started bringing him into the team. I don't understand how Gabon, as a country, is going to take the blame for a work that should have been done, first of all, from the division, from the club that he played for.
Is it not the same?
Do the Super Eagles do verification of age? Let's ask ourselves that question.
But is it
do
right?
the Super Eagles do verification of age?
I think if I may come in here, I think yes, Gabon has part of the blame because now this is what it is. You get a player registered. When you're registering a player for a competition, you tender his personal data. Now, if you tender a false personal data, I believe this is where the sanction is coming from. If you tender a false personal data, it's nobody's fault if it is false. You are supposed to do your verification. It's just like the Super Eagles of Nigeria fielding an ineligible player. The return match against Algeria. Can you remember? Yes, fielding a player with Abdullahi. So 2 yellow cards. Now, when the axe had to fall, it had to fall on the NFF.
But don't you think that was easier? Because
3 points were it's one and the same thing.
Because this one now, this one,
it's one and the same thing.
Where he's from, you have to go.
I want to ask a question. Before he represented Gabon, he had an international.
Henry, wait, introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Go
ahead.
It's great to be here. Before he represented Gabon, he had an international passport, right?
Yes.
Which you most likely, because that is the requirement to look. Let's paint a scenario. I'm Nigerian now. Let's paint a scenario. I was born in the UK. I've never been to Nigeria for my whole life. If the Super Eagles call me up today, I won't be able to honor that call up without a Nigerian passport.
Yeah.
Because it proves I'm not a full Nigerian international.
Yes.
If he had a Gabonese,
the data will be there.
Gabonese passport before representation, then I don't think there should be much of an issue about this.
He had a Gabonese passport.
And he doesn't have a Congolese passport.
That means he's a Gabonese international. Irrespective of the fault does not fall on Gabon, and he's a Gabonese international, irrespective of the issues in the past where his mother was from and all that stuff. It plays no role because he has a Gabonese passport before representation, which means he's a Gabonese citizen.
So,
and his passport has
actually,
a certain date of birth, has a certain name. I mean, Will I start arguing?
No,
You come to me, you tell me this is my name.
Wisdom.
This is my
I
international
asked
passport.
people in when you were younger in Division 2. What was the name he was going by? I mean, how much do I want to trace it? I trace you down to your Division 2 for the club you played for while in the Division 2. That was AS Manga Sports in 2007.
Where was he playing when he joined the national team?
Find out your age.
Where was he when he had his debut for the national
2012.
team? Which club was he in?
I think in 2012 was he playing for a Gabonese team, either Missile FC or Munana.
Okay. That would be in the main
Munana.
league.
Sorry, I want to paint a different scenario here now. Now let's look at the two countries involved, the UK and Nigeria. As I am now, Usas, can I just go out of Nigeria, find myself in the UK, and tell them that I'm from Ghana?
If you naturalize,
I'm from Ghana or Sierra Leone, and you think the UK will just maybe?
No, you don't
if
use
I was
maths to do this thing. For this guy's case now is that let's say the international passport caught you in Ghana, and nobody knows if you were born in Kinshasa. What you told them is that you were born in Port Harcourt. Let's say you were born in Kumasi, and you were born in Kumasi. Then what's there is place of birth, Kumasi. It's okay. Where are you born in? You say Kumasi. Where's your local government identification letter? You can't, because here local government. Wait, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Local government identification. Nobody. They will just ask you, who is your father? My father is John Obi.
Okay.
They don't even have a computer. They don't have
Where's your father's
anything.
compound?
They will just. They don't even go too far. They will just say, oh, okay, your father is Obi from Suso compound. You know your chief, Abi. Usually you're supposed to get a letter from your king. Yeah. But I tell you, in that process, I know they would argue. They would, if you call any of them, they would say it's not true. But the truth is that they just
That's
say
what happened.
it's 1.5. So you drop your 2,000 naira.
And everything is not for you.
No, proper
Bring your
findings now.
passport.
Proper findings now. For the national team.
I'm in Nigeria. Let's say when I was 12, 13, my family moved to Ghana or South Africa. I grew up I spent like how many years? I ended up playing in the PSL. I became a professional footballer. Let's say I started from second division. Then all of a sudden, they discover I'm good in football. Okay, guy, you're good. Where are you from? Okay, I'm Nigerian. How many years have you lived in South Africa?
But
Have I met?
But that's a different case.
No, I'm just
Different case.
in this case now, he did not tell
He
anybody
didn't
from
say
Congo.
he
Wisdom.
said
His
he was
birthplace
born
was
and
Gabon.
brought up in Gabon.
Wisdom.
And it was 1990 when his mother died in 1985.
That's another. Wait, I'm trying to paint a scenario. Okay, that scenario was. Okay, let's paint a scenario like this now. You will see people move to the US and falsify documents, social security numbers, and co. And they are regarded as US citizens until it comes out that probably such documentation, they even have DMV records and all that stuff. Until it comes out such documentations are false or wrong. But it doesn't mean the countries are at fault. It's even the country that will probably look and bring out wisdom if it was a falsified document. But wisdom, if he had reached the amount of years to be naturalized as a Gabonese citizen, lived in Gabon can counter that. They can actually give you documents that they have naturalized him, even backdate it.
Now, Wisdom, just to wrap it up, I think where the issue is coming from and why Gabon is taking the blame for it is that the Congolese Association Football Federation, FECOFA, is saying that it was the Gabonese authorities that gave him Gabonese citizenship and falsified birth certificates. That's where it's coming from. So I think that just sorts it out.
Yes.
You see,
This is still the case is still under investigation.
If it is proven,
So if it is
they are the ones who
proven,
falsified
then
those things.
this is going to be the case. But the reason why that sanction is coming to Gabon is because FECOFA is saying they were the ones who falsified the birth certificate for him. They were the ones who gave him the Gabonese citizenship.
All right. Like I said, more on this one in the coming days, and I like this kind of stories. No, because if you don't discuss it, absolutely. If you don't discuss it, we will not change. Yes, so we will say it. We'll say it. So, like I'm still saying it, local governments, please, if you're listening to me, buy computers. When people come to have a database, the state should have not a book database that is in one big place, shelf after shelf. No, the world has gone past shelf after shelf.
Analog.
All right, get those so it will be in the clouds or something. You can just type in from any location and know that Wisdom Obina is a Rivers man. Of course, I'm not. Or Sas is a Lagos man or something like that. All right, we need to move on from. We move on from this thing. It's appalling. It's actually irritating,
very
because you go out there as a Nigerian and they see everybody, they see all of us as the same thing. It's just like the fraudulent activities that happen. They just see everybody like you're a fraudster. All right. That's in a different case. But a Nigerian trying to even defraud me with an IP address that is from Scotland. I mean, some things are just so like he called me and he was forming a South African or a Kenyan, and the IP there was reading up. Oh my goodness, we need to just change. I don't know how to put it out there, but we need to improve, and it starts little by little. It's not a quick fix thing. All right, so don't mind me. Let's get back into it. But this might mean that Gabon might not be in the Nations Cup that would be happening in Cameroon. All right. So I just wish them all the best. But it is what it is. Let's get back to our race.
Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. But this sweet happy yellow my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call chopsticks for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan.
All right, and quickly we would be going to the Premier League, but before that, the Championship messages and your thoughts. 0701 9339 962. I'll take that again. 0701 9339 962. Send in your text messages, your thoughts, and I'll be reading it real time. By the way, it also doubles as the WhatsApp portal. We're also on Twitter, Today FM 951. That is at Today FM 951. Do well to copy me. My handle is at wisdom_OB. That's O for orange, B for ball. Victor is here. His handle is at Victor Oriahi. Osas_the demigod. That's the handle for Osas. And we would also be reading, or we would get to read your tweets. So Brentford are up against Bournemouth, and Victor, you say it's currently 1-0.
No, 2-1 in favor of Brentford. So you look at the aggregate scoreline, that is 2-2. And
Bournemouth won the first leg.
Bournemouth won the first leg, 1 goal to nothing. And I do not know if the away goal away goal doesn't count. So it goes it goes into penalties. So we wait to see how this one is going to be. 2-2 at the moment, and we might just be having Bournemouth return back to the English Premier League.
That's if it goes to penalties, and
eventually they get to win in the final.
Eddie Howe is still there?
No.
It's Jonathan Woodgate now.
Where is Eddie Howe?
He's been fired.
He left before the start of the season.
Oh my God.
A long time ago.
No club. That was the man rumored to take over Manchester United at some point.
That's how it
Rumored,
is.
you know.
Timothy was rumored to win the Golden Boot award.
No, but Eddie Howe was a front runner.
And now he's been linked to Celtic and Crystal Palace.
Please, he should go to Celtic Crystal Palace is Frank Lampard.
Yeah.
So he should go to Celtic and pick up his career. I think he's a brilliant coach, if you ask me. All right, Swansea City up against Barnsley. That will be by 6:30. The first leg was 1-0. Henry, it was 1-0, right?
In favor of Swansea.
In favor of Swansea.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the Welsh side. So we might get to see Swansea also return. But this is there will be a final.
I mean, I'm all in for Bournemouth.
That will come and share points to people.
All right, the old Premier League anthem now before the season, and the Premier League season draws to a conclusion with 2 of the Champions League spots still up for grabs. Chelsea and Liverpool are in pole position to take them by finishing in the top 4, but Leicester can take advantage of any slip-ups. All 10 games kick off at 4 p.m. on Sunday, and we've got all the key information on the ones that matter the most. All right? So, but before we get into that discussion, I'll open the phone lines. All right? We did talk about age falsification and the challenges we are having now in Gabon, between Gabon and DR Congo. I don't know, what side are you on? Some have said, no, Gabon should not be punished. It's not their fault. They did not do anything. Why would you want to punish them? The player came to the country. How do you want to blame them for? And some have said, no, this is a national problem, so they should be held responsible. And what do you even make of the fact that his mother died in 1985 and he was born in 1990. Could it be that the mother resurrected from the dead? 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. I'll take that again. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to Wisdom.
Albert, welcome to the show.
Don't think everybody out there. To be honest, I think I'm so disappointed what we're doing. And to be honest, there's a problem. This death certificate, who brought out the clarity about the certificate? So it was from the Congolese, is it not?
Yeah.
It's from Congo, but it's playing for Gabon.
That's what the Congolese claim.
Fine, and that is the mentality of African people. And they try to rubbish somebody, and they try to. That's not the best way to go about it.
Are you serious?
If the player is playing for them, is playing for the national team of Congo, would they say something like this? They will not. Because since the player refuses to play for you, the only way you want to punish players is this kind of method you want to use. It's unacceptable. You can't bring somebody down like that. He has been playing for so many years. Simply you don't want to play for you guys. You went far to destroy the team of the person. It's unacceptable. So I don't like the method. Maybe it's fine. But it's not playing for you. What kind of rest the matter? So I don't know. That's the problem with African people. That's why we find it difficult to develop this kind of bad manners.
That's an angle.
I don't like it. No. I don't like it.
All right.
No. It's a shame. You cannot win a man like that. That's not the best way to win a man. I don't like it. If it's old, fine. It's playing for somebody else. You have other players that may be better than him. Why can't you go with what you have? So I don't know. I don't know. I'm disappointed.
Thank you so much, Albert. But that's a strange angle to look at it from. Albert is seeing it like, okay, why did I want to bring this man down? If he was playing for them, would they have said all these things they are saying? But then again, like I said, when it comes to national, I don't want to say politics, but things like that, people use things, whatever they can, in their chess box, blackmail, whatever they have against the person. So maybe this is the right time for them to feel they should, but it doesn't make it right, does it? How can you be 31 and your mother died 5 years before you were born? How is that even possible? Like, how does it even work? All right, so, but let's not dwell there. Let's quickly, I'm just looking at the time now. We're already into the time we talk for us to deal with or to discuss the Premier League. So let's stay there. Now, the Premier League season draws to a conclusion, like I mentioned. And, okay, let me take two more calls. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Simon.
Thank you. Superman, I want to talk about the age, because that is the one that must find us very, very, very well.
Go ahead, Simon.
Honestly speaking, the Simon that is talking to you, if I have an opportunity, let's say I'm 20 years, I have an opportunity of traveling through football, and they said that it will be only people that are under 15. And by men looking at me, I still look like 15. Let me tell you the truth. Honestly speaking, I will take that years and travel.
You take down your age?
Yes.
Simon, that means you're part of the problem.
Let me tell you the reason why I say so.
Why?
If you want to get it right, let us start from the scratch. Catch them young. I've been in so many cities, including Lagos. If you go to Lagos, you see thousands of footballers that are carrying their their boots, almost every morning. Go to Agri, that way they call Agri, Badagry Expressway. You go there, you see. Go to the Surere, National Stadium Surere. You see so many people. Come here. You go to Onitsha, go to Central School or that college. You see so many people carrying boots. And the so-called people that are maybe And these people, most of them are still in secondary school. But they can never pick player from that. Is it not this recent time? Because you cannot compare Kelechi Iheanacho in age with all these recent children that we are talking of. Even the Kelechi Iheanacho said lied. Because if they stop picking from, do you know that the former Dolphin player, Omo Ojabu and Ajagu?
Yeah, Omo Ojabu and Ajagu, yeah.
Ajagu, they played under 17, 2009. That John Obu coached them.
Yeah.
They played under 17. So many of them. You are talking of that 2007 old, that 2007 both King of Fanga. So many of them.
Yeah.
You know, just King of Fanga. So many of them. The Stanley Okoro that we are calling Little Messi that played 2009.
2009.
Stanley Okoro are calling Little Messi. The day I saw him at Port Harcourt, he was playing at Abia Warrior. That I don't know whether you've seen Abia Warrior. And they played against Rivers United. I was just looking at. I shouted Little Messi. After Okoro look at my son, I was just laughing. Just the truth today is that there are so many because Nigeria is blessed with a lot of football talent. I don't want to go to any other field. That's why I'm using football as that. That's why other people. I'm using football. Now, if somebody is suffering, go to Bright Stars, go to Port Harcourt Academy. Some of them have stayed here more than 10 years, and they are good. And nothing will happen. And they are telling me that. If somebody, something like that kind of opportunity comes, then the person will tell you, my brother, I will go. So the truth is, many people that they are not going in to represent Nigeria. They are going in for their future, so that even if they play only 2 seasons a year and they retire, football on a blood money business video. If you play only 2 seasons, we don't get better money. So that is
all right, Simon.
Thank you.
All right, Simon. Thank you so much for your thoughts. All right, but if we have this view, because okay, we've had Albert now. Albert said that it is just because they want to bring him down, and it's just if he had played for them, they would not have brought it out. Which I said it doesn't make it right. Now Simon is saying even if it was him that they picked to, in 45 his age. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Obina.
Good afternoon.
Darlington,
welcome.
Yes, we cannot continue to justify wrong behavior.
Absolutely.
Our national team is suffering for age falsification. That's why we cannot go further in tournaments because over time, players that will say 17, 18, at some point you say they are 23, 24, when they're supposed to be in their prime, they are playing like they are 40-year-old men. Now you compare us with one of the national teams, the Germans, the Spaniards, the English. Obviously, they are going to do better because they play with a lot of younger players. We like to justify, wrong behavior, just like these Congolese and Gabonese thing coming up. The guys in Congo have done their due diligence, so they know their own. It's no secret that guy was born in Congo.
Yeah.
It's not disputable. So it's the Gabonese, of course, just the normal African thing. You go, you do things, and then you think you can get everything. Now Congo wants to qualify for the Nations Cup, so they have to dig the depth. And obviously, if they are able to do that and succeed, they will go to the Nations Cup. So next time you take time to do due diligence, we cannot continue to run around this circle in Africa and expect to succeed in things that we do. You fortify your age to travel, and then you go there. What will happen? It's absolutely ridiculous of Nigeria, the kind of things you say. And justify on radio. You bring somebody down. Bring somebody down by doing the wrong thing. If somebody does the wrong thing, you bring him down. You say he's done the wrong thing. We are running in a circle in a country like this because of some of this kind of behavior. Our sports generally is affected by some of these things we do. I would think they go abroad, they make $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 and all of that. And what happens then? After a while, the person comes back and generally his career is not successful. As it's supposed to be. Because he plays in another 17 tournament, for example, Tony Cruz is playing today.
Absolutely. And they played around the same time.
They played the same tournament.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about here? So I cannot, justify such behavior. If the guy is found to have been cheated by CAF, then Congo should go to the Nations Cup and let's have a rest.
All right. Thank you so much, Darlington, for your thoughts. So different views and opinions on this particular one, But 1985, that's when the mother died. I don't want to believe the mother gave birth to him the same year that she died.
But wisdom,
It's possible.
wisdom. I just all this talk is coming up because Congo didn't qualify for the AFCON.
And so, here's what we have, man. Good afternoon.
wrong now?
Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Petra.
You're welcome.
Actually, if you check what is really going on, you won't blame the players that are doing those things.
Why shouldn't we blame the
The
players?
Nigerian national team, a lot of them, they are not using their age. So you can't tell me that maybe, for example, now, I had a friend then, they were about 21 years. That was when they were playing football. This guy is so good on the ball, passing, dribbles, and all those products. He went for screening and a lot of things. Not the 10, they was asked to pay 300,000 naira for him to be put into the national team. And you can't tell me that a boy whose mother sells tomatoes in the market could be able to raise that. No. That's his job. Then you won't tell me that now that he's about 28 now, he has the opportunity to go and play, then he reduces his age down to 22. You don't blame him, no. So some of those things too need to be checked. So I won't blame the players for all those stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts. Nigerians beginning to look at humanity. Now,
I just
you say something like for
Yeah.
Congo it was not wrong or something like that.
no.
No, yeah, I mean it's so he said that
Okay.
it's because they
Congolese did not qualify.
did not qualify, and now they're trying to pull Gabon down so that they could actually have the opportunity to go.
Yeah.
Why do we? It's wrong, totally wrong. But why bring it up now?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because they
You should
didn't
not
know.
bring it
but
up.
wisdom,
You
I want
should
to
not
paint
bring
the
it up.
scenario.
You know this thing
Wisdom,
from the
wisdom,
outside.
I want to be-
If I
I
were
want
to be calf, I will sanction
I want to paint the
the
scenario.
whole go to
In 2002,
No,
in
you will not do that.
2003 under 20 World Cup, Fernandinho, the Man City guy we know, there was one of his teammates in that team that falsified his age. He got suspended. Brazil were not stripped of how far they went to in that competition. I think if anybody is to be blamed or if anybody should be punished, if I were the Congolese FA, I will extricate myself from this. I'll pull myself away from this, and the players should face the music if he is found guilty.
Gabon.
Because look, if
How do you extricate
Congo
yourself?
is trying to say allegedly that the Gabonese FA
Falsified this.
Where is the proof that the Gabonese FA falsified
Okay, so
it?
if you're saying if you're Congo, you allow the player to hang and dry while you run away, find a way to escape.
Yes.
Someone will attack you.
Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, listen, it's me, Albert.
Quickly, Albert. Go ahead.
Yeah, to be honest, there's something I don't know too well about the African qualifiers. Are they the same with Congo and Gabon?
Yes.
Yeah, in the same
And
group.
same group.
Everything, I mean, to me, everything is a mess. Totally mess. Just because of the players not playing for you. That's why you see you can do all this nonsense. And they should know that these things can cause a lot of damage to other countries. And the time now, you can't face the music. Just because of one man. Then they think everybody is old. Just because of one person. Why must you bring it out at this time? And you knew. All this why? Nobody talked about it. It's now you want to spoil somebody's career. It's not acceptable now. I don't like it. Huh? I don't like it. No, once you are old, you are old. It's good to use your best certificate, the original one. Not to fake it. No matter if you will soon die when time comes. So I don't like what those people are doing. Yeah, I'm not happy to use people using fake things. You should use your authentic certificate if you want to succeed, not the fake one. So I don't like it.
All right, Abba, thank you so much for your thoughts. But one statement more on this, then I would move on to England because of our time. I was hoping that we'd have some things running before then. But the truth is, if you like, change your age. You can dye the hair on your hair. There are places you cannot die. That is the truth. You can say you're 30 when you're 50, but there are some races you cannot. Your bones will be weak. You cannot participate. You can't compete in a 100 meters race with a boy that is 17 or 20. So the truth is, you gain nothing by falsifying your age, except you want to do, because I would say at times, some people's thoughts are, I know some people will come for me for this, but it's the truth. Some people's thoughts are largely mediocre, because the truth is, except you just want to be all those civil servants that go and sign paper in office, you go and put name, go and put this and all that. And I know the system is wrong, but you cannot change the system by becoming a part of the system. That's not how to solve the problem. So from where you are now, there's nothing wrong in declaring. Like, I noticed a trend now. People will come and tell you, thank God today I'm 35 years old, I'm 40 years old. I like that. Please, let's be encouraging it. It doesn't mean anything. If someone wants to, for the lady, someone wants to marry you at 30, the person is 20, the person will still marry you. The love will still be there. As long, since you know the thing is not showing on your face, you can reduce it with lie. And it's not showing on your face. But it's the same thing. So there is no point. There's no point telling us that you're 23 when you're actually 40. You go and play football today and you get there. Yes, you tell me you escape to that place. You can help others grow. You sell one player today, one player, you become an agent for 3 players and they sign them for 3 million. You make cool money. They even pay you from what they get monthly. Anyway, that's by the way, but let's move on. But I really think there is nothing that justifies falsifying your age. Don't tell me the system is bad. We all know the system is bad. It's just like you start wanting to probably do it. And there's nothing you want to do in this country that there will be no resistance. Even if you open your shop on the road, you have 5 different committees coming to knock to collect money. So we know we have challenges. Power supply is a challenge. There are different, but people still succeed with that system. So if you couldn't meet up, yes, it's the system. But don't tell me you need to falsify your age to get it right. No. Chelsea and Liverpool are in pole position to take the spots up for grabs in the English Premier League. And that would help them finish in the top 4 if they get all the results today. But Leicester can take advantage of any slip-ups. All 10 games will kick off at 4 p.m. on Sunday. And like I said, I'll be giving you some key informations you might need to know about that particular one or those particular games. And the guys too be giving us their analysis. All right, quickly now, let's run through that one. Starting with the very first preview. Let's look at Aston Villa versus the Chelsea game. Now, Chelsea, 3 points at Aston Villa will see them finish 3rd in the Premier League and book their spot in next season's Champions League. Now, the 2-1 victory over Leicester on Tuesday means their destiny remains in their own hands. And Thomas Tuchel will be desperate to get the job done. Now, although Villa drew at Stamford Bridge earlier this season, they have lost 10 of their last 12 games. The Villa that started this season was not exactly the Villa at the middle with Chelsea and have not won. They've lost their last 12 games with Chelsea and have not won the final game of a league season in a decade. That's 10 years. Dean Smith has seen his side win 6 more games this term than in 2019-2020, but they will finish 11th, whatever the result on Sunday is. Andres Christensen back. Kai Havertz still unknown, and he should be available for the Blues, while Ross Barkley is ineligible to face his parent club. So Ross Barkley would not be playing this particular game. Let's get the thoughts of the Chelsea gaffer, Thomas Tuchel.
He did full training today and then also yesterday without any problems, so he will be back. Kai did a test today and will be testing team training tomorrow, Kai Havertz. And with NG it's going to be very close, but still some hopes that he maybe joins team training tomorrow. If not, then he will join on Monday.
On Tuesday, we saw a lot of desire, passion and commitment from your players. Is that exactly what you need again on Sunday?
It's exactly what we need all the time, but it's not all the time the same possibility. You need to adapt to what the game demands and to the situations. It was the moment, and it was a crucial moment for us in the season to maintain the possibility to reach our targets, and the team had a very good response to it, and we had several games under pressure and in crucial moments, and we always had a very, very good response. So we trust ourselves to be able to perform again. It's a completely different setup. It's away game, away fans, strong team, strong Aston Villa side, play without any pressure. So very big challenge, but we're up for it.
All right, that was the Chelsea coach talking about Thomas Tuchel. And guys, quickly before we move on to talk about the other games, we'll be spending some quick time on each game before we move on to the other big leagues. A lot on the menu today. But Chelsea face Aston Villa, starting with you now. Queen, Chelsea faced an Aston Villa side who started brightly this season, fell apart at some point. But can Chelsea climb through the Villa side? At some point, Villa were on top of the table the first few games. Can Chelsea climb through the Villa side, looking to end the season with a sigh?
Wisdom, just before Queen says what she wants to say, Brentford are through to the playoff final after defeating AFC Bournemouth 3-1. So an aggregate scoreline of 3-2 in favor of Brentford.
Henry there rejoicing. Henry,
of course.
You have to tell me after the show what you have.
Of course.
Are you sure you're not going to collect something?
No. I think it's just a pity party thing. It's just emotions. The fact that they've been there for a while and we've been seeing that name. Come play
and
that.
From
thing.
the onset when Norwich and Watford qualified, I said it right here that was Brentford next. And then
They were my favorites actually. I was hoping they were going to qualify automatically to the Premier League next season, but they disappointed. They tailed off as the season went on. You know, in the Championship, it's very difficult to maintain momentum for a long time. But they are in the final, so they fight.
All right, Queen, the Chelsea game.
Chelsea, Aston Villa, great game. Aston Villa, a great side, but can they stop Chelsea at this point? This is not where I see the drama panning out. This is not where, for me anyways, Chelsea will go through. But then, let's not take it away. It's not like it's going to be all rosy. Like I said, EPL is not just something you just sleep and you feel like it's going to happen the way you see it or the way you think it. Because if Sheffield relegated Sheffield United, who have nothing to fight for, win or lose, they are not there. It's not going to change anything. Can go as far as beating Everton that we are struggling to get to the European spot. Anything can happen. So at this point, it's going to be, and you know this EPL thing, I said it before, if there's anything like rivalry, and right now this is Aston Villa that have not won the last game of the league, last game in a decade, that's 10 years. It's going to be difficult for Chelsea. But then the Chelsea side, they are optimistic. I don't think they're going to slide. I don't think Thomas Tuchel is going to put his hope on winning the Champions League finals to be able to qualify to the Champions League. I think he wants to grab this opportunity to go through, secure a place before looking at, okay, if I win the Champions League, I can now say, it happens. But then, totally relying on the Champions League to qualify is not going to be in his mind right now. So I think they're going to go through, but it's going to be very difficult. But I see Chelsea going through.
Who sees Chelsea dropping points against Aston Villa?
It's, for me, I'm of a different point of view. It's very obvious that it could be obvious that Chelsea will be dropping some points against Aston Villa if the case goes the way I'm thinking.
Can't explain, by the way, the coach just told us.
It doesn't. If you look at the Aston Villa side, they've actually, for their last 5 games, they've actually come up against the high and the mighty. They just beat Tottenham the game before this, and if you check carefully, before that they played Manchester United. They led in that game.
Would you want to compare Tottenham with Chelsea?
You actually cannot compare Tottenham with Chelsea, but Tottenham are also a side that you can put your money on. Maybe not any day, but some days. Manchester United, they led in that game,
but they were beaten 3-1.
They were beaten 3-1, but they led. Against
they were also
Manchester
beaten by Crystal Palace in their penultimate game before they faced Tottenham Hotspur. Crystal Palace has been a really terrible side this season. We saw
was that part of their last 5 games?
Yeah, Crystal Palace was just before they played Tottenham, they lost to Crystal Palace 3-2.
Okay, but they also played Manchester City and it wasn't an easy one. So Aston Villa can actually pull off surprises. This is at the Villa Park, and they can pull off surprises. So Chelsea will need to hold their own seriously to see this one. But I think all players are in high spirit because this is the time.
Well, I agree with Osas on one thing, the fact that they faced quite a number of tough opponents in their last 10 matches. But if there's one thing you must say from the tough opponents they faced, is that they've been beaten every single time. Tottenham Hotspur were the only team that failed to beat them. And you would ask yourself, with this Tottenham team, when they played Jose Mourinho's Tottenham, that was just few games back. I think their 10th game or so, like I'm trying to remember the game, but they played in the first leg. Tottenham Hotspur defeated them. Was it 2-0 or 2-1 it ended? So when they've come up against the big, the high, the mighty, they come up against Aston Villa, come up against Manchester United, 3-1, come up against Man City, 2-1, come up against Liverpool, ended 2-1 in favor of Liverpool. Like I said earlier, Tottenham defeated them 2-0. I mean, it's not. I don't think they would be a stumbling block to the Chelsea team. You look at the very first leg of that game. Yes, it ended in a 1-1 draw, but this is a different Chelsea entirely. This is Chelsea under Thomas Tuchel. This is Chelsea that know they've got to make it to the Champions League. So they're not going to be coming out to play easy football. They're coming there to give it their all and make the club and the manager proud.
All the best to the Blues. Tomorrow would be the time for that one. Like I said, what would still say? Send in your text messages to our text message portal 0701933962. Double Sasan WhatsApp portal. We would get to read those messages in a bit. But now let's move on and talk about the next game. Well, how did Liverpool even manage to get to a point where they are in contention for the top four?
That's where the drama was.
They've actually run long kilometers. All right, I think seems I caught you off there. I didn't even know. Despite their struggles this season now, victory over Crystal Palace should see Liverpool secure Champions League qualification. The Reds are level on points with Leicester, but have a superior goal difference to the Foxes, who start the day in 5th. While Palace did win 3 Anfield games in a row between 2015 and 2017. They've lost their last 7 games against the Merseyside by an aggregate score of 22-5. Roy Hodgson's disappointing stint in charge at Liverpool was one of his career disappointments, and he will be desperate to pick up 3 points in his final game as Eagles boss. Diogo Jota has an ankle injury, has a small chance of making it for Liverpool, while Luka Milivojevic has personal reasons and probably should still return. And Tyreek Mitchell is fatigued but should return for Palace. Well, we would get to listen to the coach of the Liverpool side talking about Jurgen Klopp, who was speaking ahead of this tie.
Hi, Jurgen.
Hi.
Obviously, you've had experience of this kind of situation before with Liverpool. In 2017, you beat Middlesbrough 3-0 on the final day of the season to guarantee a top 4 finish. Back then, you took 21 points from a possible 30 in your final 10 games. On current form, you've taken 23 points from a possible 27. Obviously, there's still work to be done, but you're in control of your own destiny. So, how do you view the job that's been done to get yourselves in that position? And also, how much attention will you pay to what's going on elsewhere in the games involving Leicester and Chelsea?
Wow, it's a long introduction. 5 questions in that. Yeah. Yes. Now, what is? Actually, I can't remember a season where it didn't go to the wire, because it was pretty much always, even there was a final, like a whatever final, European League, Champions League, or we had to fight until pretty much the last match day for qualification for Champions League or something like that. Even at Dortmund was like this, always long. Mainz to stay in the league was always long. When we got promoted was always long. So I'm actually really used to stress until the last match day. So what did we do? We just found stability, created confidence again, or got it back, and scored goals in the right moments and conceded lesser. Let me say it like this. That helped as well. So yeah, it was just what we had to do so far. But honestly, all the numbers you mentioned now, they have absolutely nothing to do with Sunday, because these kind of games, when 3 games are that important, can happen pretty much everything. And I think it makes really sense to know about that before you start a game. Even nobody should expect a perfect game, like in a sense of early lead and all these kind of things. You have to fight for it. I respect Crystal Palace too much, but they want to give Roy in his last game, maybe as a manager. I'm pretty sure they want to give their absolute everything, rightly so, like the last few team opponents did as well. So yeah, it will still be a tough cookie, and it's an interesting one because we have obviously supporters back. I would like to use the opportunity to welcome them all. You cannot imagine how much I'm looking forward to see you all again, at least 10,000 of you. But it's really important that we, with all the excitement we feel, that we don't lose patience after a minute or something like that. If it's not going in the right direction, we need the best support possible.
I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers.
All right, yes, we've ran too many kilometers from August last year up until now, and one man who I know met too many things on that journey is Jurgen Klopp. He never anticipated, he never expected it. Yes, if I'm to borrow the way my brothers from the other side of the states, on the other side, the western part of the states, because there are states that border to Bayelsa, Abia State, Akwa Ibom, So now he had injuries. Virgil van Dijk, he didn't plan for it. There was a time the back line of Liverpool, injuries and fatigue and fitness problems for everybody in that back line, at least the starters, regular starters. That's when we saw some boys, because it was an opportunity for the boys to come up. We saw the Rice Williams, what's his name now? Nathaniel Phillips, who is now fully part of the team to an extent these days. Then we saw a very strange, I don't want to talk about it, so it won't look like I'm taking it personal. We saw a very strange buy in January when we had fine players to buy, but they went for a young star who...
Where is he?
Who is he?
He's injured actually.
He's at the back now actually, but he's injured. All right, Ozan Kabak, who took them back, So, but
he didn't. He actually improved. He actually became.
All right, so injuries here and there, and Liverpool were nothing like the Liverpool their fans expected this season. But guys, it is what it is. We're here, and they're playing against the Crystal Palace side, whose coach Roy Hodgson will be entering his last game. He will be resigning or leaving the club at the end of this season, with Frank Lampard coming in next season. And I'm sure they want to leave it on a high, or he would want to leave on a high. The fans want to give him a befitting farewell. Victor, don't you think he deserves that? They should beat Liverpool City to at least give him a befitting farewell. And what does this also mean for a Liverpool side? Having a team that are willing to give their coach, or wanting to give their coach, a befitting goodbye and welcome their fans too.
It means it means nothing to the Liverpool side. Absolutely nothing, because nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to change. We saw Crystal Palace play at the Selhurst Park recently. That was the last. Can I stop, please? Can you tell us to stop laughing? We saw Crystal Palace play their last game.
What did you put on TV that make you laugh? You saw something on TV.
A failed slam dunk, Basketball was trying to slam the ball, and then the loop just came off. So he landed on his back. It was quite funny though. I don't know. Explaining it made it just lose its essence and savor. But okay, so Liverpool Crystal Palace. We had Crystal Palace take on Arsenal in front of almost 10,000 of their fans. And that was going to be Roy Hodgson's very last game at home, in charge of the team. If there was any time I expected the players to do something, was in that very game. And they started so well. Christian Benteke was able to get a goal after Nicolas Pepe scored, So it was leveled 1-1. I expected some action. They did hold their own. I said, okay, if it was going to end in a draw, it's going to be favorable. But then, heading into the last few minutes of the game, they just crumbled, and it ended 3-1 in favor of Arsenal. I don't think them wanting to do something for their coach is going to be such a threat to the Liverpool team. We saw Liverpool go on that run where they were losing at home, but somehow they've been able to bounce back, and it's no longer that Liverpool anymore. We've seen them win at home against Aston Villa. We saw them during the UEFA Champions League. It was a draw right there at Anfield. We also saw them defeat Southampton. They've been able to get some decent points, some wins right there at Anfield. Now the fans are returning back to the stadium. You know, Jurgen Klopp is not, and the players themselves would not let the fans return be a sour one, an insipid one that's tasteless. Because if they return to the stadium and you are able to produce a win that sees you go through to the Champions League, trust me, it brings back the Anfield feel. You know, people were talking, one thing a lot of players would always talk about is when you step into Anfield, you know, the fans, the passion, the shout, the cheers. That's what makes it more exciting to play at home. They'll be having just a fraction of that brought in. So I tell you, they would not let it slip. I think Crystal Palace have been one of the poorest teams in the English Premier League this season. Games that we expect them to pick up points, they're unable to. I wanted them to be relegated. That's the truth, because I felt like they were very inconsistent, but somehow some teams were just worse than they were. So for Crystal Palace, I don't think they're going to be putting up any much of a threat against the Reds of Liverpool.
All right, doesn't think it would be, or they would be giving them too much for problem.
Well,
you don't think so?
That's where the drama will spread, because now everybody thinks Liverpool will go through. Yeah.
No,
I don't think everybody thinks so.
No, I think if there's one thing Liverpool has done, is they've defied odds. Listen, when you see a team that has defied the odds, there's something wisdom.
They have defied the odds because
demystified something. You like using that word, by the way, demystified.
Because they have been lately been able to face more like the weaker side.
Let me do.
Who's the
weak side now? Liverpool played Manchester United.
Manchester United are they a weaker side?
Manchester United 4 goals to 2.
A Manchester United side without Harry Maguire.
They rested their stars against Leicester City to face Liverpool and still lost. Wait, it was because of Liverpool.
Off your mic, Senator, off your mic. House of Rep member, go ahead. You say it's because of Maguire. Please finish everything you want to say.
They lost. We saw those goals. They were typically defensive problems, defensive errors.
And it was Maguire.
Maguire was not on this because Maguire was not there. Let's be realistic.
No, finish.
See, I know a lot of persons feel Maguire is a flop. I know a lot of persons feel that Maguire is not supposed to be whatever they tell Maguire. But as I'm talking to you, a lot of Manchester United fans have actually realized the importance of Harry Maguire in that team, and that's one of the things that led to Manchester United losing to Liverpool, drawing to Fulham of all clubs, relegated Fulham. So right now, yes, Liverpool, they have done great. In fact, on this show, I was one of the persons who rooted that Liverpool were going to get to the Champions League spot. I said it here, but I'm telling you now, I don't know. It might not happen, but from what I have, let me not say I'm not a prophetess, but from what I'm saying, it's possible Liverpool will get a draw from Crystal Palace. It's possible.
Wait.
It's possible.
When are you done?
It's possible that Liverpool will get a draw from Crystal Palace, and then the two people who have struggled. If you ask me, Leicester and Chelsea, they've been through a whole lot, and they deserve to be where they are. They should just go ahead. That's just it. The same way I said God of Soccer is given Atletico Madrid their league because of how far they have gone.
Okay, so for you, you think it will end in a draw?
Yes.
Okay.
For Crystal Palace.
You have finished. Now, Osas, start.
Okay. For me, I think this one, Queen, it will not happen. Liverpool will qualify for the Champions League. This is in Anfield. This match is going to be in Anfield. Liverpool, if you look at the game against Burnley, you will see a rejuvenated Liverpool.
Yes.
Liverpool are not going to throw this one away. Yeah, if it means every one of them there dying, killing themselves on the pitch of play, on the pitch and coming back alive, they will do it. This is Liverpool. If you're talking about whoever will drop points, whoever will, just look at Chelsea and Leicester City. For me, that game in hand that was gifted Liverpool was actually
A blessing
in disguise. That was what gave them this
opportunity,
propelling power to get to where they are.
All right, Victor, let me allow you to talk like Henry. Your Senator, your mic is on. Go ahead. Quickly,
according to what Queen said, I don't think it's going to happen. Personally speaking, I think Liverpool has been on the run, 7 wins in their last 9 games, and the other 2 being draws. And when you look at Liverpool now, somehow the run of form has also coincided with Thiago picking up. Thiago has been immense in the past 9 games. Anybody who watches the games will be very proud, because against Burnley, I expected them to struggle because we know how Burnley keeps a low block, but with Thiago, they had that X factor. He was willing to attack the spaces in between the midfield and the defense, and he created a whole lot of problems for Burnley. And surprisingly, Mane wasn't bad against Burnley. I expected a horrible Mane, but it wasn't bad. I think the players have stepped up. They've realized
Firmino has even picked up.
Firmino has picked up. His game has improved in the last 3 games. I mean, the players have realized we can't keep on blaming the injuries for our whole full season. We have to
so all of them have picked up.
No, they have
you
to
don't know
step
if
up.
Chase has been giving assist for fun.
Eze is injured. He's probably out for the whole of 2021.
He's out for the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the whole of the year. So he's probably out for the year. Probably Achilles, tore his Achilles tendon. So I think they know what is at stake, and as much as Palace is, yes, you say they want to fight for their manager, but a lot of those players are also facing uncertain futures. They have 12 players who are running down their contracts by June, so a lot of them are probably looking for life after Palace and want to just move on. So Liverpool have a look of all the opponents. I think Liverpool and has the easier of them. I'm not saying that it's written on stone or set in stone that they will beat Palace, but I think they have a very, very good chance at making the Champions League spot.
All right, Victor.
10 games remaining. When 10 games were left in the season, Liverpool were still down in the 8th position. They were 10 points behind Leicester. You look at the team, 10 games remaining, you were 10 points behind Leicester, and with 1 game, the Premier League season wrapping up the next day, you are ahead of that Leicester team with a point. It shows you that you're not a mean team in any way. Even if Liverpool drops it, if we believe, if someone thinks that Liverpool is going to let it slip, or their wins have been against the mediocre side, then you shouldn't be expecting much from the Leicester City team. I must say, I think it's going to be complete deja vu for Leicester City. This was how it went last season.
We'll get to their game.
Yeah, we're going to get to their game, but I think it's going to be complete deja vu for them. For Liverpool, they have proven, like I said earlier, beyond all doubt. I did not give it to Liverpool. I did not think they would make it through to the UEFA Champions League. In fact, we were all here saying Europa League next season is going to be a blast because we'll have Juventus, we'll have Liverpool, we'll have Dortmund in the UEFA Europa League. But look at Liverpool now, already in the Champions League position, and Dortmund now already in the Champions League position. I think this is how you know teams are serious. For Leicester City, they have been poor. Take away the FA Cup final, they've been poor.
We're going to Leicester, Victor, but the part of the discussion, I probably didn't hear anything about Liverpool. It's not my business about Liverpool that they qualify or not, but Harry Maguire was the reason why Man United lost to Liverpool.
I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to go there.
That got to me. That got to me.
That's a whole show.
Go and rewatch that game.
That's wisdom.
Harry Maguire.
Go and rewatch that game.
Harry Maguire.
Go and rewatch that game. And you see
Harry Maguire was missing. Liverpool's season turned to pants because Van Dijk, Joe Gomez, and Matip were not
that does not have all those players, and you are talking about Harry Maguire.
Jürgen Klopp said something earlier this week. That was just yesterday. He said if Manchester City had our injuries, Guardiola will not win the league.
And it's the truth. If anybody had those amount of injuries, they would struggle
without the adequate replacement.
You know anything. You have your first choice centre back. You will not struggle.
I disagreed also with Jürgen Klopp in that if all those coaches also had January, like you had January, they wouldn't have bought back. They would have bought from. Wait. See, wait.
Paint the scenario. Clubs didn't know what their finances would look like. You can't go and start spending 50 million pounds or euros on a player and throw him into the fray immediately. It could probably be a disaster. You've probably we remember Andy Carroll, remember Torres, those transfers, big January transfers that turned out big failures.
I can also tell you January players that turned out big stars.
No, January players turned out big stars, but you're training a player. How many players came into the Liverpool setup on that club and were just trusting like that? It's very rare. Van Dijk was one of them because let's be frank, Van Dijk is an exceptional talent. Van Dijk is an exceptional footballer. It took Fabinho half a season. It took Robertson half a season. It took Trent about half a season. And Klein's injury, and even Trent was horrible at the beginning. It took these players time.
Senator, off your mic. Let's move on. Now, just over a week on from the FA Cup final victory, Leicester face a potentially disappointing final day of the season when they host Tottenham. Like I said, potentially disappointing. The Foxes must beat Spurs and hope Palace do them a favour by getting the result at Liverpool, or their Champions League dreams will be dashed once again. A defeat at home to Manchester United on the final day last term saw them miss out too at the hands of their visitors, despite sitting in the top 4 for much of the campaign. Spurs need to win to secure 7th place and a spot in the Europa Conference League, the new Europa Conference League now, with Everton and Arsenal breathing down their necks. While a victory coupled with a West Ham defeat would see them leapfrog the Hammers into 6th. None of Leicester or Tottenham's injured players are expected to return for the final game. Here's the coach of the Leicester City side, Brendan Rodgers, the man who used to be with Liverpool.
Because he's actually retiring from football. What do you say about the football career of Wes Morgan?
Well, to have played over 750 games, to not have played top flight football till he was 30 years of age, and to have won 3 trophies, iconic status here, and also playing about 400 games for, I think, Nottingham Forest as well. So, but for here, as he'll always be a legend of this club, being the captain to pick up the title and an amazing story, and a remarkable career, and sadly it comes to an end. But yeah, an amazing guy. I've got to say, he was in the time I've been here, it was important for me to keep him here, because I felt that he might not play as much as what he's done throughout his career, but certainly was going to be a very important figure for the changing room and for the mentality of the club, and he's been everything and more. So it's a sad day when someone has been playing football since they've been 6-7 years of age, and they call it a day now at 37. But he'll always retain an association with the club and going forward. And an amazing guy and a brilliant player.
Christian Fuchs and Matty James, I think, are continuing with their careers. Certainly Matty James is. I think Christian plans to as well. Nonetheless, they've been invaluable servants as well, haven't they?
Yeah, both guys. Christian, do you think he came to Leicester City as a free transfer from Schalke? Played a huge role in the title winning season, and very much similar to Wes. He had an important role for me. These guys are very much about what this club is about, and Christian, I've got to say, whether he's played or not, an incredible professional, very focused, the type of guy that I wanted around to install the right energy and right attitude in a lot of our younger players. Never has an easy day in training, and just a really, really good person. So yeah, he's got more games in his legs, but obviously sadly it'll be his last day training tomorrow. Matty, I'm so pleased for Matty, because when I came in, it was obviously difficult for him in terms of injuries. A player that played a huge part in what is known here as the Great Escape. That team that stayed in the division and allowed the club to continue to build. But Matty sees the game from the very highest level. His education at Manchester United as a young player has seen him go on and have an outstanding career. Just been unfortunate in my time here, especially early on, where he had those niggly injuries. But I'm so happy for him that he was able to go out this season. He's played about nearly 40 games in the Championship over the course of the last season, and I will miss him like the others, because he such an honest guy, a good guy.
Alright, the kilometers leading to the end of the season, really, for a coach like Brendan Rodgers, it's been more like what they had last season. They stayed in the top 4. It was the same thing when it was at Liverpool. They stayed, I think they stood on top of the table until then Baba, remember that goal?
Gerrard slipped and
Yeah. Anyway, So, guys, Ryan Mason and his Tottenham side need to win this game. Leicester City and the coach need to win this game.
And pray.
And fast. So,
They pray and fast. Which strength do they use to play?
No.
Paul Pogba was playing during Ramadan.
Did you go to school? Did you have classmates or classmates that in their own dictionary they fast to exam? That's how they are. No, by their understanding, that's how they manifest properly. You know, even if I thought it was a no-brainer. How easy before going for any exam, man. I thought it was smarter. I helped your brain function. But quickly, starting with you now, Queen.
Well,
let's start Tottenham.
Yeah, Leicester Tottenham.
And you feel Leicester will qualify since Liverpool will drop points.
See, the thing is, there's a repeat of what
According
happened
to you.
last season. The what I'm saying now, there's a repeat of what happened last season.
And Leicester will not qualify.
Leicester didn't qualify.
Yeah.
Chelsea didn't.
At the hands of Manchester
Chelsea
United.
didn't win FA Cup.
Oh, okay.
Leicester didn't qualify for Champions
But they didn't
League.
lose the FA Cup at the hands of Leicester.
Even at that, but they lost the FA Cup.
I don't understand.
She's trying to be a soothsayer. She's trying to.
No, I'm not
go
being a
ahead.
soothsayer. No, I sat down and I began to analyze it.
Good on it. Go ahead.
Like last season, they missed out on the final day.
Yeah, at the hands of United.
And at the hands of United.
Yeah.
And then Chelsea lost FA Cup too to Arsenal. This season, they are both going to suffer the same fate. The difference is that Chelsea lost the FA Cup this time to Leicester, but they lost the FA Cup, and Leicester are now at the verge of not making it again to the Champions
So you
League.
think Leicester will not make it?
I'm not saying so, but
You said Liverpool will drop
I'll
points.
also say, like I said earlier on, yeah, I'm just bringing this.
Me, I thought you saw something in the dream.
From when I was from this morning when
From
I was
the mountain,
coming,
yeah.
no, I didn't go to the mountain. I had that feeling that Liverpool were going to drop points.
Okay, feeling.
Yeah, like I don't know. There's a what if, but then this match against Tottenham is going to be very difficult for Leicester. Very
absolutely.
difficult because the two teams involved are actually fighting for something. If Tottenham sleeps and Arsenal or Everton are able to get good results, they might not even go through to the Conference League. So it's a huge.
I like this name, Conference League. Europa League. No, that's very.
But it's the Europa Conference League, no?
UEFA Europa Conference
Conference League. No,
let's just
be called Conference League. Looks like a conference summit for leaders.
They play with suits.
You get the point.
So it's going to be really very tough for Leicester. But then the truth is, at this point, I think Leicester felt a bit relaxed after the FA Cup win. They felt a bit relaxed. They felt satisfied, and it's just that some part of me actually is because they've actually run far this season.
Okay, that modally part of you want to reward. It's not a reward system, but you want to just reward them.
But from reality,
they might not make
Liverpool
it.
has a higher chance. Like I say, don't take it away from a coach who is leaving and a team that wouldn't want a repeat of what happened last season. Depends on how hungry they are. And again, if they play Iheanacho first,
yes.
If Brandon Rodgers,
people actually blame the coach for. I saw Nigerians bashing him.
Of course.
Why did he not start him against
There was
Chelsea?
more intent against Chelsea when Iheanacho came on. He was willing to press and hustle and also drop.
If he plays Iheanacho first, except it all depends on the coach anyways.
We'll analyze Iheanacho. I'm sure from next
first
week we'll spend time on Iheanacho and what he's done so far this season. Fantastic. Goal ratio per game in 2021.
He's scored on every day of the week. The only Premier League player, who says real history? The only Premier League player to actually create history of scoring on every day of the week.
So guys, who also joins me and we want a Nigerian to play in the Champions League from the Premier League?
Me. I want
So we want Leicester to play.
No,
of course.
Or maybe
Nigeria will definitely play in the Champions League
from the Premier League.
From the Premier League. That means, and that Nigerian is Tammy Abraham.
We are going to the transfers once it's once it's 3:30. We are doing transfers. Tammy Abraham, they want to combine him with another person and send them
for
Harry Kane.
For now, he's still a Chelsea player. That's what I'm saying.
No, we don't want.
No.
Tammy Abraham is not a Nigerian player. He's not a Nigerian. No, we don't want decent. We don't want decent. Zex is decent. We don't want decent.
When he had not played for the Three Lions, he was Anglo-Nigerian. When he played for the Three Lions, he became English.
No, he's an Englishman. Are you aware that if Man City wins the Champions League,
yeah, we have a
Ruben Diaz might be nominated as one of the world best players. Are you aware?
Yes.
Because but if he did not join the train of Man City, if he was still in Benfica and doing captain, he wouldn't have gotten to that.
I mean, they just won the Football Writers Player of the Year.
Absolutely. So what that means is just enter the. If United was doing this in the Champions League final,
you know what?
You can imagine.
Automatic African player of the year.
Let the truth be told. Liverpool are 1 foot and half stockings into the
why? I like that.
Yes, because from the 3 games we have looked at, Liverpool has
Liverpool that struggled against West Brom.
Liverpool has a clearer chance of. Listen, Crystal Palace will not be beating Liverpool. It's not.
Well, they almost drop points. They don't beat them. They just need to pick up a draw.
No,
just a draw.
They will be beating.
What's the guarantee?
They will be beating Crystal Palace. That's what will be obtained. For now, Leicester City, it's going to be really difficult for them. This is Tottenham. It's going to be.
I mean, I said earlier that they don't have their future in their own hands right now, Leicester, because they've got they're going to try and play for the leaving captain Wes Morgan, who's going to be leaving the team at the end of the season. They'll try their best to also play for in front of their fans and all, but against Tottenham Hotspur, no. Even if they get the win, it's not still going to get their own way. If Liverpool wins just 1-0, Leicester still need to win at least 5-0 to advance over Liverpool.
All right, guys, we have to move on. And in Italy, we've also run all the kilometers available. It's just one left. After 37 rounds and 370 matches, Italy's top 4 contenders remain separated by the finest of margins. All right, the race for Champions League football is going to the wire in Serie A with AC Milan, Napoli and Juventus all in with a chance of joining Inter Milan and Atalanta in qualifying ahead of the campaign's final weekend. There's also a spot in UEFA's inaugural Europa Conference League still to be decided as Roma and Sassuolo take their claim for the right to play European football next season. So Cagliari will be up against Genoa today, Crotone, Fiorentina, Sampdoria, Parma. We're not interested in those games except for Simi Wankwo. They've already been relegated. Let him just maybe add some numbers. But Atalanta will be up against AC Milan tomorrow, 7:45 p.m. on Sunday. AC Milan know a win in Bergamo will secure them a seat at Europe's top table for the first time since the 2013-2014 season. The Rossoneri have a better head-to-head record than both Napoli and Juventus and are a point ahead of Andrea Pirlo's side in 5th. It is hard to make a case for Juventus dropping points in Bologna. Sinisa Mihajlovic's men are safely in mid-table and on a terrible run of form, having picked up just one win in their last 9. But Milan's goalless draw with Cagliari last weekend will serve as a useful reminder of Serie A's unpredictability. So we'll see how it pans out for them. But in Naples, it would be the assassin Victor Osimhen and his merry guys from Napoli. They'll be up against Hellas Verona, and we could not ask for a better fixture to finish the season for Victor Osimhen. It was not in Napoli, AC Milan, or in Napoli, Juve, so it's Napoli Verona. But there are doubts over the future of manager Ivan Juric of Hellas Verona after a sequence of 8 games without a win and 8 defeats in their last 12. In contrast, Napoli are flying. They have kept more clean sheets than any other Serie A side, 14, and are the division's second top scorers with 85, thanks in part to 19-goal frontman Lorenzo Insigne. He has found the net in Neapolitans' last 2 fixtures, helping them to maintain a sequence of 8 matches without defeat. Expect Napoli to make the top 4 and mark Gennaro Gattuso's final game as head coach in style. Guys, quickly, starting with you, Henry. Running the lines in Italy, it's been a fine season. Starting with the one that concerns us, or maybe let me just ask you, who has the most difficult tie amongst the 3?
I think it's Milan actually, because Atalanta, even if they've
Irrespective of the fact they've qualified for the Champions League, Atlanta is a difficult side to play. They love to score, they love to attack, but I think they might just take their foot off the pedal, knowing that Champions League football has been secured for them, and Milan will go into that game knowing they have to fight for a victory. Surprisingly, Milan against the big boys this season they've actually gotten good results. I think they didn't lose to Inter this season, Juve and co, all of them. So I think somehow Milan have difficult time, but I think it's still within their hands, it's still within their grasp. A win against Atalanta, and who says they can't do it? Yes, Atalanta are fantastic, they score goals, but they also concede, and it's a fault they have. And Milan have a good forward line, so I just think as much as it's difficult, I expect Milan to go through, and I also expect Napoli to just do enough.
All right, guys, I'll just throw it round. You tell me the team that the one team that would not qualify from these three. I would I'll help us get the table, but 76, 76, 75, I think.
No, 78 for Atalanta, 76 AC Milan, 76 Napoli, 75
Good.
Juventus.
So 76, 76, 75. Atalanta are not part of the business. Yes. So 76, 76 for Napoli and AC Milan, then 5 for 75 for Juve. Queen, you're acting like you don't want to say, you don't want to be part of this one, or you're cold.
I really
don't develop a cold.
I'm just like,
it's not difficult.
I really do not want to be a part of this one because it's very difficult. Like anything can happen. Actually, I mean Atlanta.
All these Man United people, they are so spot on the show. Tell us who will not qualify.
Well, it is what it is.
We already know it is what it is, man. It's in front of us. But who will not go through?
It's looking like Juve will not be able to go.
That Juve you're saying that it's as if you're punishing Ronaldo. Don't worry, you're not punishing him. He needs to win the Europa League. He has not won it in his career.
He will go to PSG next season.
It will not be if they don't qualify.
No, but he has not won Europa League in his career. He needs it.
Must see every player that wins.
Yeah, should win it.
For me, looking clearly at the standings and the performances previously before this time, Milan will not be making it.
Milan,
exactly. Milan will not be making it.
It's very obvious. That in mind, but
it's very obvious that Milan will not be making it.
But
I don't see Milan coming out with all 3 points against Atalanta.
I tell you,
this is Juve that will be rallying round to make sure that they get all 3 points.
You made sense already. You told us AC Milan will go out. Victor Wood goes out.
AC Milan goes out because it's simple. AC Milan have been unable to defeat Atalanta since Atalanta became this UEFA Champions League team that we now see. Last season,
right?
Home and away, Atalanta. Okay, they drew and Atalanta took a win. They are still you might say that Atalanta have nothing to fight for. They are fighting for a position in the league because that second slot is still not guaranteed. They could drop from the second, but they won't drop beyond the fourth position. So they still want to finish as runners up to the eventual winners, which is Inter Milan. So I think AC Milan, they have the antecedents to drop points.
In that case.
All right. Okay. In Germany, by the way, not too much to fight for. Arminia Bielefeld, Werder Bremen and Cologne, they remain in danger of being relegated. So the battle mainly is going to be who goes down. 3 teams still fighting to avoid
halftime already.
The drop.
Halftime already in the various games. Borussia Dortmund are currently leading by Leverkusen 1-0. Goalless between Eintracht Frankfurt and Freiburg. Same scoreline between FC Cologne and Schalke 04. Hertha Berlin are currently leading Hoffenheim by a lone 0-0. Union Berlin penalty goalless draw with RB Leipzig. Same scoreline with VfB Stuttgart and Arminia Bielefeld. Wolfsburg are trailing at home to Mainz 05. Borussia Mönchengladbach are leading Werder Bremen 1-0. And Bayern Munich are already 3-0 up against Augsburg.
They just made it 4.
Tell me, is Robert Lewandowski?
I need to confirm.
Well, I really want Lewandowski to score because if he scores, he beats the Bundesliga goal scoring record.
So if he ends this way, which I don't think it will, it means FC Cologne and Schalke will be relegated.
Well, Schalke, they've already been
already out. FC Cologne, it means
Werder Bremen.
It means FC Cologne. No, Werder Bremen, they'll be relegated, but they will do the playoff with the team that will be coming on. Yes, they'll do a playoff with the team that will be coming up from the drop. That's what has kept Hamburg and Schalke in this league. Else they would have been relegated. Okay, Hamburg has even gone down. There was a time when Hamburg, they were just surviving based on playoff. But that's the way the German
settings.
Yeah, that's the way it's structured. All right, quickly we would move on to Spain. Europe's most exciting title race is going down to the wire. And only one thing is for certain. The La Liga trophy is heading to Madrid. City rivals Atletico and Real are vying for top spot, but neither club will have it easy in their last match of the season. Atleti travel to Valladolid knowing their opponents desperately need 3 points to avoid the drop, while Zinedine Zidane's men host the Villarreal side still in the hunt for Europa League football. An electrifying finale to a sensational season looks set to be in store. So it will be Real Valladolid up against Atletico Madrid later tonight, right? Saturday. It's later tonight. But we won't be here by that time. Everything will be by 5 p.m. So the guys will be giving you updates, the guys in the second half. Atletico Madrid going to the final day knowing a win against Valladolid will ensure they become champions of Spain for the first time since 2013-2014 season. But things become less clear-cut if Diego Simeone's men fail to secure a victory. A draw coupled with a Real win would see Los Blancos finish on top thanks to their superior head-to-head record. Roji Blancos should fancy their chances of avoiding that scenario against a team who have not won in 11 attempts and are 2 points from safety in 19th. Real Madrid supporters will cling to the fact no team has drawn more matches than the Blanco Valotes this season, 16 in total. Another 1 point return would be music to the ears of Madridistas everywhere. So Los Blancos know it's a win or bust regardless of what happens at the Estadio José Zorrilla. That's the Valladolid Stadium. But there's a twist to all this discussion. This Saturday, like I mentioned, the José Zorrilla Stadium, that's the Valladolid Stadium, will determine the league champion as well as the teams that will be relegated. Real Valladolid will face Atletico, who is, of course, vying for the title. However, even if Real Valladolid wins, whether they are relegated or not will be determined by the results of Elche and Huesca. Meanwhile, Madrid faces Villarreal in the final game, a tough battle at the Estadio Alfredo Di Stefano Stadium. Now, Ronaldo Nazario de Lima was a great forward in Real Madrid's history and is now the owner of the Valladolid side, a mattress rival. The Brazilian has several reasons to want his team to beat Atletico this weekend. If Valladolid loses, they are confirmed to be relegated to Division 2. However, if they win, there is the hope of them continuing in La Liga. Moreover, Ronaldo will also give Real Madrid the opportunity of winning the league if he can win or draw against Atletico Madrid. According to reports, Ronaldo has promised 150,000 euros to each player of Valladolid if they beat Atletico on the last day of La Liga, so Real Madrid can win the league. He owns 82% of Real Valladolid. This is good news, my brothers and sisters.
Is this not witchcraft?
For Madrid fans. But for Atletico Madrid fans, this is a bad news. Because the Valladolid team are struggling for their lives. And De Lima wants to stay up with his team. And it's a win-win for him. So what reportedly 150 million euros for each 1,000. What am I saying million? I'm thinking in millions. This is good. 150,000 euros is not a bad it won't be a surprise that he gives out.
That is good money.
That he challenges them.
For Valladolid, I can probably say that more than half of that squad doesn't end up to that in about 3 or 4 months.
All right, guys, quickly. Starting with you, Henry, since you've taken the baton already. Quickly, who wins the league?
I think it should be Atleti. As much as people want to say Valladolid is promising them money, and they have relegation to fight for, but Atleti is fighting for the title. When things like this pop up, people tend to forget that the other people are also fighting for something, that they are fighting for something big. Atleti is fighting for the title. I mean, first time in like 7 years, and just to break that Barcelona, Real Madrid dominance and everything, and they know it's within their grasp. So I think Atleti will still win the title. They will still do the needful.
Queen.
The God of soccer has sanctioned it. It's going to Atletico Madrid.
Now you be God of soccer.
She's the spokesperson.
How can you be speaking for God of soccer?
Even in the line that you give
I get your point.
But then it's not going to work like that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to Atletico Madrid. They know they have to do the business. Suarez is not here to. You saw what he did in the last game. He was able to pull out that split second performance to get them on still on top.
Victor,
I think it's Real Madrid. Valladolid, when you look at their players' salaries, the highest paid player in Valladolid earns 70,000 euros. So you are promising them 150,000 euros, and you're also promising them a potential, if other results go their way, a potential place in the Spanish La Liga, the top flight division right here in Spain. I think it's going to be a very tough match for Atletico Madrid. It might go Atletico Madrid's way, but it's difficult for you to be around the man who is drowning for his life, who is struggling for his life. They are struggling for their lives. They know that this win, they've gone 11 games without a win, that's true, but they know so well. When they played against Barcelona, it was a tough one for Barca. Barca won by just a lone goal to nothing. They played football, and I think they could have gotten a point from that game. I think Valladolid, they might just get a point against Atletico Madrid.
All right. It has. We have stayed in this world forever, and we know for sure in this world that all power belongs to God. Yeah, so that God of soccer, but all power belongs to God. So all powers belong to God, and I know for sure that the Bible always describes apparels with white. This white apparel. White as snow. I will leave it there. But tomorrow we'll leave the French League on. Now, PSG will be traveling to Brest to face Brest, and Lille will be traveling to face Angers. So we'll just leave that discussion for tomorrow when we do come back here. Whoever will be coming back will definitely spend time on that particular one. But we'll open the phone lines to get your thoughts. We've talked a lot already. Time fast spent. Maybe we could rope in the league later. The league on. But 0817 0000951 0810 9510951. We've run through all the kilometers from last year August and even June for some up until now. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Come again.
Joshua from Upoku.
Oh, Joshua, you're welcome. Go ahead.
For me, I think it will be Leicester and Chelsea. Let Liverpool just drop.
Okay.
Then, for the Italians here Juventus are going to play Europa League.
That's thoughtful.
And that Gabonese player that fraud his age, they need to go for thorough investigation because it lies down to the Gabon national team and Congo.
All right, Joshua, thank you so much for your thoughts. The phone line still open, 0817 0000951. Joshua says he wants Leicester and Chelsea to go through. Like I said, we've run through very long kilometers up until this point. And tomorrow is a make or break for England. Today, a make or break for Spain. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Eto, welcome to the show.
Thank you, bro. Greetings to the whole house.
We greet you.
Thank you. As for me, I know that Queen was always saying that Chelsea is not going to make up a top four. He's always seems to see as a team that is going to drop. But God, that will never shake us.
Yes,
Is it me or herself now?
She's claiming that she's dating the God of soccer, but she all power belongs to God.
It wasn't me against Chelsea, it was a sack.
You always say you have never seen anything coming from Chelsea.
My word.
So as long as I'm concerned, God will never shame us.
But Eto, her concern today was for Liverpool anyway. She doesn't want Liverpool to go through. She didn't even think about Chelsea.
That was for now.
Okay.
As long as I'm concerned, God will not shame us. Champions League, we win Champions League. We still
You started Eto. Eto, your heart is important to me.
Hi. Eto is a married man,
It's
no?
important to me. Remember FA Cup, I told you. Pico.
Sorry, heart is important to you.
That one was that we just want our brother to make a taste of the trophy. They are worried me. They are our younger brother.
All right. Eto. Oh, sorry. Eto, sorry, we lost you there. It's well. All right, Victor, let's go to the text message portal quickly and get some text before we return to the phone lines.
Okay, starting with the WhatsApp portal, just one message coming in. It says, good afternoon, guys. My name is Ilue Lunachi Raphael from Akoka Rumodmaya. The issue of age falsification And it says it's not just an African thing. Are you guys trying to tell me that Hurricane is really 28 years? He says, I'm not trying to justify a crime, but we should stop making it look like a Nigerian thing. As for the issue under the discussion, there's no room for excuse before the law. Let the Gabonese guys face the music. All right, and let's go to the text message portal. As this message is coming in from Bethel. He says, if the country is suspended, then what will happen to the player? Okay, Joshua from Port Harcourt says, Africa, we need to change. If not, very soon, none of us will be playing in big teams, and then we'll start frauding our nationality. This message says, if Chelsea had not underrated Arsenal and won, they would have been standing tall against all odd with Aston Villa. But they'll win and even on the 29th. That's coming in. He says, I am Madison. Don't really get it, but that's all for now.
All right. Today's Sports Live. Oh, we lost that one. Do well to call us back. 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. Who wins the Spanish La Liga? Who qualifies for the Champions League in Italy? And of course, in England, it's also big business. In France, as a fight too for who wins the league right there. It's also on between PSG and Lille. Not forgetting the fact that we did discuss earlier about the age thing. The man whose mother died in 1985 and his birth date is actually 1990. Today's Sports Live. Good evening. Or afternoon, rather.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Daniel.
Daniel, you're welcome.
For me, quick one. For Premiership, I think GC is going to drop. Leicester City is 66 points. Liverpool is not 1 point ahead of them, and Liverpool is 66 points. It only depends goal aggregate. Meaning that if Liverpool draw, Leicester win, Leicester go through. And Chelsea is 67. So if Leicester win, which I think they will win, they will be in 69, and Chelsea will be in 67. So if you ask me, I think that City take that risky of losing, and I even want them to lose. I prefer seeing Leicester City playing in Champions League than Chelsea. Then for Juventus, there are strong speculation that Ronaldo wants to come back to United, dropping some high number of his high wages just to come and play for the playing sake. If that rumor is true, then I wish them to lose. Let's know if we have London United, Cavani, and maybe Varanda United is going for. Any reason why we're not going to win the league next season? I don't know why we're not going to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. You know, one thing I like is that you're very sincere and straightforward about the fact that you're thinking about your United team. So the business is about United. Anything that affects United, that's what matters to you. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
They always dream of Ronaldo coming back to United. They should dream very well. They should wake up from their slumber. And as for me, the issue of Tai was celebrating 25. His brother was celebrating 35. So it's just the issue of Gabonese player. So the same thing happened with Taiwo and his brother. Thank you.
All right, Eto. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Hello. Okay. We lost you right there. The phone line is open 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. Today's Sports Staff. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Obina. Fortune calling from Muzoba.
Fortune, go ahead.
Yeah, it's evenly poised at this time. Okay, well, looking at Spain, there's something where I've been listening to your analysis, but the Real Madrid game against Villarreal, I think it's going to be a very tough game because I watched Villarreal against Sevilla. It was 4-0 in favor of Villarreal. I think that Villarreal is in a very good shape now. So that game is not going to be an easy game for Real Madrid. Then looking at Atletico Madrid against River Valladolid, also it's not also be an easy game. But I tell you that these two sides might even lose. You might be surprised that Madrid will lose against Sevilla and Atletico might also lose against the Rapid, and Atletico will go through.
So I'm seeing that Atletico will eventually go through, but the two games will not be easy for any of the sides. Then looking at Italy, I think the assassin side will go through. His team will go through. But Abita between Juve and AC Milan, I think that's where the battle is going to now lie, between AC Milan and Juve. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fortune, for your thoughts. Everyone really pitching. Like I said, we all as football fans from England, Spain, Italy, depending on where you love or where your club is, we've run this race up until now. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Peace, calling from Cuba.
Oh, Peace, you're welcome.
Thank you. Juventus will qualify. They will qualify and go to the Champions League.
Who will drop?
Liverpool will qualify alongside Chelsea.
Who will drop from Italy? From the top, who will drop between Napoli and AC Milan? He says Juventus will qualify now. Oh,
no problem. You just will qualify. Anybody will want to.
May drop.
No, because our Nigerian has to qualify.
Of course, they have to go to the Champions League.
We want to see Osimhen in the Champions League.
Osimhen has to be in the champion. Who knows? Osimhen will play in the final, and Osimhen will score hat-trick. Then they will now nominate him for world best. Nigeria will now win Nations Cup, and Osimhen will now be world best. Oh,
that's the World Cup.
Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
The lady in the house, she's speaking well. That is good for her. I think in Italy, the people that withdraw, let me call their names for you. Juventus, you go to Europa League. Napoli will qualify, AC Milan will qualify, Atalanta will qualify.
So you
Inter Milan.
You want Napoli to go to Europa League?
No,
yes,
he said
I want because of Osimhen, because he's from Nigeria.
No, he said
okay, they will qualify. Okay.
Yes, then for England, Chelsea will qualify. Chelsea, Liverpool, they will complete the spot.
So now you don't want Nigerians to play in the Champions League from Premier League, right?
Exactly.
You don't want Kelechi Iheanacho and Ndidi to play in the Champions League?
Iheanacho, he has already won his own prize of the game. Yeah, they are giving him the FA Cup to let him settle with that one. I think it's okay for him.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, man. We got your thoughts right there. For me, I would still say it. I'm a Nigerian fan. Mm-hmm. So if Iheanacho needs to go to the Champions League so that Real Madrid can drop, I don't care. Iheanacho should go. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Chief Eze from Okwati community.
Hey, Chief Eze, you're welcome.
I'm a Liverpool fan.
We know you, sir. Go ahead.
Our own has been done and dusted.
It's not done and dusted, though.
It has been done and dusted. Liverpool is going to beat Crystal Palace 4-1 for us. If you have the opportunity to play it, go and play it. Then, while Aston Villa is going to beat Chelsea 2-1, and while Leicester City are going to beat Tottenham 2-1. So, if you are a good taker, take on this season, you will have a very good amount of money to win tomorrow. So for Inter Milan has already qualified. Napoli will qualify. Atalanta qualify. AC Milan qualify.
Yes. They will play Europa Conference. The first inaugural one. Yes.
Then to Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain will not win the title this
year. Yes.
Then for Spain, Atletico Madrid will win their title by God's grace. That is why they will win it. Their own is by God's grace. Yes. That is, now we are looking about the Atletico Madrid to win by God's grace. What of Madrid to win by God's grace?
God's grace is already with them.
Yeah, so this fight now for their two, they will fight it very well, and the grass will suffer it very well. So let God have a good fight to win.
Yes, Yes, thank you so much. The god of soccer is with Atletico, but the god that owns 7 and 8 is with Real Madrid. You get the point? No, that's what she said. God of soccer will not allow Atletico. But me, I'm reminding her that god of soccer is just god of soccer. He's just a local government chairman.
It's not true. He's the main god. It's just there.
Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Sonny. I'm calling from Obogoro.
Sonny, you're welcome.
See, for me, I don't want Madrid to win that cup.
Why? What's the problem with that?
He's a soccer fan.
No. Atletico Madrid have suffered.
They have suffered a lot. I agree with you. They stayed on top for a long time.
No, I don't want Madrid to win that cup.
Which club do you support?
And I'm a Manchester United.
Okay, that's good. They have suffered.
As for me, for Manchester United, in my own point of view, if Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did not win Europa, my dear, they should sack him. He has nothing doing there.
Yes.
If he didn't win this Europa, that's for the first time in his life of career. He has been playing semi-final, final, semi-final. This is the first time that he has started for Champions Europa League final. If he didn't win it, that is my own personal opinion.
Yeah, I get your point.
And if I were Man U, but this is the chance he only have to prove himself now. He has to win the Europa League to give to Manchester United fans. Or else, they should sack and go and brace here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. I mean, like you said, it's his opinion, and I think I'm not among the people who like glorifying existence. I mean, it's like football is not a reward system. So Lampard has been sacked. He was a legend. So I mean, Mourinho won the FA Cup and the Europa League too. Yeah. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shada Kamari, you're welcome.
Yes, I just came on board. What is the menu on board?
Just listen now. We've been talking about different things. I don't know where to start from. The league, the Premier League, the Spanish La Liga, the different issues. So just listen. I'm sure you maybe listen to another caller or something like that. I don't know where to start from, but we've been here since 1, so it becomes really challenging to explain. Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, my name is Dana Callback.
You're welcome.
I just called because of the second to the last caller I talk about Ole Gunnar Solskjaer sacking if he doesn't win Europa.
That's his personal opinion, though.
Yes, but for me, the people that have sacked themselves is Ed Woodward. He's going. That is a fantastic news.
Yes.
And the another people that would have go out of United is Gallagher family. If you don't know the history of United, you better read it. Ole is not going anywhere.
Okay.
From force. In the everything.
All right.
He's fantastic and we have to keep him. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's a nice word to use for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I promised us that we would go to talk about the transfer rumors before we leave the building. One more call and we're on our way there. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
It's me since I call back. Everybody's calling on the god of soccer. Me, I'm calling on the god of soccer that make Ronaldo to carry Euro. I'm calling on the god of soccer to come and make Ronaldo to qualify to the Champions League.
Hi.
You guys, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peace, for your thoughts. I mean, Peace, I'm sure you're one of those ladies who like Cristiano Ronaldo a lot. But
oh my word.
I don't know.
All those women that became United fans, but that time when we were in secondary school, every girl was a United fan.
Just like Formula 1 now. Everybody loves Lewis Hamilton. All right. Okay, let me squeeze in one more call before I talk about transfers. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live. Ooh, I lost that guy. Let's talk about this.
She ain't real. She ain't gonna be able to love you like I will. She is a stranger. You and I have history, or don't you remember? Sure, she's got it all. without your love anymore.
So yes, the rumors have it. I tell you that, let's start with the very first one. The rumors do have it, according to the Daily Mail, that Sergio Aguero has agreed a 2-year deal with Barcelona and will join once his deal at Manchester City expires next month, according to reports. Tottenham chairman Daniel Levy is furious with Harry Kane for going public with his desire to leave the club this week. Everton, West Ham and Newcastle are leading the push too for the Big Six to be punished by the Premier League for seeking to join the defunct European Super League. Chelsea boss Thomas Tuchel has also declared his admiration for Harry Kane, admitting any manager will want to manage the striker. Guys, we heard that rumors actually came out that Tammy Abraham might just combine Tammy Abraham and Kepa and some people that are not keeping themselves properly in Chelsea in exchange for Harry Kane. And I'm throwing this to you, Henry. Should we be taking this rumor seriously? Harry Kane to Chelsea.
The man said he wants to leave, and I'm not saying that it's Chelsea he'll go to, but I think the man said he wants to leave and he wants to leave. I mean, he has realized that it's time to win a title, so he's going to leave.
To the next rumor, West Ham United will reward David Moyes for an impressive first full season as their manager with a new 3-year contract next week. Harry Maguire will be named in the England squad next week also, even though he's set to miss Manchester United's Europa League final against Villarreal through injury. Ozan Kabak is still to have the meeting with Jurgen Klopp, which will officially determine whether he has a future at Liverpool. FIFA is to look at holding the World Cup every 2 years rather than 4, having launched an unprecedented study into changes to the football calendar. To the Daily Mirror, where Carlo Ancelotti is adamant Everton will compete for the Premier League title next season. Wolves are looking at Portuguese coach Paulo Fonseca as Nuno Espirito Santo's replacement. Not a bad one. Brendan Rodgers has vowed Leicester will fight until the end for a Tom Ford sport, after insisting he was proud of their Chelsea fracas. Crystal Palace star Wilfred Zaha says he's still eyeing the Selhurst Park exit door ahead of what could be his final game for the club. Osas, should this young man not start thinking of how to become a legend in Crystal Palace? He needs to be thinking of he needs to be eyeing the exit door. Where is he exiting?
There's nothing here. It's actually one with Crystal Palace. So I think if he's that ambitious,
some legends used to win anything.
How many players have won stuff with Crystal Palace? There's nothing here. So if he's that ambitious for personal glory, then he needs to look for how to go. He's a brilliant player. He's got a brilliant lad. He's got lots of talent. So he should find somewhere where his talent will pay.
All right, still on the rumors. To the Telegraph, where Chelsea head coach Thomas Tuchel has confirmed his interest in signing Harry Kane, despite concern that Tottenham Hotspur would refuse to do business with their London rivals. England's footballers will continue taking the knee at the European Championship despite expectations that the majority of opponents would not join them. David Moyes is close to finalizing a new 3-year contract with West Ham United and believes that this season's performances represent a new level for the club. Football is facing accusations. That's another story. Football is facing accusations of outrageous double standards after Tottenham Hotspur fans were told to remove an Israeli flag within 24 hours of players waving Palestinian colors. Interesting. I will not talk about that. Victor, straight to you. Harry Kane, we hear Chelsea are all over the man at the moment. This is a case where, even Daily Express is reporting that Chelsea are willing to offer as many as 3 players to Tottenham in exchange for Harry Kane. And this has spread across the newspapers today.
Well, it's actually true that this report, Chelsea willing to offer Tammy Abraham and even Kepa Arrizabalaga. But the big question is, will Tottenham Hotspur bulge? Would Daniel Levy eventually oblige to this one? At the end of the day, what matters or what is certain is that Harry Kane is going to be leaving Tottenham Hotspur. He will be playing in another team next season. The big question is where, and Chelsea might just be that team.
Manchester United already have a transfer agreement in place with Jadon Sancho, according to reports. I also saw these on Sky. Man, Jadon Sancho might be in Manchester United next season. They were keeping him up there. But after seeing that, this boy, if we don't sell him this season, the price might even go reduced.
Because the first season, Jadon Sancho's, that was last season, he was fantastic for Borussia Dortmund. This season, if not for towards the ending of the season, that was where he picked up his form. Jadon Sancho could have just been going for probably a mediocre £30 million thereabout because he wasn't performing so well. But now that he's picked up his form, if Borussia Dortmund know what to do, they've got to cash in right now.
Gareth Bale is considering retirement after he sees out the final year of his contract at Real Madrid. Queen, the big question is he going to stay at Tottenham? Ryan Mason and the others are discussing, would you keep Gareth Bale at Tottenham or you let him go back to Real Madrid, who would of course throw him anywhere else?
It's somewhat, with Gareth Bale.
I think he scored a hat-trick
against Sheffield.
Yeah. I mean, if I were to be Tottenham, I'll keep him. I mean, Kane is leaving. And Gareth Bale is a player that on a good day he could bang in those goals, and if given opportunity, because I know that recently he has not been given that opportunity because Harry Kane is there and he is at his top performance level. So if I were to be them, I would allow Bale to still remain in this team.
Mikel Arteta of Arsenal appears to have wrecked Newcastle's hopes of signing Joe Willock by revealing he's planning to have the star back next season. Nuno Espirito Santo knew he was finished at Wolves 5 days ago, and before his side lost to Everton in midweek. Memphis Depay will quickly on this summer, with Barcelona reported to be interested in signing the ex-Manchester United forward. And we also hear Kylian Mbappe, that's according to the Telegraph. Kylian Mbappe and his family have an agreement with Real Madrid, according to reports. Such a nice news. Now, Henry, it's almost certain Memphis Depay would be a Barcelona player on a free.
I'm not sure. I think that deal depends on if Koeman remains the coach or not, because it's Koeman that was actually moving for him. So I think that deal depends on Ronald Koeman being the coach next season or not.
Nice one. I won't talk about Mbappe. Mbappe would definitely be a Real Madrid player.
That's where he ends up, we'll know.
I think Mbappe will be a Real Madrid player.
Or you sign a new deal.
And I have doubts for Haaland, but not Mbappe. Moving on to The Guardian. The Guardian reports that Sergio Aguero has agreed a 2-year deal too with Barcelona, with his departure from Man City this off-season already confirmed. Osas, two newspapers agreeing on the same thing. Is Aguero going to be a Barcelona player next season?
For me, I think he's going to be a Barcelona player come next season. But what really baffles me is the fact that we threw away a Luis Suarez of the same age that we're going for. Sergio Aguero. I really don't know, but let's see what he comes with. If he's going to come with the fire,
the Argentine connection with Lionel Messi,
and he has 2 years on Suarez. Actually,
please, you don't want that connection, no.
He has 2 years on Suarez.
That same connection did not do anything in the World Cup.
That's what I'm saying. Do you want that connection? Okay, no, it's good. I think it's not good for Barcelona.
But it's good for
Argentine connection in Barcelona.
No, actually Aguero is a good move to Barcelona to be very.
That's been a useless connection in the World Cup. quite useless.
In Argentina, Higuain has been the starting striker most times, not Aguero.
Not Aguero. Okay.
Yes, but still, Aguero is aging. I think he should have been investing in.
That's a club that wanted to bring in, that wanted to shed out the old and bring in the new.
Okay, anyway,
and they're bringing in it.
There's no money. Look,
money is also
money is a big factor, and Aguero is a free agent.
That's true. Arsenal seed Kolasinac will leave the Gunners with Schalke 04 and Lazio circling for the Bosnian signature, reports Football London. Fernandinho was set to exit Man City, but the Times claims he will renew with the club on a 1-year deal. The rumors still say the manager merry-go-round is in full swing, with the Mirror claiming that Wolves are looking at ex-Roma boss Paulo Fonseca, like the Telegraph reported earlier, while the Sun reports that Tottenham will try to convince Brendan Rodgers to join the club if Leicester City fail to qualify for next season's Champions League. Who thinks Brendan Rodgers will swap Leicester for Tottenham?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, Tottenham, Leicester is a bigger team.
It's like a step down.
No. There's still a big possibility, because number one, more finances to play around with. Yes.
Is there really more finances?
It's a big factor, because in Leicester, yes, you say Leicester have been pushing for Champions League, but they don't have the finances Tottenham does. So with Tottenham, he has more funds to play around with, get the players he actually wants, and if given the leverage to handle the squad the way he did with Leicester, he could actually take it.
Nice. All right, let's get back to the phone lines to get your thoughts. 0817 0000951. 081095100951. We did go through the rumor mills to tell you what might be going on or what might be happening. To the phone lines, Today Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Superman, I call back.
Eto, welcome back.
I beg, if at all our voice can get to the London Stamford Bridge, I beg, we don't want Hurricane. It's too slow and lazy.
You don't want Hurricane?
It's too slow. I prefer
Son more than Hurricane.
No, they are not selling Son. It's between Aguero and Kane.
Son is too smart than Hurricane. Hurricane is a player where I just struggle and bring it for him to score.
Are you sure?
Too slow.
Are you being serious?
Okay.
You don't need it in Chelsea. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. You know, it is what it is. That's why you have 5 coaches with 5 different choices. Eto says he doesn't want Hurricane.
Chelsea is in need of an outright striker.
I don't think.
And he says Hurricane is too slow.
Wisdom. I don't think there's any coach who wants football
that wouldn't want
even your club lost Hurricane. So.
And Chelsea's in need of an outright striker. Of course. And Hurricane, we don't have much of outright strikers right now. Hurricane is one of the best.
But maybe Hurricane can't run the kilometers. It's about the kilometers most time. Let's get back to the phone line. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Peace. Okay.
Joshua, I called about.
Oh, Joshua, welcome. Joshua, go ahead.
For Chelsea, buying Hurricane will be a useless one.
Who?
They should better find maybe someone like Erling Haaland. Papi.
Oh, okay.
Because buying Hurricane will not help them in any way.
Okay.
And if unfortunately they not qualify for top 4 and eventually lose for Man City, it will be a very huge disaster for Thomas Tuchel.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Joshua, for your thoughts. And it's funny that Chelsea fans think this man can't run the kilometer. I am still surprised because he has come through a lot. I mean, look, you talk about the players who have seen it all, you know.
Of course.
This guy don't work. I don't see play. He has played with Jamie Vardy in Leicester. He has.
In England.
No,
look. Some people say like Chelsea, he's not fast, but he plays when Pochettino was there. Tottenham were a fast-paced team. They press, they hustle, they play at a very quick pace.
How many years ago?
Look, there are certain games we watch Chelsea. You wonder if a Hurricane is there with these rumors now. You're not imagining those games. Like the game against Leicester. If Hurricane was there, Chelsea would have won that game like 6-1.
Chelsea fans, or maybe even the Man United fans, please tell us: is Hurricane too slow for Chelsea? Because
Timo Werner, who is very fast.
What result has it?
Okay, this is check Hurricane's goal conversion rate. There's no team that won't want to have Hurricane.
Today's Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I call back Tito.
Peace, you're welcome back.
I'm a Man United fan. Any problem with that? Your guys in the studio were saying something. Yes, I'm a Man United fan.
Yeah, we're asking.
Any problem with that?
No, we're asking if Hurricane is actually too slow for Chelsea.
Okay, just ask Eto. Which of their striker there is better than Hurricane?
Please, God bless you. God bless you.
We Manchester United, we need Hurricane. Let Hurricane come to Manchester United.
Peace, you are doing well. You are doing well. God bless you, Peace. You are doing well. You see, that's the problem. The problem is one man's food might be another man's poison. For Eto, Eto watches football and feels the man might not exactly fit into that Chelsea style. I mean, never can tell. Today's Sports Live.
Superman.
Eto. This is our second line that is having issue. You just possess this line. Go ahead.
The reason why you don't want Hurricane have put the philosophy of Manchester United, whereby if he makes goal, they don't deliver, the coach will praise him. They are not that kind of team. Hurricane is not the kind of player that will shoot. He can't run. He's just a player that can position and struggle.
Eto, all the run that Timo Werner has been running.
Despite that he needs goals, but he's more faster and faster than the Hurricane. We love Timo Werner, the Hurricane. We love him.
Okay.
Please, Hurricane.
I'm surprised. I mean, they love Timo Werner more than Hurricane. Wow, that's really. I mean, it's like
someone
I said,
that's in contention for the Golden Boot award and has done this for 3 consecutive seasons.
One more call and we are out of here. Today's Sports Live.
To be honest, I think and I don't know what thing was thinking about Harry Maguire that he's a superstar, you understand? And Harry Maguire was there when Crystal Palace came to the Trafford and beat Man United. And he also committed a blunder on that very match. Harry Maguire that you think that is a superstar, a mediocre player for that matter. Can you make sure top class defender you keep that man there?
All right, let's leave it at that. Thank you so much for your thought. That's where we draw the curtains on the first half of today's Sports Live. The guys for the second part are already here. Mekadena and Ezina and the others, and of course, still stay with us. I'm sure it will be total Nigerian football.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to Today's Sport Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African champion Eyimba Football Club.
Feel the magic in the air, I love it, en l'air, allez, feel the magic in the air, I love it, en l'air, allez, feel the magic in the air.
Magic System, Red One, Shawty. Feel the magic. Comme d'habitude dans la calée, comme toujours ça va aller. On te met la glace à gogo. Tous ensemble on fait le show. On t'invite à la magie, y'a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis, c'est bien faire la folie. On t'invite à la magie, y'a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis. Oh, 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 oh.
A very good evening to you all out there. Welcome to the second part of today's Sports Live, this lovely Saturday evening. The show is reaching you from the studios of a premium news talk and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. And Mekadena is my name, the Odogu One of Sports. I'm not alone in the building. The guys are here. I will be introducing them in a jiffy, but of course, in case you missed it, quite a lot happened in the first part where they talked about a lot in the European football scene, not forgetting the African continent, the issue of a player whose mother died before he was born. Okay. It's all good. One that's the station shall never end. All right, Priya Pieces in the building. Priya, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening to the Odogu One. It's always great to talk Nigerian football, and when you critically, if you have gone through that story, you will just beg and pity what is happening in African continent when it comes to we not being sincere with some basic things like our age and facts about us, due to the fact that, come on, we know our poverty is actually ravaging the continent. So if you have the chance, some persons who like to reduce their age so that they can actually last long in the competition, but it's not healthy for the game. But it's always great to talk Nigerian football.
All right, it didn't happen in Nigeria. I think in Gabon, Congo DR. Yeah. So we hope we don't get to that level here in the country, even though we have had so many cases of age cheating in the past. But that's not what we're talking about today. Reliable Reliance is also in the building for this one. Reliable Reliance, good evening to you, the classical gentleman.
Great to be here, Mecca. It's a wonderful day, a wonderful Saturday, and we have wonderful expectations on Eyimba tomorrow.
Wonderful expectations on Eyimba tomorrow. What are you expecting from the People's Elephant?
Magic.
About miracle?
Abba miracle.
We saw the Man miracle in 1989 in Saudi Arabia.
We are about to.
The Flying Eagles were losing 4-0 at halftime. They came back in the second half, drew level 4-all, and went on to win the ensuing penalties against USSR then, and eventually we'll be looking for that kind of miracle tomorrow in Abba, right?
Surely, Emeka. Abba miracle.
Abba miracle tomorrow. Isn't it Otis also the building for this one? Isn't it? Can we get Abba miracle tomorrow at the Imba International Stadium?
Good evening, Emeka. Good evening to the guys in the studio. I don't know about that. They say everybody is not optimistic from the first leg to this point. Now, most of us we had actually lost confidence. I think our confidence is low, unlike before the first leg. We don't know what will happen, but what I can say is Judgment Day. Some hours are coming. Few hours before you know, everybody is going to play.
By this time tomorrow, we'll be talking about the match itself.
And who knows what will happen.
The kickoff is by 2 p.m. So by this time tomorrow, the second part will be just discussing what eventually happened.
That Eyimba has always been talking. They're always been the one making the headlines, talking on how to win and all. We didn't see that in the first leg. We hope they give us the miracle tomorrow, but we never can tell. It's game of football.
Anything can happen.
90 minutes, we know what will happen.
All right, it's football, and they say in football anything can happen. Okay, it's not over until it's all over. All right, we'll be talking about the People's Elephant on the show. No doubt about that. They have a mountain to climb tomorrow when they confront Egyptian side Pyramids, who humiliated them 4-1 in the first leg of that quarterfinal tie. The match comes up tomorrow by 2 p.m. in Aba. Eyimba players are talking. Austin Oladapo is on the show. Anna Iwala, who missed the first leg, is also talking. He says it's possible. He's very confident Eyimba will win by 3 unreplied goals tomorrow and advance to the semi-finals. Do you believe him? Do you think that will happen tomorrow? We would love to hear from you as well. The MPFL is on the menu this evening. Yes, the league enters match day 22 tomorrow across various centers in the country, including here in Port Harcourt, where Rivers United will take on Abia Warriors. All right, Guma's team are impeccable at home. 10 matches, 10 wins. They will be playing their 11th league home game in the league tomorrow. And their coach, Stanley Guma, has told us he will be eyeing all 3 points, making it 11 wins out of 11, even though he admitted it won't be coming on a platter of gold because of the brilliance of Abia Warriors under Amapakabo of later. And of course, elsewhere, we'll be talking about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. 10 home-based players have been invited. Yes, they've been included in the provisional list for the team's summer series tourney out there in the United States of America. They are built to play Jamaica, Portugal, and world champions United States of America. I hope we don't concede 20 goals in that match. That's a funny one, right? But of course, we still focus concede 8 in one match. Not once, not twice, I tell you. All right, let's quickly also let you know that in the course of the show, we'll bring you up to speed with the first half updates coming in from the La Liga. It ends today, and it can either go to Atletico Madrid, who are leading 2 points clear, or Real Madrid if Atleti slips. Updates of those two teams. Yes, we'll have the other teams playing, but the attention will be on these two teams who are eyeing the title on the final day. What the league being decided on the final day. That's what we want. The show promises to be interactive. Yes, you know that. It's always interactive. We want you to be part of the discussion at any point in time. All you need to do is to send your messages via text or WhatsApp to 07019339962. That's 07019339962 for your text and WhatsApp messages sent to that number. On Twitter, we are Today FM 951 at Today FM 951. That's the station's handle. Copy any of us here in the building, and of course we'll read your tweets in the course of the show. My handle is at Dana Emeka. Reliance is here. His handle is at Reliable Rely. We have Priye also in the building. His handle is at Priye PC. Priye, is that an Imba shirt you're wearing?
No.
Okay, but it's blue. Okay, it's blue. All right. Blue is the color everywhere. In London and in Aba, it's blue, right?
It was not blue at
Egypt.
It was not blue at Egypt.
No. The sky was not. The
sky was red over
no, but the Egyptians also wear blue. It was blue too.
But it wasn't the kind of blue you're talking about.
Hopefully, it will be that kind of blue tomorrow in Aba. All right. Priye is there. His handle is at Priye PC. Yes, at Priye PC. And later, I'll be throwing the phone lines wide open for you to have your say. It promises to be very loaded and exciting show. You don't want to miss this one. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, the show will get underway.
Nigeria are the 9th champions in this competition. History for Nigeria. 9-time champions. Prayer for the Falcons. They say we've been winning, we've been champions. You know that we're super, super woman. We just keep it moving cause we're stronger.
All right, we'll begin the second part of the show this evening from the camp of the Super Falcons of Nigeria, where we hear that the head coach of the side, Randy Waldron, has made a professional list of 25 players for the upcoming summer series tour of the United States of America, where the 9-time African champions will play four-time world champions, United States of America, Portugal, and Jamaica. And of course, Waldron has made it known that 23 players will make the trip to the US, meaning 2 players will be dropped from the provisional list. Now, team captain Asisat Oshola, fresh from becoming the first African player to earn UEFA Champions League gold medal, tops the list with veteran defender Onomebi, youthful goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie, midfielder Halimatu Ayinde, and forward Rashidat Ajibade, also called Waldron, has included 10 home-based players in the provisional list. Now, matches will be played at the BBVA Stadium in Houston and at the brand new $240 million Q2 Stadium in Austin, built by the newest club in Major League Soccer, Austin FC. Both cities are in the state of Texas, and the clash between the Super Falcons and the United States Women A team will be the first ever football match at the State of the Art Q2 Stadium. Now, the Glamour tournament will run between 10th to 16th June and will see the Super Falcons clashing with their Jamaican counterparts in Houston on the 10th of June before taking on Portugal 3 days later at the same BBVA Stadium. The last match is against the United States of America squad, 4-time winners of the FIFA World Cup and 4-time winners of the Olympic football gold at the Q2 Stadium on the 16th of June. Yes, they have their hands full, you want to say. Okay, let's quickly look at the list. The full list, we have goalkeepers, Tochukwu Oluehi, Chiamaka Nnadozie, Inyene Etim. I hope I got that right, Reliance.
Yeah, Inyene Etim.
Inyene Etim, okay. Yeah. She's from Abia. Oluwatosin Dimehin, okay. Chidinma Okeke. We have Abidemi Ibe of Bayelsa Queens, Patricia George, and Esther Omona of Sunshine Queens. Midfielders are Rita Chikwelo, Ngozi Okobi, Celine Otta, I should say, of Bayelsa Queens, Halimatu Ayinde, Oyedupe Payne of Sevilla, and of course we have Amanda Mbadi of Bayelsa Queens as well. The forwards are Sato Shola, the captain of the side, Vivian Ikechukwu of Rivers Angels, Uche Nakano, we have Rashidat Ajibade, Francisca Odega, the beautiful one, Gift Monday of FC Robo Queens, Joy Bukiri of Bayelsa Queens, Charity Adule of Eibar out there in Spain. So Bayelsa Queens, they have no fewer than 4 or 5 players in the squad. Of the 10 home-based players, majority of them are from Bayelsa Queens. All right, a good one for them, you want to say. But Reliance, let's start now. The NFF keeping the Falcons busy. Earlier in the year, they were in Turkey for the Turkish Women's Cup, which they eventually won. This time around, they'll be going to stepping it a notch higher to the summer series tournament over there in the United States, and they will be facing world champions United States eventually after playing Jamaica and Portugal. Yeah, so is that the way to go from the NFF, keeping these guys busy with quality matches as it were?
Emeka, it is. You have to give them preparations. You have to put them on that competitive mood, and the best way to do it is give them quality opponents to play against in friendlies. Even if you don't want, if you don't want to rate Jamaica, then you have to pay at least little respect to Portugal or even USA.
Yes,
they are the world champions. So
they are the best team in the world.
That's basically
by a mile.
That's basically what it is. So any team playing against the USA female team will have some adrenaline, more like like
I said earlier. I mean, I hope they don't embarrass us at the end of the day. I mean, we've seen this time Falcons side lose 8-0 to France, 8-0 to some of these big teams. I mean, Germany, prior to the World Cup and what have you. United States can do better than these guys, I tell you.
Anyways, so it is. I applaud the NFL for this one. Keep them busy. Give them quality opponents to play. Earlier on, there were fears that the Falcons might not participate in this one due to the schedule for qualifiers here in Africa. But CAF had to give them the green light to go ahead with that one when they postponed the qualifiers down to sometimes later in October. So they have this competition, and it's going to give Coach Waldrum, a little bit of headache, and also put himself together to try to understand the team. We've also mentioned that it's 10 home-based players that are part of the setup, some of whom I've seen play. Ikechukwu, Vivian of Rivers Angels. I've equally seen some players
from the Bayelsa Queens side. When they came here, we saw all of them. They were all in action.
Yeah, Gift Monday,
Robo Queens, very talented young woman. Yeah.
So I think it's a good headache for Coach Waldrum at this point. And let's see how they make good use of these preparations, and let's see what come out of it. And we'll also be keeping our fingers crossed to see who will be the 2 players that will be dropped from the team.
Because they will be home-based players. No prize guys today.
I'm not talking again.
They have to be home-based players. No, that's not taking anything away from them. But this is Nigeria. You don't fly these guys to come to camp
and then drop them.
At the end of the day,
it's not like it's a crime if it happens. It could be said that the quality of football they play here might not be compared to the quality obtainable in some of these European countries. No doubt about that. But, at some point you want to streamline it to the individual player. You are the coach, and then you are going to see these players, on training before and after the tournament. So it gives you the advantage of making the choice, not necessarily because this one is European based.
No, I was only kidding.
I understand, Emeka. I understand. So Coach Waldrum could shock you, Emeka. While people are blaming,
he has shocked me already by inviting 10 home-based players.
That's where I was going to. While people are there, blaming Gunnar Raw for not doing something similar, Coach Waldrum is like, okay, maybe I could set the pace or something. Inviting 10 home-based players, and how many? I'm not sure he has even seen a full season of the Nigeria Women's
Football League. No, not at all. He was only at the Super 6 tournament in
and he was able to make his choice from Robo Queens, Sunshine Queens, Rivers Angels, and Abia Angels.
Apart from the Abia Angels team
that were not there. So he has done something that's commendable at this point. It's something worth commendable from Coach Randy Waldrum. But let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see. There are promises, Emeka, at this point, looking at the team, looking at the players, and also if you want to consider their plight over there in Europe, some of them who have not really have it easy at them or have that big achievements, in their respective clubs, but there are promises at this point.
No, so as your last achievement covers everything for us.
Leave her. She's just there.
All right, isn't Reliance mentioned it a bit. This is something we also expect, perhaps, Gernot Rohr, the Super Eagles coach, to do. Give a lot of home-based players the opportunity, especially when you're playing friendly matches like this. What they are going to United States to do is friendly matches. They are going to play friendly matches. No train. FIFA ranking. Nothing is at stake per se. It's basically about the. Perhaps we could say FIFA rankings, but we are not going to win any trophy that we'll remember tomorrow and say, we are 20 times African champions, we are world champions, no Olympics, we didn't even qualify for the Olympics, not the World Cup, not qualifiers for any tournament as it were. It's just a friendly. So if you have tournaments like this, do you expect perhaps the coach of the Super Eagles to also do something like this? Give more home-based players an opportunity. 10 of them, there's no way at least 2 or 3 will not play that match.
First of all, Emeka, I want to commend Coach Waldrum for the number of players invited, 25. Last time we were complaining about Gunnar Rohr inviting 31. When you still streamline it to 22. Because we kept wondering who are you going to remove, who will be there and all. But he makes it easier. He helps you to know the team, what he has actually chosen to use.
His headache is small. Just remove 2 players.
Just remove 2 players, and then you know how to galvanize your team. You know how to and get the best out of them. But when you talk about Super Falcons, Emeka, you know that most of our players have always been from the league.
Before now,
just because our ladies have actually gotten a better offer abroad.
People that you could still leave us and just giving us 9 players in the senior national team.
They are the local team. They are usually made up of the local team. So I don't see that as a big. I think they are even reducing because most of the good players have actually
a lot of them have gone abroad.
They've gone abroad now. So the number that have been invited has been reduced, unlike normal. But it's a good one. At least he's a new coach and he's giving them a chance to actually prove themselves. Not minding, that even if anyways we're going to, if let's say 2 goes down, it's still something. That means eight of the local players in the league are actually going to follow them there to Mexico. So it's a good one for them. I think it's a good one for the coach. From here, he can actually, it helps the players from all these competitions they've been going on. They learn to have this synergy in the team whereby they improve.
At least it wasn't long, like 4 months ago, they were together in Turkey for the Turkish Women's Cup.
And they did very well.
They won it. They won the tournament.
You're just saying now that there might not be anything to play for, but there's a bragging right. Imagine, let's say USA actually.
We happen to draw in that match.
It's actually,
or even win them.
It's a morale booster.
We have won the World Cup now.
It's a big thing for the team.
Won the World Cup before the World Cup.
I commend NFL for actually giving the Super Falcons all these games to go back. It's not an easy one. It helps them to prepare more for the
qualifiers
coming on October. So I don't see. I think our home-based players are reducing. We should be complaining about that. Not even saying that 10 was actually.
I'm saying if the MPFL players get this number,
but the thing there, you see that we actually give all these opportunities to those that we feel that are performing at their optimum best presently. Just because we want to invite our local players, that doesn't mean that we look out of the shine of those flying their trades abroad that they are not doing well. Who the cap fits more, let him wear it. It's a good one.
We shouldn't do it just to reward the home-based players. They should earn it by virtue of their performance, right?
Quota system. Someone wants to get this quota system.
They have to earn it because these are people we see. These are, even if we talk about the home-based player, most of the people, even though that we even try to give them the stories, they don't actually know much about it. So it's a good one for us. And we hope Ganetro learns, but not the fact that it's trying to please us.
Okay, I understand.
Actually go.
It's all good. Priya PC, we've seen the list. 25 players that will be prone down to 23. They are going to face Jamaica, Portugal, big European team. Even though they are not very strong when it comes to women football, we have to admit they are not a Germany, Spain, or France or England. But come on, United States, it doesn't get bigger than United States.
So true.
Do you see our guys standing toe to toe with? Let's just narrow it down to United States of America because they will play them in their last match on the 16th of June.
For United States, I think it will be just for them to have fun. That should be the word, have fun. Since it's friendly, they should just go there and learn and play. Let them, if they want to lose, they should actually explore and improve on their game. If it's 3-0, 4-0, I don't care about the scoreline. It's about how they improve in every match, what they add to the team. That's the most important thing, and the manager should understand the players, how they play, how they function as a team. But one thing I would say, I think I'm not happy with the trend when it comes to our women football. It's coming in. What's happening to Super Eagles is now happening slowly to our women football. The numbers are reducing. 10-15 years back, we'll have like close to 15-17 players from the local league down for our female national team. And when you ask yourself the question, I believe with the years we have participated in women football, I think we should be one of the 10 top leagues in the world. That means something is not right with our football administration.
Yeah, because our best players there go abroad. You could see players reverse angels 3, 4, 5 moving almost at the same time.
And it's a problem because if you look critically, we're one of the founding fathers when it comes to female football in the world.
We haven't missed any edition of the World Cup since 1991.
We haven't missed any edition. That means we really need to look back, look inward, look at the structure of league in Nigeria and also in Africa, because right now the players are moving out. We will not be surprised in the next 4 years we'll be having just 3 home-based players, and that's dangerous. It's a very dangerous trend. It's a very, very dangerous trend. So for me, I think we really need to change that, because I believe with good administration we are supposed to be the very first 10 best leagues in the world.
Okay, reliable reliance. Notable absentee in that list is Desire Oparanosje. Yet again, she's not invited. Will Oparanosje ever play for the Super Falcons of Nigeria again?
Emeka, I doubt. It's possible she won't. Because, I mean, the whole saga started off during that mini protest, more like Randy Waldron wasn't the coach then. We had what was his name now that was the coach before Galadima. Is it Galadima that took over on an interim basis? The former Super Falcons coach Thomas Deneby was there. He left, and then there was this Danjuma, not Galadima, that took over on interim basis.
Chris Danjuma.
Immediately he took over.
They told him to just forget about Oparanos.
You understand? Throw Oparanos away. And Alessio Oshola was the
captain of the
immediately.
team. Exactly. I recall that.
And then Danjuma left. Now we have Randy Waldron. And this is Randy Wardrum. This should be his first. Will it be his first?
No, he was there
in Turkey.
In Turkey for the Women's Cup. Yeah.
So this is his second, and we are not seeing Desire Paranos here. And these are vital preparations. I mean, this man is just taking over the Falcons' job, and he will need to put the team together. And Desire is not there. I doubt if she will ever, play for the Falcons again. I doubt if she will ever play for Nigeria again, because it feels like she herself has moved on. I mean, I follow her on Twitter. She's not even bothered and all that. So I feel like she has moved on.
If you say anything, try to join issues with the NFF, you just lash out at the NFF quite easily.
So she has moved
more
on.
like adding insult to injury.
That's the thing. She maintains her stance right from when this saga began. She has
And
not changed a bit.
Maybe you just refresh the minds of our listeners as to what happened in France during the World Cup and what led to Zero Prano's exclusion from the team thereafter.
Well, it was basically about I think it was about payment, wages of players, that the NFF didn't do the needful, which is more like a trend in Nigeria. Sometimes, I mean, the Falcons won't be the force of the team, at some point we saw the Super Eagles, it's more like a trend in Nigeria anyway, where the players are not being paid their wages and salaries as at when due. So she wasn't happy, and she led more of a mini protest, and because of that, the governing body of football in Nigeria, being the Nigeria Football Federation, didn't see her behavior or her action, because she was the captain of the team then. They were not pleased with what she did. They believe she should have done otherwise in calming the team down and all that stuff. But I mean, there are points where you can't just hold it anymore. There are points that you can try to appease your mates, and it sounds reasonable, and there are points that you can't, no matter how much you try. So because of that, the NFF believed that she didn't really do as much as a captain would have been believed to do, because she's a leader and all that. And immediately Thomas Denebe left. Danjuma came in, stripped her of the captain. She was after then she was no longer.
Danjuma did not strip her of the captain. Danjuma was forced to just announce what the NFF told him. He doesn't have the power to do so.
Well, the thing is, you need to.
It's a shame. I mean,
you need to have more like to dig deep to really understand that that's basically what played out. But on paper, it's going to be said that who was the coach of the side then? Danjuma on interim basis. Who announced the new captain? Danjuma. But that's basically what it is. The directive came from the NFF, and she was stripped off of the captain ban, and here we are. So it's sad, Emeka. It's sad. Things shouldn't be done like this.
That lady practically won us the 2016 African Women Cup of Nations in Cameroon. Yes, her lone goal gave us victory.
The only goal,
in the final against the home side Cameroon.
That was scored in that game. I mean, she still has it's not like she has.
She's playing for Dion out there in France. She's doing quite well. These other ladies. I mean, Operas stood for the team, even for our teammates that were not there. She stood for those that were there and those that were not even part of the team. They got their monies, and the rest they say is history. Nigeria was knocked out, and eventually, they even didn't pay them completely, so they had to even stay a day extra right there in France before they eventually came back. And Operanos Day, that was how her stay in the team came to a halt for now. Maybe we'll come back one day.
Over there in the world, I don't think protest is not a crime. I don't see any.
Look at what the United States women team are doing to the country. Yes, exactly.
For equal pay,
exactly. They're going to court. They have been going to court all this while.
And because they know that they give a lot, they bring a lot to the table. They have won more trophies than the male.
Sure.
Why will you surcharge them? Why will you pay them less? Protest is something that is easy to go. This shows the leadership quality of Desire Oparanozie to stand for your team, both those present and absent. That was, I think NFF is supposed to have learned from that. What is there? Pay them. This is not a new thing. We always hear this on base salary. NFF does it. Even in the MPFL, it happens. Players always go hungry.
No, as you speak right now, isn't it? Just hold your thought a bit. No, let's go to the national team. Since 2019 AFCON,
they've not paid them.
They've not paid. Yes, the Super Falcons players and their officials.
They've not been paid.
None of them have been paid the bonus.
The
goalkeeper coach is owed close to 17 months no salaries. Talking about Aloyago. General himself is owed 6 months salaries as we speak right now.
If any day the NFF pay a chunk of General salary, it becomes a news.
Yes, I mean, we are that shameless.
They told the leagues in the NNL to actually write a note. People, this is services people render, and you have to pay for those services. You don't play football football is an active game. You need to eat, not just eating healthy, because it's not everything you eat. You see,
I'm still wondering how the Super Eagles are still playing for Nigeria. It's 2 years and that.
The Super Falcons, they're not supposed to be old. These people are 9-time winners of the African Cup of Nations. It's not an easy feat. It's
not at all. They are the most
feat.
successful female national team
I think
on the
NFF
continent.
they've really gotten it wrong. To still take this up till now, this is someone standing for the right. I think they are taking it as an example, fighting for others when they are not there. This is not an easy feat. It's not easy for her. Even her teammates. I think at some point they're even supposed to try, because this is something.
Okay, are you of the opinion that the teammates would have also protested
when she was removed of the captain ban? I remember then there was chaos in the team. So the players had some,
and they missed out of the Olympics thereafter. Yes,
but still, I think they didn't do so much, because this was someone that stood for you. If you wanted them, it just shows you how sometimes we don't really portray what we say. We say this because of when it's convenient for us. They say as the pocket becomes lesser, the attitude, the mindset changes. I think that's what happens.
Where is that one coming from?
Yes, when your pockets become lesser, maybe things you see as they're your norms. Sometimes you tend to deviate from them, because you feel, let me eat first. I think that's the problem. They were supposed to stand for her, but since they did not, I'm happy she took the stand. She's not begging. She's still doing very well. But whether you like it or not, she's a great. Maybe she might not come back to the team before she retired, but her stories.
By next year, I'm a Jupiter will leave office. And maybe things will change.
Sometimes this thing linger too long. Seems that you don't.
I think it's a question of a new administration. Once we have a new administration, they just call her.
It depends on what the administration comes in. They might come and say they want to bring up a reconsideration or to
reconcile both parties. Bring her back.
But it depends on who comes.
But I think it's just a phone call.
What if the next person that
in this case now, Opera doesn't even need that reconciliatory meeting. Just put her name in the list, send the invitation to her club. I think she will come back.
The next person that comes in is in Amaju.
Okay, we'll wait and see.
It depends on what happens.
I don't think it's that far. I don't think he has gotten that far where
they want to pass it from one administration to another.
I don't think he has gotten that
far. Total victory. Our united, our darling team, our mighty team, with courageous mind, we celebrate our winning minds, power and strength we possess every day. Our united, united, winning our culture, goal for goal. We celebrate our winning minds, power and strength we possess every day. We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa, FC Ifeanyiuba, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land. Anyị bụ ndị mmeri, anyị ga-adịgide, Football Club Ifeanyiuba, anyị bụ ndị mmeri, Anambra Warriors. Football Club Ifeanyiuba.
Feel the magic in the air.
All right, the MPFL with lots of interesting anthems. We played 3 there. That of Rivers United, Aqua United, the league leaders, and FC Ifeanyiuba, who are battling for their lives. Let me start with you. Which one is the best from the 3 we played there?
Come on, FC
we still have that of him, but they didn't play that one.
FC Ifeanyiuba, so emotional. Come on, and the uniqueness of the sound.
Isn't there? Which one for you?
I'll go with FC Ifeanyiuba, but still I still have a soft spot for that of Aqua United, because it's like a lullaby. If you just want to sleep, you just play it, and I think they tried. It's good.
Okay. Reliable lens. Don't tell me it's not of Aqua United, because it is not. It is not. No, it is not.
That's what he's going to choose.
We don't agree.
You're protesting my choice on my behalf. Anyways, in as much as I give, I always make this statement that There is no other song. There's no best song. There's no best anthem rather in the Nigeria Professional Football League after Akwa United's own than FC Fanyoba. There's no other one. So
look at this one. That's after Akwa United. FC Fanyoba. After Fanyoba is Akwa United.
It's just within Akwa United and FC Fanyoba. These are the two anthems.
It's like you've not heard a Yimba anthem before.
Emeka, don't go there. Don't go there.
Okay. Let's let you know that Rivers United coach Stanley Eguma says the pride of Rivers are battle ready for Abia Warriors tomorrow. Both teams clash in the match day 22 MPFL encounter at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium here in Port Harcourt by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Rivers United have won all 10 home games in the MPFL this season, but Eguma says he won't be underrating Abia Warriors as the Abia Umuahebe side are a good team. Let's hear from Stanley Eguma.
Well, we are prepared as far as tomorrow's game is concerned. We are trained for the game. We know the game is an important game. But now in the league, every match is important and you cannot underrate any side. And the fact that you are playing at home is not a guarantee that you have to be complacent. So we are prepared for the game. You know, Abia Warriors is a strong team. And we respect them. We also know that, yes, they are a rival opponent to Rivers United. We will not take it for granted. Boys are in high spirit and the team is ready for the match.
You heard it from the man. They are in high spirit. The boys are in high spirit and they are ready for the match tomorrow against Abia Warriors here in Port Harcourt. Asked if the fans should expect an 11th consecutive win at home tomorrow, this is what the former Enyimba assistant coach had to say. Eguma once more.
Well, like I said, we are prepared for the match, and what we expect is to expect victory. But it's football. Football is not mathematics, and we are not underrating our opponent also. But we give our best to ensure that we get victory tomorrow.
Feel the magic in the air.
Expect victory tomorrow, but football is not mathematics. Choice words from Stanley Eguma ahead of his team's clash tomorrow against Abia Warriors here in Port Harcourt. Rivers United versus Abia Warriors. One of the 9 matches scheduled for tomorrow. Enyimba are supposed to be in action against Kwara United, but that one will not be taking place because of Enyimba's involvement in the CAF Confederation Cup. So we have the fixtures here. Adamawa United, bottom of the table. They are up against Warri Wolves. Elsewhere to be FC Fanyoba, you heard their anthem, one of the best in the land. They take on Sunshine Stars. The Fanyoba and the Sunshine Stars are both in the relegation zone. That's a relegation 6-pointer. Struggling side, I tell you. Elsewhere, Jigawa Golden Stars will be playing host to Dakada FC, while Katsina United will battle Kano Pillars. It's a volatile fixture. The LMC have said accreditation will be given to even the players this time around. With players, 20 players, 7 officials, and without accreditation, we will not enter the venue right there. So I have to tell you how volatile and risky that fixture is. It usually produces violence since season after season. Katsina United versus Kano Pillars. MFM FC will take on Lobby Stars. Nasarawa United will do battle with Heartland FC of Owerri, and we have Plateau United taking on Wiki Tourist. Wiki Tourist with interim coach now in the person of Babaji Brain, former junior international. And of course, we have Rivers United here in Port Harcourt, the big one. They are up against Abia Warriors. So on Monday, there will be one fixture. That fixture is supposed to be the star fixture, but it will not be played tomorrow. Rather, it will be played on Monday. Akwa United versus Rangers International at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium, and that match will be live on the MPFL.tv app for 200 naira. They say, okay. Which of the fixtures stand out for you? Enyimba not playing Kwara United tomorrow, so you can talk about any of these other fixtures that perhaps you want to rate as the star fixture for match day 22 tomorrow and Monday.
For me, I think I'll go straight. I think it should be the Rivers United Abia Warriors for some obvious reasons.
Yeah, what are those obvious reasons?
The both managers, the history they have together and playing. Like Stanley Eguma is one of the oldest managers when it comes to experience in the league, and against Imam Apakabo, who is actually galvanizing his lads there in Abia State. So I think it will be more like them meeting themselves.
And it's also from this part of the world.
This part of the
country.
So
from Rivers State particularly.
So it's going to be, they have huge history together. So let's see how it will pan out. Then beyond that, let's see how Rivers United will bounce back after the victory, the away victory. Let's see if it's going to be back-to-back victory. Let's see if the momentum will continue. And that of
they are on a run of 3 consecutive wins. They beat Enyimba, they beat Dakar FC, and beat Rangers from home. They haven't even considered a goal in the second stanza.
So let's see how smooth is going to be if they're going to get another home victory, make it 11. I think it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing for Rivers United. Let's see how to pan out. But for me personally, I think it's a star game because both managers know how important this match is.
All right. Previous days, the Rivers United Abia Warriors match is the star game. I'm sure Lions has a different view because Akwa United are playing Rangers tomorrow. Top of the table clash.
What's that again? If I don't choose Akwa United, Enugu Rangers International. What's that again? The last time out, if my memory serves me right, it was Rangers who enjoyed victory over Akwa United
in Enugu.
Yeah, in Enugu at the Cathedral, and this time around is the Nest of Champions, and you're expecting Akwa United in fine form. They are about the best team so far in terms of form.
Yeah, 11 matches unbeaten so
11
far.
matches unbeaten so far. That should be the longest one we've had so far this
season.
Exactly. You know, and they are getting goals as well. Players are scoring. Chada Shimene 6 goals for him. Fonodo equally 6 goals for him. You know, Nifre Kefiong no longer an active part of the side. You know, he's warming up to leave the side.
No, he has left already. He's in Libya as we speak right now.
So, despite that, they are finding a way to keep the momentum going. And then you equally look at Rangers International of Enugu. Yeah, 7 points separates them. You know, Rangers International 6 on the table, and then Akwa United leading the lines right there. But we are talking about coaches who are well experienced and well versed in the league. Salisu Yusuf on the other side for Rangers, and Kennedy Buboye, you know, winner of the MPFL for Akwa United. So it's a very important clash maker because there's experience in Rangers and there's also experience in Akwa United. And if they are going to
look about the cast too. I mean, so many beautiful players in both sides. The likes of Mfonodo, Charles Ashimene these days for Akwa United. You go to Rangers, Israel Abia, last season's top scorer. Also in that side, have lots of fantastic players as well.
They are players maker. Both teams are more like spoiled for options when it comes to players, and those players are not just quantity, more like
no. I mean, brilliant players. Ibrahim Olawunyi of Rangers, anytime, any day can always dazzle. And
so that's the thing.
As the Glutes of this world, Tony Shimaga and what have you. Yeah.
So they have impact, and each time they come on the field of play to represent their respective clubs, and that makes it even more interesting. Will Akwa United be able to keep their head calm and do more like a revenge in quotes now against Rangers and continue the leadership on the top of the table? Because any mistake, Kanopilas will be playing Katsina United, you know. And I for one believe that Kanopilas Katsina United, even if it's an away match, Kanopilas should be able to win that one. So if Akwa United, draw or lose, we see Kanopilas topping the top of the league table. Kuala United equally, because just 1 point separating.
They're not playing tomorrow.
Although they are not playing tomorrow. So
in the league this
so it's very crucial for Akwa United. You want to keep that momentum going, even though I feel that it's still more like early days in the league. Yeah, we are done with the first phase of the league, and they are leading the league table, beginning of the second stanza of the league. I still have reservations about at this point because 21 matches played thus far. Tomorrow will be match day 22, and we still have 38 matches, total of 38 matches to be played, meaning there are still over 15 matches left to be played in the season, and anything can still happen. So but how far do you want to go? How do you want to sustain the stamina of running the league or leading the league table and then eventually thinking of winning the trophy? It comes with defeating big teams. It sends fear down the spines of other teams who are coming up against it. So there's a lot to play for between Akwa United and Rangers International, and that stands out for me as my star game. But a little bit on Imam Mapakabo's Abia Warriors. In as much as they've been conceding, Abia Warriors are the highest scoring team so far in the league.
31 goals, 31 more than any other team in the league this season.
The least, the most I could recall that come close to be 28. I'm not sure there's anything that have scored up to 29.
28. Kuala United, Heartland are all on 28 goals.
Fine. So even though they've conceded number of goals as close to the number of goals they've scored, maybe that's why they're even where they are on the league table. But it tells you that they're a free flowing side. They score the goals, and at some point it works out for them. They eventually get victory. Could recall when
I remember when they hammered Kanopilas 4-1, Sunshine Stars 4-1. They were beating teams 4-1, 4-1. Warriors as well. 3 teams 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Yeah.
So Rivers United will be careful. We
also recall that there was a time they went on that 8-match unbeaten run.
Abia Warriors. So they will need to be careful, when they host Rivers, when they host Abia Warriors, tomorrow, because this team can score. How solid is
they have one of the finest goal scorers in the land. They got Baje, yes, among the top scorers this season as well.
Even though they've lost, okay, it's not them. So how far is this? How solid is that defense of Rivers United? Of course, you can have
Nemena is back
in Theophilus Nemena, who is back to the side, and it's going to marshal out the defense alongside the likes of what's his name now? Fabian Warrior. Together that partnership seems to be working out for them, but they will need to be careful when they are playing Abia Warriors tomorrow, because
Eguma understands that. Says they won't be underrating the Abia Warriors side.
Mistake maker, they'll be left to lick their wounds.
All right, let's look at another feature that looks tantalizing on paper. That one in Castina, yes, Castina versus Kano Pillars, massive fixture. I'm looking at the NFF and the LMC Twitter handle. They're taking serious precautions ahead of that encounter. Here it says, okay, let me just, they say now the Casino United versus Kano Pillars match will hold behind closed doors and accreditation issued by LMC to all the teams with each allocated 20 players, 7 officials and 5 directors. Now I went on to say anyone without accreditation is advised to stay away from the venue of the match, the Muhammadu Diko Stadium in Katsina. Okay, so like I said earlier, this match is a volatile fixture. Each time these two teams play, there's always trouble, crowd trouble here and there, fights. They even go as far as injuring, fans and what have you. So they're taking precaution. Are we going to see that kind of fierce competition also play out on the field of play tomorrow? Kano Pillars traveling to Katsina, not too far from their base in Kano.
You want to call it the Northern Derby?
Yes, it's a derby game. Yeah,
it's an important fixture for those in the northern side. It's those games that they look forward to see. Not to think of the new thing that's going to be in that team, knowing that our own captain is part of that team. That's why
it is left to be seen whether he will play tomorrow.
Yes, if he chooses, you never can tell. When the team list comes out, we then know he's going to play. But against the Castina United side, they haven't been too ambitious this season. They haven't really played so well. At the start of the season, the game they won so well was their 5-1 win against Wiki Tories, the Crying Boys. They have just not been at top notch, but not to take anything away from them. They are very good at home. Castina United is not just where you go and you get points. They won the top boys over there. They won Eyimba there. They won Rangers there at home. It's not an easy feat. It's not where you just go and you come back with all 3 points. But against a Kano Pillars side, we have something at stake. If they lose this game, if they don't win, that means there might be a shift in the top of the table. That means either
Rivers United are playing home. Rivers United win. They even go ahead of Kano Pillars.
So it's much more important. You say, who is this game much more important to? It's important to the team, but for Kano Pillars, they actually need this win to continue their push to actually defrog Aqua United. Because if they lose, it's going to just. So
you're going with what you just said now, and it's likely to play out. I mean, that is going to be a very keenly contested encounter.
It will be keenly contested because I think these other clubs like Castina United, they are the party spoilers. They are those things that where you actually need the points to go.
But they are also struggling for their lives too.
But at least don't forget at the start of the season. I know you call it the crying Wiki Tories, but they scored 5 goals. They actually did good in that game. After that game, they have not been performing so well.
They're just 1 point outside the relegation zone. Yes, so things they're not comfortable at all.
But all these clubs, they actually know how to spoil the party for them. It's a northern derby. It won't be easy. And not forget, last time Kano Pillars played, our own captain actually gave an assist in which Rabi Ali also scored. So when it comes to history, Kano Pillars are known to actually dominate the league. When it comes to those who have won the league, Kano Pillars are dead. You can always call them. They are the bigger boys when it comes to this game. But this game is always keenly contested. Players always give their best. They know that it's a bragging right for the fans, so it's a good one. Let's just see how it pans out tomorrow.
All right, I will see how that one pan out tomorrow. PC, I'm looking at the fixtures and I could see the one involving MFM and Lobby Stars. And of course, not forgetting National United versus Heartland. Can you talk to us about these 2 fixtures? What do you expect? MFM taking on Heartland. MFM has started the second stanza of the season very well. 2 big wins, one on the road, 2 of them on the road, beating against Warriors and they walk over against Ifan Yoba in Enugu.
For me, I think MFM, they have been disappointing in beginning of the season, the first stanza of the season. But let's see how they will improve their game. After they lost their manager to Heartland, they have been struggling with coping without a man that will be with them for close to a decade, and that was difficult for them. It seems like they have gotten their feet back and they are picking points, very important points, and we want this kind of thing
to happen. And they're playing Lobby Stars tomorrow.
Yes,
I see them getting all 3 points in at the Soccer Temple.
I see a huge possibility of them getting all 3 points, but the most important thing is for them to be consistent. Consistency is what will take you through the league, because the league is actually a marathon. So let's see how they will be consistent with their performance, and that will actually take them off the area of the relegation, because they are quite close there. I think winning their games before 5 in a bounce, I think, to help the mentality of the team.
Heartland FCI, a team enjoying a region of form recently. They go to Lafayette to face Nasarawa United. How do you see that one panning out?
For me, Heartland, they have been doing well of late, even though they have administrative issues. I think they put that aside, and they have been getting points even away from home. They have been scoring goals for fun. But the most important thing is, as a team, your consistency, I always say, matters. For Heartland, let them go out there, play to their strength, and that's what I'm seeing from Nigerian league, especially this season and last season. We are not having that away scare when a team will go out there and try to be too defensive. We are getting away results, and that is quite important. I think the team should just go out there and enjoy themselves, but I think Atlant can actually get one ahead here.
All right, Reliance, let's look at the bottom rank of the table. The 4 teams are clashing against themselves. The 4 teams in the relegation zone. I don't know who did this one. Adamawa United, bottom of the table, face Warriors tomorrow. We also have FC Fanyaba taking on Sunshine Stars. Sunshine Stars are without a win in 13 matches now.
Well, it's left to be seen, because it feels like Sunshine Stars might be early candidates for relegation. Maybe understandably so, because if you don't have your house in order, you're not expected to shine that much. Sunshine Stars, serious issues, general manager, administrative tussles and all that. And all that, and then we are seeing it, play out on their field of play. So Adamawa United are more like confirmed relegated team already, because
practically they are in there. They haven't been relegated.
they are relegated already. They are relegated already.
I think they will go down.
I don't see them coming up. I mean, 5 points between them and Ifeanyoba at the 19th position.
But do you know that if you hand that team over now, if Barcelona takes their place, or maybe Real Madrid takes their place, you must take their place now on the table. They might still, even finish in the top 4.
Anyways, that's more like hard thinking.
Alright, so just 2 matches involving the relegation threatening teams.
But the important thing about these games is that we are seeing new coaches coming in this relegation bound game. For the Wiki Tourist side, we are getting Jubrin, actually for City side. He has actually been an assistant coach at the club. So at least the players is not just a new thing. And we hope the players can actually try to reduce the way they conceive goals. Since the start of the season, they have actually been very poor.
Very poor. Considering 5 to Kasana United and 2 at home.
The little one they even scored has actually gone down. It's not a good one for them. They have been poor.
And they talked about change of coaches. Ortega with the Warriors.
I think that's the beauty of the game. To see the new coach, see if they can actually change the team performance. There's something that
we can say the problem was coaching.
No, it's not like this, but there is something that there is a spirit that comes when you change coaches in team. The players tend to give their best. They try to impress so that they'll actually be part of the starting 11.
Maybe for Nigerian players.
No.
Does it really happen in the NBA?
It happens. I think it has to do with the coach, the way he comes in, the kind of attitude he gives to the players. If he just comes feeling like a Jessica, having how I think that their leadership, there are things that comes in. Those players know that their roles actually being at stake. So let's see how it comes that they might actually. We don't think they might. I don't know how they will do, but I think it's just a clash of the relegation threatened zone.
Yeah, definitely. The teams are coming up against each other. Let's see what will happen tomorrow.
Adamawa United, Warriors, and FC Fanyaba, they have really been terrible. I don't know how it's going. We love the anthem. They should make us proud.
Ziba anthem.
No, that's the thing. They should try.
All right,
We can see them next
quickly,
season.
let me take your predictions as far as the big games are concerned. Rivers United play Abia Warriors tomorrow. Pre-APZ.
2-1 for Rivers United.
2-1 for Rivers United. Staying with you. Aqua United Rangers on Monday. That's the TV game.
2-0 in favor of Aqua United.
All right, that's according to PZ. Isn't Rivers United Abia Warriors here tomorrow?
I see a draw game.
A draw
1-1,
game. They
yes.
haven't drawn this season.
Yes, but I see it as a draw game.
Okay. How about Aqua United Rangers on Monday?
I will give it to Rangers.
Rangers away from home
Yes.
in Uyo.
I am telling you. No, see,
That's why you
they
hate
are
us,
no.
That's why you hate
All
us.
right, no, it's your prediction. No, you're free. You're free.
You never can
It's your
tell.
prediction. After all, whoever
Who
thought
thought that Rivers United could go to the
Enugu and
and
beat
actually
Rangers.
get the points?
So Rangers are wounded. They want to go to
just like Keyumba. They are ready to give their all. I think they want to
Reliance, Rivers United, Abia Warriors tomorrow.
Home
Imam
win.
Mama Paka boys in
Home
town.
win, home win,
Home win. Okay,
home
it's
win.
a routine for Rivers United. They usually win at home.
Home win.
Okay, so the big one on Monday.
Home win.
Home win too. Aqua United to beat Rangers. Okay.
Home win.
We still had those matches will pan out. Just in case you don't know, tomorrow we're bringing you all those matches live. It's also a big day as far as the Premier League is concerned. Those Premier League matches will start by 4 p.m. just like the MPFL. So it's going to be a double swagger tomorrow. I mean, on the second part of the show, you don't want to miss it from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. But before then, we'll be here from 1 to 4 as well for the first part. But from 4 p.m., it's fire down. Goal rush from England to Nigeria. You can't get it better elsewhere. In the meantime, we'll be going to the phone lines to hear from you guys. 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951. Or you can also reach us on the other number 0810 9510951. Okay, match day 22 in the MPFL across 9 centers tomorrow and Monday. One big one on Monday that will be live on TV between Aqua United and Rangers International in Uyo. How do you see those matches panning out? Of course, especially the one that concerns your beloved club. I'm sure you have a club you support in the MPFL. So want to know what you make of your club's fixture this weekend and how you think it will end. We'd love to hear from you. The lines are wide open right now, so keep those calls coming through so you will tell us what you make of your team's fixture this match day. Earlier we did talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria, who of course their coach Randy Wardrum released a list of 25 players, 10 of them home based ahead of the summer series tour in United States of America. The team is expected to play Jamaica, Portugal, and world champions USA. All right, on the 16th of June, that's when they will face USA right there in the United States of America. I recall their last meeting at the World Cup. It ended 7-1 in favor of USA. Nigeria scored first in that encounter. Okay, I hope we don't get a repeat of that when we face USA, albeit in a friendly match this time around. Okay, so let's go to the phone lines to hear from you. In case of joining us, 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. Those are the numbers to call, and you'll be live on the show this evening. Just before we go to the phone lines, let's quickly bring you up to speed with what has happened in some of the major European leagues. Of course, they're coming to an end this weekend, and we can let you know that it has ended over there in Germany. Yes, it has ended in Germany, right? It has ended. Let's quickly bring you the results of matches played there in Germany today. Borussia Dortmund, they beat Bayer Leverkusen 3-1. They qualified for the Champions League. Good one for them, you want to say. Elsewhere, Eintracht Frankfurt also won 3-1 against Freiburg. And we can let you know that FC Cologne pipped Schalke 04, who are relegated by a goal to nothing. Hoffenheim beat Hertha Berlin 2-1. Union Berlin, we are 2-1 winners as well over RB Leipzig. And Stuttgart, we are beaten at home by Arminia Bielefeld 2-0. It ended. Borussia Mönchengladbach secured a 4-2 win away from home against Werder Bremen. And Wolfsburg were beaten 3-2 at home by Mainz 05. Elsewhere, Bayern Munich thrashed Augsburg. The champions, Bayern Munich, thrashed Augsburg 5-2. Okay, so those are the results of matches right there in the Bundesliga. And how did it end there? Bayern Munich champions with 78 points, followed by RB Leipzig with 65 points in second position. Dortmund made it to the Champions League, finishing third with 64 points. and Wolfsburg completed the Champions League positions right there in Germany with 61 points there. Eintracht Frankfurt and Bayer Leverkusen finished 5th and 6th respectively, and they will go to the Europa League. Okay, let's quickly look at who is relegated right there in Germany. Werder Bremen and Schalke 04 are relegated. FC Cologne will play the relegation playoff. They still have a chance of staying in the Bundesliga if they are able to win their relegation playoff bout. But of course, the big one later this evening, is underway already out there in Spain. Yes, underway, final day of action with two teams with a chance of eventually winning the league. Just about 5 minutes of football played. Celta Vigo are taking on Real Betis. Eibar are up against Barcelona without Lionel Messi, and Athletic Bilbao are playing Elche. Osasuna are up against Real Sociedad. Real Madrid take on Villarreal. Real Valladolid are doing battle with Atletico Madrid, and we'll have Huesca versus Valencia. So attention will be on just two matches basically. Real Madrid are playing Villarreal, about 4-5 minutes played, no goal yet in that one. Atletico Madrid also away to Real Valladolid, and it's also very early in that encounter, no goal there. But guys, before we go to the phone lines, lines have been buzzed, but let's quickly put this out of the way. Pre-APC, which team do you think will win the La Liga today?
I think my head is telling me that Atletico will just do it, and they will do it. But I don't want them to win, personally, because I feel they should have wrapped things up like 2-3 months.
It doesn't matter. They will eventually still do it if they win today.
I think they played with the whole La Liga title, and I think they should be punished for it. I think they should be punished for it, because there was a point in time when Real Madrid and Barcelona were struggling, and Atletico Madrid were just like the bright
they
spots
had
among
a 10-point
them.
advantage at the top of the table at some point. Yes.
With even one match outstanding. So for me, I think they deserve to lose today, but my mind is telling me, come on, and they will take this one. It's just a game. It's more like a cup final for Diego Simeone and his lads, and I think they can do it. They can just go through the cross with maybe a 1-0 victory. But I really want Real Madrid to take this title from them.
Well, Madrid have to beat Villarreal and hope that Atletico don't get all 3 points against Valladolid. Valladolid, by the way, are in the relegation zone. They have a mathematical chance of escaping relegation today, and we heard their majority owner, Ronaldo da Lima, has promised the players £150,000 each if they are able to escape relegation.
That means beating Atletico Madrid.
Yes. Reliance, do you think otherwise? Do you see Real nicking this one?
They'll both win their respective matches.
And Atletico will be champions if that is the case.
Real Madrid will win, Atletico will be crowned champions.
All right. Is that the way you see things over there in Spain too?
Yes, that's
because you have your seeing things differently.
No, not really, but I tend to differ from Priye. I think them doing that, it actually made it more interesting for us to wait to this final day. These are the things that
if they were enjoying 10-point advantage
this is the fun of final
up to
day.
this point, they would have been crowned champions since.
The EPL is ending tomorrow. We know that we already have the champion. The only difference now, we are looking for the top 4 spot to complete it. Now is the Spanish La Liga. We know that we don't know the winner until the full 90 minutes. I think that's the fun of this final day, and I'm happy they didn't take it away from us. But I hope Diego Simeone men are able to do this. The last time they won it was 2014. It would be a good one if he actually wins this again. You might say yes, they were woeful, they lost all those points, but it's not easy to actually keep up to this consistency. That's what we say. These people are players. At least there's 2 point gap. Let's see how it goes. If they are able, I know they will. The two teams will actually win their games today, but I hope they don't disappoint us, because they've actually worked for it and they have to reap the fruit of their labor.
Why struggling? The last time they won the league. The last time they won Juventus. The last time they won Juventus, but they have been serial winners. The point is, they have been serial winners. They always struggle when they want to live the La Liga title. Like the last time they won, it was still at the last day they won. I think they got a draw against Barcelona, the last day of the season. And I think Diego Simeone, for me, he should learn how to play league football, because sometimes.
What do you mean? Does he have the kind of quality these are like big size that Barca and Real Madrid have? And I think the kind of budget they have.
I think he has been doing good business.
You have to praise the man for
he has been doing good business for the past 2 seasons. He has
with injury hitting Felix for almost.
Don't forget that the striker that's actually giving them all is he rejected Luis Suarez.
And if you look at that Real Madrid side, they have been struggling with injury.
Let's go to the phone lines. Let's go to the phone lines and hear from the callers out there. Okay, match day 22 in the MPFL. 0817 000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello.
Emeka Ghana. Good evening from here, Abba.
Good evening to you, Mona Chimso. How you doing?
I'm very, very well. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Up Yimba.
Up, Abba. Up, Abba.
Any miracle tomorrow? We'll talk about that in a jiffy. But come on, talk to us. What's the take on the show today?
Emeka, the Lions, Easy, and my good sister, my beautiful sister, God bless you. Thank you all.
Bless you too.
Bless you.
Thank you.
About the Nigerian League, something will happen for Emeka. Chineke Gozieri. You see tomorrow, you will see what is going to happen on Monday. That's on Monday. And Rangers, the Hammer, will beat Aqua United.
Okay.
You will see it tomorrow by yourself.
Okay.
Number 2, Rivers United tomorrow. Emama, Rivers State son will beat his place tomorrow. That is, you are going to see. Take it to the back.
Okay. We are waiting. Thank you so much, Mona Simpson, for your call there. Hello. Hello. Good evening. Okay. Looks like we don't have anybody on that line. Okay. You keep those calls coming through. Hello.
Well, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
My name is Americana.
Americana, where are you calling us from?
From Port Harcourt.
Okay, good to have you on the show. Talk to us.
Yes, as the Enyimba in about tomorrow, I believe that Enyimba is going to surprise the world tomorrow. They will win by three goals to 0.
Okay. Okay, we'll get the Enyimba in good time. How about the league tomorrow? There are also league matches. We'll talk about the Enyimba.
Okay, as for tomorrow match in England, I hope Chelsea will win their match, and also the Chelsea will win their match.
They say when you talk about Nigerian league, they tell me Chelsea. Now what for you? They say see as your life be. They say talk about Nigerian league. They carry me to go England. We think concern me and England for the second part now. Don't worry. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Hello. Hello. Okay. The other line. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
You're welcome. This is Panta Joshua from Port Harcourt.
Good to have you on the show.
Yeah. I'm looking up to Aqua United to demolish Rangers.
On Monday, okay.
Yes, you are going to.
Isn't it things Rangers will beat Aqua United though?
You say what?
Isn't it and Monachim, one of our callers, thinks Rangers will beat Aqua United in Uyo on Monday?
It's a very wild dream. I don't know what they ate.
Let's wait for the
All right. And at the same time, please, can you please repeat the anthem of Aqua United? I'm looking forward.
It's boring. That anthem is boring. I will fall asleep if I play it here.
We will make it exciting by dancing. We are going to dance.
All right, thank you so much. I will play it for you. Don't mind me. It's one of the interesting anthems to have here in the league. The lines are still wide open. 0817 000951 or 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you can send us messages via text or WhatsApp to 070 19339962. That's 070 19339962. Isn't it? Looks like we have a message coming through the
from
SMS portal.
Joshua in Port Harcourt. He says, I feel Kano Pillars and Aqua United will lose 1-0, while Rivers United will win 3-1. Emeka, please tell him to face MPFL outstanding game.
They go first play tomorrow finish now.
Point.
Made them play tomorrow game finish before we could know whether they go come back to MPFL. I mean, they go still continue on the all right, let's go back to the phone lines to get more reactions from you guys there. Hello. Oh, sorry, we lost that one. Hello. Oh, okay, the lines are acting up, but just keep those calls coming through. We want to hear from you. Let's get to hear from you, and of course, get you talk to us regarding your teams and what you expect from them. On March the 22 in the MPFL. Even as we head to Aba, yes, the People's Elephant Enyimba will be in action tomorrow in the CAF Confederation Cup.
This is Enyimba Football Club of Aba. We have come from north to east. We have promised not to fail our plans. Governor, the magic today.
You tell me this anthem is not great, and I know where you're coming from. Enyimba captain Austin Oladapo says the two-time African champions are like a wounded lion and will fight to finish an attempt to overturn a huge deficit when they face the Egyptian side Pyramids in the second leg of their CAF Confederation Cup quarterfinal fixture in Aba on Sunday. And People's Elephants face a daunting task in Sunday's home tie after slumping to a 4-1 defeat in the reverse fixture despite scoring first in Cairo. Enyimba, who are yet to score 3 goals in a match across all competitions this season, will have to do so and hope the Egyptian side do not score to stand a chance of reaching the semi-finals of the competition. Now, while admitting the brilliance of Pyramids, who reached the final of the CAF Confederation Cup last season, Oladapo says his Enyimba side are fired up ahead of the second leg and remains hopeful that playing at home will count in their favor. Austin Oladapo, captain of Enyimba.
I think there's hope. We have another 90 minutes to play before we can see whether we are out of the Confederations Cup quarterfinal or not. Our heads are up this time. We know we are wounded, and the Sunday game will be coming at like a wounded lion. We'll be giving it all our best, knowing fully where we have to win. We have to do something positive for ourselves. If not, we are out. I think we are already wounded, and we should not be scared of going all out to fight. I think we are ready for this particular encounter, and we pray that God should crown our effort. We know that the Pyramid team are well experienced, they are a good team, but I think this is our home. We have every advantage, and we're going to take it on Sunday.
Feel the magic in the air.
You can feel the optimism from that man, Austin Oladapo. Similarly, dazzling winger Anna Yoiwala is optimistic Enyimba can overturn the deficit tomorrow and advance to the last 4 of the competition at the expense of Pyramids.
First of all, we just have to put our heads together and I must say work as a team and with one mind, and it's football, and I believe anything is possible. We have to get the 3 goals. We can. It is possible, and I believe come that Sunday we'll be able to get those 3 goals by His grace.
Feel the magic in the air.
All right, that was Anna Yoiwala, who also plays for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Earlier, you heard the captain of the side, Austin Oladapo. Optimism very high in the camp of Enyimba. They believe they can do what they have not been able to do so far this season, score 3 unreplied goals. They haven't even scored 3 goals in one match this season. That's how poor they've been in terms of goal scoring. Enyimba International. Kickoff for tomorrow's encounter between Enyimba and Pyramids is slated for 2 p.m. Nigerian time, with aggregate winners advancing to the semi-finals. Of course, Enyimba lost the first leg by 4 goals to 1. Now, under the watch of former coach Usman Abdallah, Enyimba reached the semi-finals of the competition in 2018, losing to eventual champions Raja Casablanca of Morocco. Current handler Fatah Yosho also guided the 8-time MPFA champions to the quarterfinals last season, going down to Guinean outfit Horoya AC over 2 legs. Reliance. It appears the optimism in Enyimba's camp is very, very high. Is that the right mentality going into a fixture like this with their back to the wall?
Well, it is. You have to be optimistic and generate that confidence and believe that they can do it. After all, we've seen great comebacks in football. We've seen it here in Nigeria. We've seen it outside Nigeria. We've seen it on the African continent.
Talking about Nigeria, Rangers comes to mind. Rangers cannot be last in the FA Cup final 3 years ago.
Who will forget that one? So, can they do it? Yes. Do they have another 90 minutes to play? Yes. Is it a Herculean task for them? I think it is. Are they confident enough that they can do it? Well, I want to believe so. Having listened to Austin Oladapo and the spoken Anayo Iwala, I want to believe that they are more like reflecting on the spirit in camp. They all believe that they are fired up to get this one done, and I want to give it to them too. At least give them benefit of doubt, even if I feel that this is a huge mountain to climb for the Enyimba side. I mean, 4-1. It's already established that they've not scored up to 3 goals, so far this season in all competitions. Would this be the
That's
first
in
time?
one match, yeah.
Would this be the first time for them to do it? Maybe, but I am not in the same line of confidence with the Enyimba Kambemeka, to be very realistic and very honest. And also,
don't worry, I will get to you on that. Isn't it? How difficult is this task for Enyimba tomorrow to score 3 unreplied goals, or even 4 replied goals, or even 5 when the Egyptian managed to score 1 to go through to the semi-finals? How difficult is it going to be for the Enyimba side tomorrow?
It's as difficult as the word difficult. It's not going to be an easy walk. It's not going to be an easy one for Enyimba. They have always been optimistic, Emeka. Even before the first game, they had been optimistic. They have always told us they will go there and they'll do better, and they actually came back trailing 4-1. It wasn't a good result, not what we expected after scoring the first goal in the game, but it's not an easy game. But still, yes, to say comebacks happen, but first of all, you ask yourself, which club, which can this club actually do this? The last time Enyimba even scored 2 goals, that was in their 2-2 draw against FC Fanyoba, in which they struggled. They have not been good since they started. They have not actually given a stellar performance as Enyimba that we know. How can they do it? I think they can try that. First of all, I'm not part of the camp that actually believes they will actually win to move to the next stage. They might win, yes, but getting 3 unreplied goals, because the first the goals they actually scored were, you might say they are not those kind of stellar kind of goals, the kind of goals that will actually give you repose and you'll be so happy. But yes, these teams were able to take their chances. The Pyramid side, for every mistake that we actually made, they took it. But you won't tell me that Enyimba did not have the opportunity. They actually had it, but they only did that once. Can they be able to hold their captain from actually scoring? Or the substitute that actually came, Ibrahim Hassan, he scored 2 goals after being brought in as a substitute. It's not an easy one. The Pyramid side, they are motivated. They have everything to go for. They have everything to fight for.
Isn't it? Their private jet is packed here in Port Harcourt.
I'm telling you,
they landed the private jet yesterday.
They are relaxed. And you know one thing with us, we actually give our visitors we host them very well. I don't think they are complaining about
which host we host them well. We just terrible road from Port Harcourt. When they can go for social media, we go to show the whole one. From Port Harcourt to Aba. Look at the road. They cannot go for social media.
Where they will stay. At least they'll surely give them, unlike some of the antics we see. Enyimba will not deprive them from actually training. But we can go to the North Africans and will not even give us the space. We might not get all those kind of things. But I don't think it's be that easy. It's a good one for them to be optimistic. Last time it was their goalkeeper, John Noble, that talks. This time it's the
we died there.
We died there. My own is, Enyimba should think about he who lives to fight today. You fight another day.
Who fights and run away?
You fight another day because they have.
So are you saying they should run away now from this one?
I'm saying that they still have a chance of qualifying for the next one. That is if they come back and actually try to win.
What if they let them win? Let them do their best shot first and see if they can get anything from it.
Go and get injured. By getting more injury problems, and then we'll start hearing stories again. Another excuses from the coach that the players are this, they're tired.
So isn't it you have written off Enyimba too?
No, I'm being sincere with myself. Okay. If they don't take their chances, if they actually did, we wouldn't have been complaining like this.
Pre-APC, they lost the first leg 4-1. Mathematically, permutation wise now, what must Enyimba do? What must Enyimba do to advance to the semi-finals, having lost the first leg 4-1?
Manage the 90 minutes.
The score. Now, what scoreline will be good enough for him?
3-0 will be decent for him because he got one away.
Away goal they will go to.
And from 3-0 upwards, 5-0, 5-1, 6-1. Yeah, they can go through. But the issue is they really need to manage the 90 minutes. What do I mean by managing the 90 minutes? The very first leg, they had an early goal. And I think that should have spurred them up. You get an illegal, you change the strategy or you re-strategize. You try as much as possible to hit them on a counter, be very, very good at the final third of the pitch, and that was their biggest problem. I saw the replay of the game and I discovered that they were quite wasteful in the final third of in that very first leg. So I think right now when they are playing Pyramid, they should take their chances, and I think the very first 45 minutes will tell a lot in that game, the very first half of the game. If they can get at least 2 goals in the first half, I think the Pyramid side will be under pressure to actually want to do differently. Then for me, you made mention of substitution. You made mention of a name, and I saw that name popping up that got a brace against Eyimba. I think they really need to work on their substitution and how they defend or change tactics when some of these players come in, because you may not know these players because we all know how African football is. Some of our games are not on TV, so you have seen clips of some of their players. I think they really need to understudy the players so that they can actually defend against them properly. But the most important thing is the final third of the game of the pitch. They really need to take their chances if they want to get anything from the game, especially the very first half of the match. 2-0 will be decent in the very first half.
Emeka, this is interesting from the Spanish La Liga.
Real Madrid have
the two Madrid clubs
are losing.
Don't add drama. Don't add drama.
Villarreal.
Yeah, but I don't think that Atletico 1-0. Villarreal also 1-0 up against.
I think that money is actually.
If it ends that way, Atletico will still win the league.
Yes, they still win.
All right, that's about 23 minutes of football played. And in those games right there. But Real Madrid, like you heard, are trailing at home to Villarreal, who lead by a goal to nothing. On the other hand, Atletico was supposed to win the league today. Are also trailing.
And those are the only two centers we have goals.
Yes, so
across
far.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 centers.
7 matches.
Just 2 where it matters most.
Yes, and that's why we need the goals now. All right, now come to think of it, Real Madrid, all they need to do now is to equalize and score another goal. Yeah. I hope that by Adelaide,
it remains the same.
It remains the same. They don't know. I mean, Atletico doesn't equalize and they will win the league. They will retain their title. Come on, it's going to be an interesting day, in the La Liga. Back to the Enyimba side. Reliance for the Enyimba team tomorrow. You look at their performance over the course of this current campaign in the Confederation Cup. All the matches they played away from home in the Confederation Cup, they've lost all of them. They've lost all. Apart from the one in the Champions League, that's not the Confederation Cup. Against Rahimo, they won away from home and struggled to draw 1-1 in Aba. But in the Confederation Cup, they were beaten 1-0 by Rivers United. They lost to Orlando Pirates 2-1. They were beaten 3-0 by Setif. Lost 1-0 to Benghazi, and were humiliated 4-1 by the Pyramid Size of Egypt. Those are the matches they have played away from home, and they've lost all. The captain also talked about the fact that has been a major problem, not getting results away from home, because if they had gotten a decent result away from home, they scored first a week ago. If they had drawn that match 1-1, a goalless draw would have seen them through to the semi-finals. But come on, they will not have to score 3 unreplied goals against a team, very organized team that are also decent on the road. Pyramids have a good record away from home. 11 away matches, 5 wins, 5 draws, and just 1 defeat in all competitions. Talking about Pyramids.
Emeka, the truth is, it's down to errors for Enyimba. Sometimes I try to ask myself, are there really professional players? Not to belittle them or to devalue them, but there are some kind of errors you see in the team and you ask yourself questions. Which I saw the Orlando Pirates match, the one played here at Enyimba International Stadium, where they eventually won 1-0, courtesy of that 9 minutes ago. They were making those errors, just that the Orlando Pirates team were unable to capitalize on it. I saw the first half against Pyramid FC. They were also making those errors, and there was this disconnect in front, up front rather, for the Enyimba players. I don't know whether that was the first time the attackers who Fatah was feeding in that they were playing together up front. So they were making those errors, and you keep asking yourself questions. And like I said, and I've been saying, it's not like Pyramid are so brilliant when it comes to gameplay, but they capitalize on your mistakes and they punish you and they get the goals. I've seen the two teams play. Orlando Pirates scared us a bit. Pyramid FC, they've scared us already. It feels like we're afraid of them. But are they so brilliant when it comes to gameplay? Not really. But what matters in a football game is the result. We don't care how you play, whether you're brilliant or not. Get the job done.
Yeah, if I imagine Enyimba have not been
that is
good
basically
on
what
that
it is.
area.
But for Enyimba, the difference is the case. They are not good. They don't capitalize on it. They play matches, they play ball, and they create the chances. Put the ball at the back of the net. It becomes a problem. It's either someone is making a wrong pass or someone is shooting out wide and all that. So Enyimba keep the ball on the ground and they play. They are wounded lions, maybe wounded elephants. This was yes, they will go all out and play. they'll also need to be careful because, in as much as you have nothing to lose, you need to go all out and play. If you concede one more goal, it makes the job even more difficult than it has been already.
5 goals.
So you shore up your defense and try to, if Enyimba, in as much as I don't give them a chance, I don't give them significant chance to overturn the 4-1 deficit they make. But I strongly believe that if Enyimba shore up their defense and take their chances, which is basically what matters in football anyways, they can beat this Pyramid FC side 3-0 and progress to the next round of the competition, because I've seen Pyramids play. The technicality you expect, the brilliance you expect, you're not saying it. There's a way that a team plays brilliantly, and you are confident that if this team comes up against any other opponent, they will dismantle their opponent because you've seen the development of their game. So all they need to do is avoid mistakes. Avoid mistakes is a question you want to ask yourself. Can Enyimba avoid mistakes for full 90 minutes? At least lower down the number of times they concede those errors and all that. We're going to keep our fingers crossed and see what happens tomorrow.
They have to lower the mistakes. Make sure they take their chances as well tomorrow against Pyramids. And I'm pleased to let you guys know that we have this captain of the side talking about the one and only Austin Oladapo joining us from the Enyimba City. Skipo, good evening to you and welcome to today's Sports Live here in Port Harcourt. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good evening.
All right. How about the other players, your teammates? What's the spirit like in camp? Are you guys optimistic of doing the impossible tomorrow?
Well, everyone in camp is good. I think we are okay. We have worked so hard and we are prepared concerning the game tomorrow.
All right. So how optimistic are you that the People's Elephants can do what they've not been able to do this season? Score 3 unreplied goals tomorrow.
Well, I think, like I told you before, we are already wounded. We know we have to go out tomorrow to give in our best if we want to skate through to the semi-final. We know it's our home. We know how to play the home. We just have to score more goals. We know we need 3 goals. And from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, to the first half, we have to at least get, even if it's 2 goals. I think our mindset is centered on getting 2 goals in the first half and see how the second half will finish. I think the mindset in the team is very strong now. I'm hoping for tomorrow that by the grace of God, everything will work to our favor.
Skipo, you and I know that Enyimba have not scored 3 goals in one match this season. It's a difficult task now to score 3, against Pyramids tomorrow. I don't know how, is that going to happen tomorrow? Something you have not been able to do. They create a lot of chances, miss a lot of them as well. And now you are in a position where you have to score 3 unreplied goals tomorrow.
Well, we know we have not been scoring enough goals this season. We haven't been able to score 3 goals. But we hope and pray that tomorrow it will be the beginning for us.
Are you by any means missing the fans of Enyimba at the stadium? Because before the pandemic period, each time Enyimba play, there's always a full house, and especially on the continent. These days, you're playing and you're looking at empty seats. Where do you even draw motivation from when you play at home in Aba?
Well, it is very difficult without the fans. When the fans is there, they cheer you. They try to. They also make correction to you, because when you make mistake, you see them shout.
Sure.
When you do the right thing, you see them shout. So it's a great motivation for you. We have really missed them. I just wish they can be there tomorrow to motivate us to get these 3 goals.
All right, Skipo.
Yeah.
What is the motivation level like at the club? A lot of people believe one of the problems Enyimba are facing would be that they are not well motivated. No, a lot of times we have carried reports here of Enyimba unpaid bonuses and what have you, and somehow it is affecting the morale of the players. Would that be the case for this Enyimba side so far in the competition?
I don't think so. I think all our bonus has almost been met. It's just for the cash to come through for us. I think the governor is doing very well for us. He's trying his best. I think he has approved almost all the bonuses just for the cash to come. Then they give. I think that is a great motivation for us. Fully where we start with short time, our money will come to us. I think there's also a great motivation too from the champion of the club. He has talked to us. He has pushed us more, and I think tomorrow we're going to do something to get the results.
All right, Skipo. Okay, we would like to let you go at this point, but before we let you go, your final word to the teaming fans of Enyimba. A lot of them will not be at the stadium tomorrow, but come on, they'll be watching on TV. So what's the message to them?
Well, I just want to tell them to put us in their prayers. They should ask for grace because it is only grace that can make the difference tomorrow. That we are going to put in our best to make them proud tomorrow.
His grace is sufficient, Eskipo. Thank you so much, Austin Oladakpo, captain of Eyimba International Football Club, for joining us on the show this evening. All right, that was Austin Oladakpo, the captain of Eyimba, speaking there. He says, you guys should remember Eyimba in your prayers. Without grace, they cannot perform tomorrow. His grace will be very, very key. That's the grace of God that we're talking about here. It's now down to the ability of God, no longer the ability of the players.
And for me, I think Ingba should just do the business. He made mention of managing the game properly. He talked about 2 goals in the first half of the game. And I said the same thing. And I think if they can manage the game properly, get 2 goals, reduce the pressure on yourself, and let the pressure be on the pyramid side to want to score 1 more goal, 1 away goal, then you can actually capitalize on that. You are in your home ground. Get maybe a quick goal in this first half, the second half of the game, maybe a quick goal, 3-0, and you just see descent and finish the game off. So for me, Imba can actually do it. It's not magic. It's not something that they need to hit their head on the floor. It's for them to just manage the game properly.
Isn't it? Did you feel the confidence level in that man that just spoke to us now, the Imba captain, Austin Oladakpo?
To be sincere with you, Emeka, I won't say I felt the confidence that much. It's almost just like talking the first time they went for the game.
Okay, you no longer believe them when they talk.
I don't believe them. Just like when we were telling Rivers United to go away and win, and they finally did it. Eyimba should actually do it. Then we can actually believe.
Okay. All right. It's now time to go back to the phone lines. The guys predicted that Real Atletico Madrid will win the league this season, and right now they are winning the league because even though they are down away to Real Valladolid, Real Madrid are also losing at home to Villarreal. So if it ends that way, after 34 minutes so far, if it ends that way, then Atletico will still win the league. But should Real Madrid eventually win that match with the scoreline as it is right now in the other fixture, then Real will clinch the title. Let's go to the phone lines.
By the way, just before we go to the phone lines, Rivers Hoopers are leading GNBC 45 to... They're actually not leading. 45-45.
Rivers Hoopers.
No, they're out. They will not even, from the way things are going there, they will not get that 10th place, the best 10th place. Plus, they are very poor performance from the Kingsmen over there in Rwanda. All right, so let's go to the phone lines now to hear from you. Eyimba players, you heard from their captain, Austin Oladakpo, sounding very optimistic, believing that God will help them tomorrow and they will beat Pyramids 3-0 at least to advance to the semi-finals of the competition. Earlier it was their dazzling winger who plays for the Super Eagles as well, Anna Iwala, also sounding very optimistic about the People's Elephants' chances tomorrow. They take on Pyramids with kickoff slated for 2 p.m. hot afternoon. I mean, hopefully, to be shining tomorrow, and that could be an advantage for Eyimba, right? It could be. All right, let's go to the phone line. 0817 0000951. 0810 9510 951. Hello.
Good evening.
Good to have you back, Munachimso. Up Eyimba. I hope you heard from your captain, Austin Oladakpo.
Yes, I hear him very well. But Emeka, there is a proverb in the language of Igbo who says that
okay.
So what I'm saying there is taking next stage on. This Eyimba has cost us sleepless nights. Every time we trust them, they go there and sell us. I don't know tomorrow, Fatah Yosua and his men, we are not trust them. That match tomorrow will be difficult to Eyimba to beat this people. This Pyramid is training here. I'm telling you, so we are not sure. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mona Chimso from Aba. Hello. Okay, that line acting up right there. You keep those calls coming through. We want to hear from you. What do you make of the match tomorrow? Eyimba taking on Pyramids of Egypt. You heard from their captain sounding very optimistic that Eyimba will get all the 3 goals they need to advance to the next round of the competition. Let's return to the phone lines. Hello, good evening. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. Please, I can barely hear you clearly. Raise your voice. Okay, sorry, we lost him there. We lost that caller. Please do it to call us back if you can. I have another caller on the line. Hello. Okay, that line acting up as well. Isn't it? Quickly, we'll have another message coming through.
Yes, this person did not send his name. He said Aqua United 3, Rangers 0. Then
That's the spirit.
That's it. It must be an Aqua United fan.
That's the spirit.
this is from God's Power from Rumibo. He said Odogo One of Sports is greeting you and the crew. I am David Gospel from Rumibo. What's the scoreline between my darling team, Heartland and Katsina United? It was 2-0.
Yeah, Heartland won 2-0 last time. Okay, all right. Sorry, let's hear from this caller. Is in the hello.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Your name and the location.
My name is Joseph, calling from Port Harcourt.
Good to have you on the show, Joseph. Talk to us.
It's possible for Enyimba to go through if they can work on their defense and flank. If they can get 2 goals, as a young man said there, it is possible for them to go through. Let them work hard, and I pray to them that God will do it.
All right. The grace of God will be with them tomorrow. Thank you so much. Hello. Okay, sorry. He talked about the flanks, Reliance. Talking about the flanks, Anayiwala was missed the other time. He didn't play due to accumulation of yellow cards. He's in for this one tomorrow. He plays from the flanks. They could deploy Oro Gabriel on the flank tomorrow. Or perhaps even Omoyele or Samad Kadiri with Mbama leading the line as a matter of fact. So, do you see any of these guys struggling to impress tomorrow? They usually do well, especially at home.
Well, Anayewala's return is something that the coach has been hoping for, but I want to look back at their performances on the continent, even with Anayewala in the team. The problem is not even having Anayewala, because he might create the chances, but who buries the
Exactly, who scores
chances? That's basically the problem.
Okay, let's hear from this caller. Hello. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Gift Kensily.
Good to have you on the show. Talk to us.
Well, for me, I just think Enyimba is leaving the competition tomorrow. For me, Enyimba is leaving. I just like the way they conceive goes away. Just the way Rivers United conceive.
The Rivers United have stopped considering those kind of goals. Should they beat Rangers away the other time?
That one is in IGG.
We will know now when they play away again.
Let them go away again, they will lose again.
Wow.
And their fans, but I don't like the way they conceive goes away.
Okay.
The same with Enyimba. So tomorrow, they will even be the first to conceive tomorrow. They have always done that.
Yes, so I guess that's the team. They considered first in Aba.
Yes.
Yeah, and eventually won 2-1. Yes. All right, thank you so much for your call. We did appreciate your call, of course, with some funny aspect of it as well. The lines are still wide open. And did you complete that message?
No.
Okay, so you can complete that message before we return to the phone lines.
Heartland actually won 2-0. The goal scorers were Bright Onyekachi and Clay Chichimeze. Their former player Samuel Noshiri did not do anything for Katsina United. Then he asked what is their position in the league. They are 7th on the league.
That's Heartland FC.
Yes. And he said, as for Enyimba, it's now or never. I wish them success. Then this one says Rangers will be one of the best 4 at the end of the season. Jude Nathaniel.
All right, Jude Nathaniel believes Rangers will finish in the top 4 at the end of the season. Okay, we'll wait and see when how that one will pan out. But of course, at the moment, Rangers, where are they on the table? They are currently 6th on the table. They have a game in hand actually against Enyimba. Yes, they have 33 points from 20 matches with a game in hand. Back to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello, Emeka.
Good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yes, it's Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Chris, good to have you on the show. Talk to us.
Yes, on Enyimba match tomorrow. You see, what happened in Tanzania will happen in Aba tomorrow.
In Tanzania, in which year? Which year did it happen in Tanzania? Was it in 1960?
No, I mean the match that was played today between Simba FC and
the Champions League, yeah.
Simba scored 3 goals, even though that they lost. Assuming that they scored
I think they were beaten 4-0 in the first leg, yeah.
Yes, assuming that they scored 1 goal away.
They would have qualified there.
Yes. So the optimism in our captain and never say that spirit of our back, my brother. Tomorrow.
He go beat soccer fire.
He go beat tomorrow.
Soccer fire.
People never know what's in Aba bio.
Chris, unfortunately, the fans are not allowed to even come into the stadium to watch this one. No, they would have created a huge, an intimidating atmosphere tomorrow if the fans were there. The Colombia fans, the Jamaica fans, full house. But come on. You see, the players will be looking at empty seats tomorrow,
They'll be hanging around that stadium tomorrow.
Yes.
So before the players will enter the pitch tomorrow,
they will ginger them.
They will talk with them. The Colombian fans and all of them, they will be there. Forget it. Even though they may not be in the stadium. So Oladapo said it all. He said this is
so Chris, you're confident Enyimba can win 3-0 tomorrow and qualify?
Of course. I've always said it that the only team I'm scared of in that competition is Raja Casablanca.
Don't even talk about Raja Casablanca. they beat Enyimba in Aba in 2018 in the semi-finals.
I see what they are doing.
They're doing very well.
They've not lost any match.
They played 1-1 draw with Orlando Pirates. It was like a defeat for them.
They cannot use them in Morocco. So if Orlando Pirates could not win them in South Africa, it will be difficult. But what I'm trying to say that with the way Enyimba has handled their home matches, they have always won their home matches. Because they know that they must score 3 goals to qualify for semi-finals. They will.
All right. We'll wait and see. Thank you so much. I will be the happiest man in the world if Enyimba wins by 3-0 tomorrow and qualifies for the semi-finals. But come on, I strongly doubt, honestly. But what do I know? Let's wait and see. In other fixtures, we have Raja Casablanca taking on Orlando Pirates. The first leg ended 1-1 in South Africa. AS Giraffe of Senegal are up against the Cotton Sport Garoua of Cameroon. The Cotton side won by 1-0 in the first leg, so they are going to Senegal for the second leg tomorrow. GS Kabylie of Algeria will play host to CX Sfaxien of Tunisia. The Kabylie side have an advantage already. They won the first leg 1-0 in Tunisia. Sfax precisely, and they are home in Algeria and they are hoping to complete the job right there. Back to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yes, Ebi.
Ebi, where are you calling us from?
From Brugri.
Good to have you on the show. Ebi, talk to us.
Do you believe that Nigeria would have won with 3-1 defeat to Brazil 1996? So I still be. In fact, my dad had already got to sleep because he was a fan of Brazil. He said, "Young man, go and sleep." I said, "I would stay here till this match ends. If I have my way tomorrow, I will be in Aba to watch this match, see it happen live, and anybody is going to carry the day." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like the optimism coming in from the listeners. The callers are beginning to believe, and they're making me want to believe too now.
It's a good thing, basically. I think belief is one thing that has actually made the game the most beautiful game on earth. I think belief is something that can happen. Miracle can happen. If Leicester can win the Premier League title, anything can happen. And Enyimba have done this before when it comes to continental football. They have shown the ability, the character to come back from heavy defeats.
Yes, exactly. Even right there in Egypt, in 2003, the season they won the Champions League for the first time, they were beaten 6-1 by Ismail in the group stage. They eventually made it out of the group, qualified for the final, and met the same Ismaili. Ismaili could only manage a 1-0 win over there in Egypt after Enyimba beat them 2-0 in Aba. So Enyimba won the league, won the Champions League for the first time. At the expense of Ismaili. Ismaili had already beat them 6-1 in the group stage.
That's
when
character.
They had a man sent off.
That's character when it comes to football and belief. So I think it's a huge possibility of Enyimba doing it. But do the players have that ability and that character? I think we want more leaders in that team beyond Oladapo. Every department of that team needs a leader, someone that could actually come out there, shout, and because we saw that Enyimba team. That Enyimba team was filled with leaders from the goalkeeper down to the strikers. Everybody was a leader from Ogumuyi down to Vincent Iyama and down to the centre back. They had quality players in that team. Exactly. We later left the team for Orlando Pirates. I think they had quality players then and players with that character. I think this Enyimba players.
There no more American one. The likes of Ekenes and Victor Joseph Frimpong at some point too.
Yes, so they have quality players. So for me, I think the players just need to step up. They need to believe that it can happen.
And from what the captain has said so far, you think somehow the confidence is high. Back to the phone lines. Hello.
I bring you Calvary
greetings from Orazi. Obinna, how are you?
I'm fine, my brother.
All right. Where are we starting from? From the Nazi Millionaires?
You call us Southland.
No. I called you Nazi Millionaires now. Please don't put words into my mouth, please. I just called you Nazi Millionaires. Did you hear Heartland from my mouth?
Thank you, my brother, for associating yourself with the millionaires.
No, I didn't. Come on, now. Wait. Let's get the record straight. I did not associate myself with the millionaires. I only addressed you by your nickname. Okay?
So many persons have refused to acknowledge that we are the millionaires.
No, but you are not behaving like millionaires. You're owing your players 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. Millionaires are that way.
I just checked credit in debt. US is the most indebted country in the world. Emeka, my brother, is 2 games, 6 points, and 2 clean sheets for the millionaires, including 1 home and 1 away. I must tell you that what's better way to go for shopping rather than to go and shop at the mines. The millionaires against the miners tomorrow is a done deal. Millionaires.
That's the list the Heartland people will come back from Lafayette with will be like 2-0, right?
Millionaires to win a draw will be a very big upset. Millionaires to win the solid miners by 2 goals to nothing. Okay. Just close your eye and imagine that.
But if I recall, it's like the solid miners beat the millionaires in a way in the reverse fixture.
Yes.
It's okay. So you're going for revenge.
So you can yes, exactly. That's why you want the 90 points.
Obina, tell me about my Imba tomorrow, please. We are playing Pyramids. Do you think we have any chance?
Even the Bible said that the next stage of faith will carry you. Even though the same Bible said without faith it's impossible to please God. It also says there is a level of faith when it comes to Christendom. My brother Emeka, I will tell you something for free. If Eyimba qualifies tomorrow, I will trek down to your studio.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Obina, don't say it. I am here. Don't say it. Just don't say it.
I will trek down to your studio. I'm not just only trekking this time. I will trek down to go and give you recharge card of 1,000 naira each for 5 persons.
Obina.
Mention the 5 persons.
Obina, wait. Obina.
Yes, sir.
It will be easier for the camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for Eyimba to beat Pyramids 3-0 tomorrow. Please keep your 1,000 naira. We don't need it.
We don't need it.
I saw a player of Pyramids. Sochi, they said is an ex-Stoke City.
Yeah, from 2016 to 2018, he was playing for Stoke City in the Premier League.
You can imagine the quality. But I still think the 3 goals that they even considered against Pyramids, don't you think it can pass for match 16?
No, the Eyimba defenders didn't come to the party at all. I don't know what they were thinking.
That's why I said it can pass for match 16. So my brother, I don't want to give myself hopeless hope. Eyimba is out of this competition. And I agree with Oladapo when they say they are injured. I totally agree with him. They are injured. The only thing they need now is treatment. Serious treatment. Not for that match tomorrow because that match is done and dusted.
Thank you so much, Obina, for your thoughts there. Okay, he doesn't believe in back and stage a comeback tomorrow. But we know people that believe, and we are drawing inspiration from such beliefs. But we have seen so many comebacks, especially in Europe.
Yeah.
When it comes to this competition, of course, in the Champions League.
We've seen great comebacks from Liverpool.
Barcelona lost 4-0 to PSG in France, Paris.
Yeah.
Came back to Camp Nou and won 6-1. I mean, we have seen Liverpool, Barcelona lately, just about 2-3 years ago.
Even AS Roma.
Yes, Roma, Barcelona as well, exactly.
We have seen Inter Milan, DC Milan in the past. We've seen all this.
We have seen AC Milan, Deportivo La Coruña. 4-1, 4-0.
Even our own ITO Cup against Kano Pillars.
Rangers, but that was in a particular match.
Yes.
The first half and the second half.
But it was a comeback. Nobody expected.
Sure.
So we have seen crazy.
So can you draw inspiration from some of these great comebacks of the past?
Sure.
To go to war tomorrow.
Sure.
Or is it a question of they are not good enough to match
It's not about them not good enough. I think it's about getting that quick goal. I think one goal can actually draw inspiration. They can get inspiration from anything, and I think some of the ex-Aimba players, possibly the trophy winning side, the 2003 players, is to call them. Some of them
are in Aba. They can just walk down to the stadium. If the management permits that, Emeka one, some of them are still in Aba.
Yes, just communicate with these guys. Tell them that you can actually do it. If we can do it, then you can do it. I think it's just more of mentality, mental strength, and I think managing the game properly, they can do it.
All right, back to the phone lines. Hello,
Emeka, Chris, I call back.
Chris, good to have you back on the show. Good evening.
Yes, somebody like Obina that called a sister station when they never wanted to play against Orlando Pirates and said that if anybody wins Orlando Pirates at Abada, he will threat. I don't think he threat.
No, that's why we didn't take him serious on that. He's fond of making all those big promises.
I am from Imo State, but I'm a hardcore Enimba fan. Enimba cannot be like a ragtag Hatwan. You're a ragtag. When I say ragtag, you know Hatwan is a team that could not.
They are object of ridicule these days.
A team that could not buy that could not go away.
Chris, please don't take it personal, please. Don't take it personal. The problems of Heartland are well documented. That's why I'm not even confident of calling them Nazi millionaires, because they are nowhere near millionaires.
I used to watch Heartland Enimba at Owerri. The Heartland fans will be crying that why is it that every time Enimba comes to Owerri, why is it Enimba comes to Owerri, Enimba is always worrying them. So it's jealousy.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Chris, for your thoughts right there. And of course, there's no gainsaying it. You don't even mention those two in the same sentence. Heartland have played in 2 Champions League finals. They lost both of them. Setif of Algeria beat them. TP Mazembe also beat them. But the Imba have played in 2 Champions League finals and they won both of them. So we are not at the same level with them.
No, they are not.
Yeah, no. Even in the league, we are not at the same level.
So Imba is more ambitious whenever it comes to trophy. When it comes to the league, they are always there.
All right, back to the phone list. Hello.
Good evening, Emeka.
Good evening. Welcome to the show. Your name and the location?
This is Darlington from Igboeche.
Good to have you on the show, Darlington. How's Igboeche this evening?
It's fantastic.
All right. Talk to us, my brother.
Yeah, when we talk about comeback, it takes only teams with character to come back. This Enyimba team lacks character. In fact, just like Obina opined, that game in Pyramid's home seemed like it was match fixing.
No, the defenders were calamitous. They made lots of errors. Yes, exactly.
I don't see them coming back. Even this evening, I was able to see Simba almost do a comeback against Kaiser Chiefs. Not 4-0. They scored. They won 3-0. So I don't think this Enyimba team has the character to come back. They might win. It's probably 2-1, 1-0. But it's done.
I agree with you in terms of character. This Enyimba team in the Champions League first round, they were beaten 3-0 by Emerick of Sudan.
At home.
They were beaten 3-0 away to Emerick on demand. They came back to Aba, and still considered a goal in Aba, winning 2-1. So they haven't shown character so far in the competition.
They've not shown character. So you can't win the Champions League.
But the character starts from one day now. No be so. They can come to the party tomorrow.
Not in a game where they have Ramadan, Sobi, and the rest of them. I don't think.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris, for your thoughts right there. Of course, going back to the La Liga, halftime in those encounters and the 2 crucial matches there that will determine the champions still the same way it was the last time we talked about them. Real Madrid versus Villarreal, still 1-0 in favor of Villarreal, and of course Real Valladolid leading Atletico Madrid 1-0 as well at halftime in those 2 encounters. So Priye, do you see anything changing in the second 45 minutes?
Definitely. I think after the halftime pep talk, I think some of the players will know how important this game is. They'll realize that their other opposite side are actually losing, so it's a huge possibility of them getting the trophy. I think most of the team, both teams will definitely score in the second half.
All right,
see more goals.
Barcelona also drawing goalless at halftime with Eibar. Messi is not playing this one. He's been excused to go start preparing for the Copa America. Let's take one more call. Hello.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening, Albert. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah, to be honest, I think I want to just talk about with netball. The way we arrange netball here in the country is not right. And you can see this yourself when we started playing the World Cup, 1991 to 1938.
We haven't missed any edition, yes.
Yeah, some of the countries left us behind, and many of them have won the World Cup.
Exactly.
Nobody seems to do anything about our netball, and you can never see these girls who are leaving the country for a better club in Europe. And we find the NPFL players that cannot make such kind of transfer. So we need to repackage it, make football and make it ground.
You have huge potentials as far as women football is concerned there.
Yeah, so I don't like the way they're treating them. It's injustice. So I don't like it.
All right.
We need to package them very well.
Thank you so much. I think I agree with you on that one. The ladies have not been treated fairly at all as far as the organization of the league, the remuneration, welfare and all that. The women football in the country has been ignored to a very large extent. The league is almost non-existent, so to say. Forget about this thing they did. They call a league last season. Come on, we need to do better. No sponsorship, poor organization, no irregular calendar, mass exodus of foreign home-based players here. It's telling on what.
Same. You just could see the last African Women Cup of Nations actually play. You saw that these other countries, they are actually meeting us. Look at South Africa, they have a league that is working perfectly well for their female team. It's a bad thing for our 9-time winners, serial winners of the women cup. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
And I'm just seeing something happening in England, the revolution when it comes to their women football. All the teams are actually putting in money sponsoring their women's
game. Yes,
that means they have a direction.
Look at Chelsea even played in the final, even though they were beaten by Barca, So is what you invest, and of course you will reap it. Exactly. If you garbage in, garbage out. If you don't invest, you will not get the benefit tomorrow. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. This is where we'll draw the curtains on the show this evening. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can't afford to miss tomorrow's show. It's Go Rush over there in England and in the MPFL starting from 4 p.m. The second part of the show. But first part starts by 1 p.m. and we are not stopping until it is 6 p.m. Can anybody make it tomorrow? We definitely will know if that will be the case when tomorrow comes around. 2 p.m. is the kickoff for that one. That match will be live on television and also on the MPFL.tv app. On television, you can watch it on NTA News 24. Yes, NTA Sport 24, I should say, on Star Times. Have yourself a wonderful evening out there. Mecca Dena, the Dogo of Sports, and many thanks to Carlo. Isn't Noti, I should say. Yes, isn't Noti, pre-APC and reliable reliance.
Magic System. Ça change pas. Shawky avec Red One.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today.
Happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world. We've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Butchie Rafwa.
The remains of the late Chief of Army Staff Ibrahim Atahiru and 10 other officers who died in a plane crash were laid to rest at the National Military Cemetery in Abuja. The officers died on Friday in a Beechcraft 350 aircraft at the Kaduna International Airport due to bad weather. Their remains were moved from the 44 Nigerian Army Referral Hospital, Kaduna, to the National Mosque and the Nigerian Air Force Protestant Church in Abuja for prayers. Their remains were later moved to the National Military Cemetery for the interment ceremony. Present at the event include Senate President Ahmad Lawan, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Leo Irabo, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Isiaka Amao, Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai, the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, amongst others. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari says late Major General Ibrahim Atahiru will always be remembered for his numerous accomplishments in the military. President Buhari, who was represented by the Minister of Defense, Bashir Magashi, at the funeral cemetery ceremony of the late COAS and other senior officers of the Nigerian Army, said their death is a challenge. Their death is a challenging time for the armed forces. The president added that the sacrifices and commitments of the officers in the country will never be forgotten. And also speaking at the event, the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Lucky Rabo, said the loss of the military officers is not in vain. He also said the war against insecurity must be won, as he called for prayers for the armed forces. The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria has joined in the demand for a brand new constitution for the country. The Christian body rejected the review of the constitution currently being considered by the National Assembly. The Christian body made their position known in a statement jointly signed by the PFN National President Bishop Wale Oke, PFN National Secretary Cosmas Ilechukwu, and National Legal Advisor Fumi Kadiri. The body said although Nigerians are clamoring for restructuring, amending the existing constitution would not bring about restructuring of the country. The PFN said it would join forces with other groups in the country in rejecting the 1999 constitution, calling for the enactment of a new one that would be acceptable and more flexible to the yearnings of Nigerians. And the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Adamayayi Lamikara, is expected to exit the judiciary next week following her retirement. In a statement by the Chief Registrar of Rivers State Judiciary, the valedictory court session in honor of the retiring Chief Judge will hold on Tuesday, 25th of May, 2021 at the Chief Judge's Ceremony Court Hall within the High Court complex. The statement also added that the new Chief Judge is expected to take over despite the closure of the court by Judiciary Staff Workers Union Association of Nigeria. And Argentina has begun a new 9-day lockdown amid the resurgence of coronavirus cases and a slow vaccine rollout. President Alberto Fernandez said that the country was experiencing its worst moment of the pandemic. It has recorded more than 35,000 new cases a day during the past week. And on Friday, Latin American and the Caribbean passed 1 million coronavirus deaths, almost 30% of the global total. Nearly 90% of those fatalities have been recorded in 5 countries: Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, and Peru. And that was the news update on Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Thanking you for listening. I am Buchi Rafua. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
To carry news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial. time to meet with the Lord. It's time for Hour of Reconciliation. A place to get the undiluted Word of God. Welcome to Throne of Grace Bible Church. And the set man is Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. Be blessed as you listen.
Of a brother who slept and woke up in Foreverland.
Beautiful day it has been. The Lord has sustained us, and the day has begun to look downwards. Yeah, the sun is gone down, and night is approaching. But then, the Lord is still faithful. The Lord is still faithful. I'm still your brother, your friend, Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum of Throne of Grace Bible Church. That's our headquarters in Rokpoko. Even though we have branches in Oyibo, 43 Oita Street, Mbano Camp. We have a branch in Mile 4, 349 Ikure Road, opposite the Palace of the Apity of Rumeme. I have a branch in Okehiche, Federal Road, Umola. Just a stone throw from the junction. If you are standing, coming from Port Harcourt, you go right. As if you are going towards Omoma, and then shortly you are there. But I am in Rokpoko, the headquarters that is behind Von Dorix, off Mike Amadi Street. God will bless you as you come. God will bless you as you will hear our phone numbers at the end of this program. Bow your heads and let's pray. Our Father, in the name of Jesus, we give praise unto you because you are God. Thank you for your mercy towards us. Oh, Father, we are praying that you stretch forth your hand to touch us. Loving Father, let nobody that hear go the same. Turn lives, change lives, turn things around for us, and give us testimonies. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. We want to consider a topic: chosen before conception. Chosen before conception. It is a topic that many people may want to wrestle with, and they want to say, what do you mean? If it's like that, then I need to do nothing. Nah. You don't need to do nothing. You need to do something. Because let me make somebody know. If there is a buffet, you attend an occasion or a function that there is a buffet. All manner of meals, continental and national. The one that is from your village and the one that is from other communities. The whole thing are there set. The plates, the spoon, the cutleries, everything. They are there. I'm not sure that food can jump into your mouth. No. Yibo has not produced that unless they send a robot to feed you. But you that will accept robot feeding you, be very careful before they poison you. Because the robot doesn't know you. Anything programmed, they can program it to pick poison and put it into your mouth. You are sitting there, you are a lazy man. That somebody should feed you in your mouth when your hands are complete. The food will not jump into your mouth. You have to approach the bar, the food bar. Is it salad? Like those of us that like grass is enough. And those of us that like fruits. Where does it interest you? Then some people will look for swallow. Some big bros will look for swallow. If they have not eaten swallow, they cannot be okay for the day. No matter what you like, whether you like it light or heavy, the food will not jump into your mouth. If you like, let it be liquid, tea or soup. None of them will jump into your mouth. You must go to take it and you must put it into your mouth. Chosen before conception. Ephesians chapter 1. Ephesians chapter 1. I read from verse 3. Ephesians 1. Chosen before conception. Let's understand. Let's know it very well that we were chosen before we were conceived. Ephesians 1:3. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who had blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ, according as he had chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestinated us unto the adoption of children by Jesus Christ to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Look at verse 4 again. You know, I even shortened it. I am being prudent. But the Bible says, blessed be the, according as he had chosen us in him before the foundation, not before my conception. Before the foundation. Some people say that the earth is about 3 million years old. I don't know. It doesn't matter how many years it was or it is. But I don't know about you. If you have refused to come to Christ, maybe you are trying to tell me that you are not among the chosen. I was chosen before my mother was born. God had seen me. He knew. He had seen me right from that time. And he knew that I will repent. And can I tell you, you are holding that bottle. You are already dazed by drink and you are still drinking. God knows you. He knows where you are now. You are on another man's bed or another woman's bed because the woman is not around and that man had brought you in. You are lying. Are you lying there? God knows you are there. And that's why this voice is coming to you. You have been hired to go and kill somebody and you are about to go. God knew. He is seeing you. And that's why he's talking to you now. Are you not programming, planning how to hack somebody's account now? You are in that small room. God is seeing you there. And that's why he said I should tell you this now. That he had chosen you before you were conceived. Chosen before conception. Please, I want us to understand this. Somebody will say, how can it be? Isaiah 46 verse 10. Isaiah chapter 46 and verse 10. There is something the scripture says there. That this God is not like man. No. Declaring the end from the beginning. That before something starts, God has seen the end. So God is the only person that concludes before he commences. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. Are you beginning to see something here? Are you beginning to see something? It will make me make a statement you may want to wrestle with, that Jesus died before he was born. Jesus died before he was born. In Revelation chapter 13 and verse 8. Revelation 13 verse 8. The Bible talks about Jesus being the Lamb, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world. Are you seeing it? From the foundation. But Jesus as Son, Jesus took flesh just barely 2,000 years ago. But the Bible says he had been slain. He had died before or from the foundation of the world. So he only came to manifest what had been done. Remember that in 1 Peter chapter 1, 1 Peter chapter 1, from verse 19, the scripture tells me something. But with the precious blood of Christ, as of a lamb, without blemish and without spot, who verily was foreordained before the foundation of the world, but was manifested in these last times for you. Who by him, yes, who by him do believe in God, that raised him up from the dead and gave him glory, that your faith and hope might be in God. That your faith and your hope. The Bible says that Jesus was foreordained before the foundation of the world. Before they formed the foundation. You know, somebody asked me before, does God know that Adam will fail? Then why? He's asking God question. May God have mercy on you so that he doesn't ask you like he asked Job. You know, God knew it. And Jesus had been programmed. Jesus had been foreordained even before man was made. Because he knows the weakness, the incapacitation of man. He knows the finitude of man. Man is finite. Man is weak. That's why the Holy Ghost helps our inability. So, Jesus died before he was born. But the Bible says I should remind you today that God had chosen you before your conception. God had ordained that you will be born again. Why are you wasting his time? God had ordained that you will serve him. Why are you wasting his time? God had ordained that you will worship him. Why are you wasting his time? He had ordained you before you were born. In Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 5. God called your name before your conception. Forget about the name your mother is calling you or the name you took by yourself. God knows the name you are actually bearing. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. That is God. God said before you came out, he had called your name. Yes. You know, Paul the apostle came and was injurious and was fighting, persecuting the church. But that was not the ordination of God upon his life. That was not the original plan of God. He was doing his own, not God's own. Until the appointed time in Galatians chapter 1. Galatians 1:15. But when it pleased God, who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his grace to reveal his son in me, that I might preach him among the hidden. Immediately I comfort them with flesh and blood. Can you see something here? God separated him from the womb and ordained him that he will be an apostle. But he moved. Now I want you to picture this. Somebody had just bought a car, kept the car, the key is in the ignition, and everything is ready. And a miscreant jumps in. Vroom! Off he goes. He's going with another person's car, not his car. Be it as it may, the person could call police and call, send signal to various quarters. If you see a car, this color, engine number, this chassis number, this, get that car is a stolen car. And they can track the person down and bring your car back to you. That's what we are talking about now. The person that hijacked the car is not the owner of the car. He is driving a car, but it's not his own. There is something driving you which is not the owner of you. There is something using you now which is not the owner of you. And some people do not know that when you are living in sin, you are walking. You are laboring for somebody that's not your master. It is God that foreordained you. It is God that predestinated you that you are going to be a child of God. But where are you now? In Titus chapter 1, from verse 12 to 13, Paul was injurious, but he said, I did it ignorantly. I did it ignorantly. Oh, may God help us in Jesus' name. 1 Timothy, please, chapter 1, 12 for 13. And I thank Jesus Christ Jesus our Lord, who had enabled me, for that he counted me faithful, putting me into the ministry, who was before a blasphemer and a persecutor and injurious, but I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly in unbelief. You are doing what you are doing now ignorantly if you are not born again. You are doing what you are doing now in unbelief if you are not a child of God. But I want to remind you that you were chosen even before your conception. God had ordained it that you will be born again, but you are still marking time. You are using another person's vehicle outside his purpose. Come back to him. In Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17 and verse 30. At this time of ignorance, God is overlooking. At the time that you have been ignorant, Paul said, I did it ignorantly. At the time of ignorance, God will always overlook. But do you know what he's telling you now? He's saying you should repent. He says you should come to him. Repent and return to your maker. See, you can never have rest. You are struggling and you are complaining and you're saying, what is happening? I will tell you what is happening. Now listen to this. Before God made trees and grasses, he spoke to the land. He said, bring forth, and they brought forth. If you pluck any tree out of the ground, what happens to it? It dies. Before God made fishes and other sea creatures, he spoke to the sea. If you take any fish out of the water and there is no atom of water at all, before 24 hours, the fish will die. Before God made man, what did he speak to? He spoke to himself. Let us. So if you are separated from God, you are a dead man. That's why Ephesians chapter 2 verse 1 says you are dead in trespasses. Can I remind you that when once you are outside God, you don't have hope. You have no hope. Repent. Why? Because you were chosen before you were conceived. In Romans chapter 8, 29 and 30, the Bible talks about predestination there. Predestination. Romans chapter 8. Now, can I make us know that predestination is that before anything, the Lord has written it, ordained it, that you are going to be his child. Yes. It's very simple. Let me read it as it is. Verse 29 of Romans chapter 8. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate. And what did he predestinate you to? That you will be conformed to the image of his son. Yes. He predestinated. This one, there is predestination here. He had ordained it, he had programmed it into his system. That you hearing me, must be a child of God. Yes, that this guy is going to preach the gospel, but you are still smoking. That you are going to preach the gospel, but you are still humanizing. That you are going to preach the gospel, that you are still quarreling, but you are still quarreling. That you are going to preach the gospel, but you are still lying. What is the matter now? That is the issue. What did they hold you? Why are you not yet born again? So that he said he predestinated you to be conformed to the image of his son, that Jesus might be the firstborn among many brethren. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he called. You have a call. The first call is called to repent now. Come out from that bunk, repent now. Come out from that joint, repent now. Come out from that immorality, repent now. Come out from whatever, no matter what it is. Come, you have a call. And then he called, he justified. The reason for the call is for justification, so that your life will have a meaning. That is the point. That is what the Lord is saying now. So that your life will have a meaning. And somebody may be saying, how do you mean? He wants to do you good. He means well. I know the thought that I think towards you, the thought of peace and not of evil, to give an expected end. That is the issue, brethren. Now, as I am talking, the Lord is still waiting for you. You're hearing me. The Lord is waiting. And he's saying, can you come home? Can you come? Come down, let us reason together, thus says the Lord. He wants you to come so that he will reason with you. Let me know what is holding you. Let me know why you are still outside. You're supposed to be inside. You're supposed to be with me. Why are you with my enemy? Friendship with the world is enmity with God. Why are you outside? Love not the world, neither the things of the world. Lust of eyes, lust of flesh, and the pride thereof. Come out from those things and let us fellowship. God is looking for those that will fellowship with him. Let us fellowship. Oh, I'm praying that God will open your eyes so that you understand. Predestination. Those that he justified are the people he glorified. Remember, the predestination of conformity. And those he predestinated, he has called them. And those that hear his call, Revelation 3:20, behold, I stand at the door and I knock. If any man will hear my voice and open the door of your heart. Open wide the door of your heart for Jesus and let him in the inmost part of your heart. Let him in. That's the matter now. Let Jesus in. If you are tired of the load of your sin, let Jesus come into your heart. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Open your heart unto me, let me come in, so that I'll be your friend. I'll dine with you, and you will dine with me. Now, see, get it and get it clear. When God predestinated, He called you. When He called you, He justifies you. When He justifies you, you become glorified. Remember that Jesus, condescended solo, was obedient unto death, accepted a shameful death, and then God highly exalted Him. Now, conformity to Christ's image. Conformity. I ask you, Christian, how are you living? When somebody looks at you, while passing through this world of sin, others will view your life. Same does your life point them to the sky. Let others see Jesus in you. As a believer, let others see Jesus in you. As a pastor's wife, let others see Jesus in you. As a pastor, let others see Jesus in you. Deacon, elder, let others see Jesus in you. Chorister, usher, let others see Jesus in you. Whoever you are, whatever you do in the house of God, let others see Jesus in you. That's the matter. That is the matter. Oh, in Romans chapter 12 and verse 2, that we should not be conformed. You have seen what we are supposed to conform to. In conformity with Christ, we should live. But we should not be conformed. Let me read this scripture in Amplified so that we understand it very well. Romans chapter 12. Now, it says, do not be conformed to this world, this age, fashioned after and adapted to its external, superficial customs. It has not finished. Do not be adapted. Do not be fashioned after the external, superficial customs of this world. Custom. And you say it's our tradition. That's how they do it in our village. Is that what they do in your village? Is that what they do in the village of heaven? Is that what they do in heaven? Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That is what we are talking about. Do not be conformed to the external, superficial custom, and be conformed. Now, as it stands, the Lord says I should call you. He wants to reason with you. Do not be conformed. Now, he said that scripture continues. But be transformed or changed by the entire renewal of your mind, by its new ideals and its new attitude. The ideals of your mind, your attitude, so that you may prove for yourselves what is the good and acceptable and perfect will of God, even the thing which is good and acceptable and perfect in His sight for you. That is the matter. Conformity unto Christ. Conformity unto Christ. And anybody that sees you, it will see you. Your dressing will show somebody that is loyal to the Lord Jesus. The way you talk will show that you are loyal to Jesus. The way you carry out your business will show that you are loyal to Jesus. The way you handle your home will show that you are loyal to Jesus. The way you handle that office will show that you are loyal to Jesus. The way you handle the trust, something trusted into your hand, will show that you are loyal to Jesus. Can we see Jesus in you? You were ordained. You were called before you were conceived. You were chosen. And God preordained. God predestinated. Before anything, He had destinated. He had made it clear that you are going to be a child of God. But now you are not yet a child of God. God is calling you. God says I should call you. I will soon be praying with you. But can you come? Can you come? Can you come? See, the hand of the Lord is wide, very wide, to receive you. Come to him. Come to Jesus now, and he will save you. Remember, the Bible says in Isaiah chapter 30 verse 15 that in returning and in rest, returning to the Lord, resting in the Lord, in quietness and in confidence, that is where you will have your salvation. That is where you will have your strength. That is where the presence of God will cheer you. In returning and in rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. We're about to pray, but you think, are you a child of God? Do you have Jesus? Are you born again? Or are you still making time, telling yourself it's not easy? It's not easy. Who told you that it is not easy? It is easy. And my prayer for you now is, may the Lord God of heaven and earth. Now we're about to pray. Bow your heads. Bow your heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, I thank you for as many as have had me. Praying, O Lord, that you show yourself. Lord, do not leave them to perish. If you leave us, Jehovah, the gods of this world are blinded some. My Father, the preaching of your word may tear off the blindfold in the name of Jesus. And let them see reality so that they can come to you in true salvation. Those whose hearts are like stone that want to continue in their sin, Lord, show them mercy and let them be fully delivered. Thank you because I know your voice. In Jesus' name.
I hope you were blessed by the message. Feel free to worship with us at Throne of Grace Bible Church, behind Vonderich School, Mike Amadi Street, opposite Quick Save Supermarket, Airport Road, Rukboku. Our church activities are Sunday service, superlative worship, 9 a.m. Monday, counseling, 3 p.m. Tuesday, Bible study, 6 p.m. and Thursday, Solution Hour, 6 p.m. For counseling or prayers, you can call 0902 415 9478 or 0803 339 6368 or 0803 259 5002. God bless you.
I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. You are all that matters.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready as we take you through a journey of discovery, exploitation, and essence of natural resources on your premium talk and news and sports station. It is Greenland.
Land is green, it's green. Oh, oh.
A program that brings to the center stage of discussion issues on agriculture with analysts, technocrats, agriculturists, plus farmers.
To discuss the challenges, opportunities, and role of agriculture in Nigeria and how it affects our economy. Every Friday, 1 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
Current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station.
Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.